What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 6 at chapter 191 Super Blue plus Kaioken as Son Goku gathered his energy and shouted, he transformed again. Super Blue Son Goku appears. After his fighting power surged again, this time Son Goku finally kept up with Beerus's movements. This scene shocked Beerus. He originally thought that he only needed to use 20% of his strength, but he had already used 30% of his strength and could only end up in a tie with the opponent. Anger. Beerus released a little bit of his fighting power again, and at the moment Son Goku attacked him, he passed through the gap and accurately hit Son Goku's stomach. Then, Beerus kicked Son Goku to the bottom of the sea, causing huge waves. On the yacht, seeing a huge wave about to hit, number 21 just glanced over and the huge wave disappeared. This scene caught Whis' attention. He looked at number 21 and then at Frieza. It was not until this moment that Whis discovered that the divine power in Frieza had been transferred to No 21's body. Oh wow. Mr. Frieza is such a cautious person. Whis just laughed softly, and no one paid attention to his words. In midair, Son Goku was still fighting with Beerus, and the two sides were fighting back and forth. Frieza used the Xuanwang Chi wave to enter the earth to prevent the earth from being destroyed by the aftermath of the fight, while looking at the battle in the sky with disdain. Oh, Lord Beerus, what's wrong with you? Is it so difficult to deal with a Saiyan monkey? In Frieza's opinion, the battle in front of him was extremely boring. The main thing is that number 21 was looking at Son Goku with a crazy look on his face, which made Frieza even more upset. He is from the Frozen Demon Clan and was born like this, what can he do? Besides, I'm pretty handsome now, and I'm not petite and delicate anymore. This is Frieza's current state. His combat power is about the same as the original goal. This black skin, this yellow gem, isn't it handsome? Beerus is furious. A person who worked for him actually dared to mock him. Beerus was furious and used all his current strength to press Son Goku's shoulder. Son Goku felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his body fell uncontrollably into the sea. Beerus looked at Frieza with a cold gaze. Frieza didn't care and just said to Cell, oh wow. Go teach him how to look at people. Cell bowed and said, yes, advertisement then. Cell's momentum suddenly rose, and in an instant it surpassed Son Goku's Super Blue. Golden Muscle Cell. A dazzling golden airwave rushed up into the sky, and golden rays of light shot into the sky. Buzz. Cell's body suddenly rushed towards Beerus and hit Beerus directly with a headbutt attack. After countless starbursts, Cell's strength has reached a new level. With this collision, Beerus was knocked far away. Instant transmission. Cell cannot move, but he uses instant transmission quite skillfully. Beerus had just stopped moving when Cell's attack came down. Plan. Cell landed his foot on top of Beerus's head, but Beerus raised his hands to hold him up. Cell's eyes flashed, and two shockwaves shot towards Beerus at high speed, and then his other foot kicked Beerus's chest fiercely. Beerus was so angry. He has only been sleeping for 39 years, how come everyone he meets when he first comes out is so strong? However, in the eyes of Beerus who has 40% of his full strength, Cell is still not good enough. After a look in his eyes, Beerus easily dodged Cell's attack and even kicked Cell in the chin in return. This kick was so powerful that even the golden Cell's eyes turned black from the pain. Boom. Cell, go away, I'm not done yet. Son Goku rushed out from the bottom of the sea. In addition to the blue airwaves, a layer of red airwaves appeared. His strength was much higher than before. Super Blue plus 10x Kaioken. Obviously, this is Son Goku's Super Blue with 10x Kaioken. Although this 10x Kaioken is only 10 times the basic strength, it has increased Son Goku's combat power several times at this moment. Boom. One punch. Son Goku punched Beerus in the face, and the powerful force made Beerus unable to stand, and therefore he could not continue to attack Cell. Unblock. Beerus shouted loudly, unlocked his power again, and then fought with Son Goku again. Whoosh. Soon, Beerus discovered that Son Goku in this state did not seem as powerful as he had imagined. He is the 4th place, and ahead of him are Broly, number 21, and Frieza. Advertisement a minute later, Son Goku felt that he could not hold on any longer, and after a sudden shout, instant transmission appeared behind Beerus. Son Goku's breath suddenly dropped and immediately returned to normal, his body unstable as he fell towards the sea. This is her birthday party, someone came to cause trouble, how could her man not take action? Long time, except for Frieza and Whis, everyone was slightly excited, this move was too domineering. Vegeta, today is your beloved wife's birthday, and this guy comes to mess things up, are you just going to stand by and watch? The thick ki blast hit Beerus directly, and Son Goku's aura reached its peak. Waste. Originally, Vegeta was ready to rush forward to fight Beerus, but he could not get over the hurdle in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, but still did not make a move. A purple light appeared, and Beerus stood there unharmed, his eyes icy cold. If you don't go, I will. Cell also returned to the yacht, only to be greeted by a few words from Frieza. Beerus dodged Son Goku's attacks again and again, and hit Son Goku a few times whenever he had the chance, causing Son Goku's breathing to become even more rapid due to the pain. He sent out a final Kamehameha wave towards Beerus. This scene made Bulma very upset, how could her man do such a thing? Den didn't let Son Gohan rush him and immediately gave Son Goku the treatment. And judging from Son Goku's breathing, he can't fight for long in this state. He began to gather destructive energy in his hands again, and at the same time, he did not forget to greet Whis, who was eating sushi. Beerus was furious, and after landing on the yacht, he aimed his hand at Son Goku, who was still a little unsteady even after being treated. Whis. Let's go, I'm going to destroy this planet. Chi-Chi shouted excitedly. There are so many people here, why are you trying so hard? Cell is extremely depressed. The smoke in the sky was also dissipating quickly. Bulma was extremely disappointed to see Vegeta like this. For a moment, the whole sky was filled with white smoke. Son Goku laughed and made a painful expression from time to time. He did not answer Chi-Chi, but it made Chi-Chi feel distressed. Vegeta still gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Do you want to ask number 21 or Frieza for help? You are my man. Son Gohan immediately rushed out and brought his father back. At this moment, Son Goku has surpassed Cell and Vegeta, and has firmly reached the 4th place on Earth. Chapter 192 Vegeta is crazy about love. Bulma was so angry that her chest heaved. She pushed her best friend number 21 away and strode towards Beerus. Frieza's eyes flashed with brilliance, and with a casual move, he brought number 21 to his side. Oh! Don't stop her, I want to see how crazy Vegeta will get. He thought the scene of Bulma slapping Beerus would never happen. Number 21 glanced at Frieza. Although he didn't know why Frieza did this, he didn't disobey. Eat his, live in his, use his things, just listen to him once. In the original work, Vegeta at this moment still only has the strength of Super Saiyan 2. Perhaps his Super Saiyan 2 can be comparable to Super Saiyan 3, but it is definitely much worse than Son Goku. But when Bulma was beaten, Vegeta went crazy and did something that even Son Goku couldn't do. Not only did he hit Beerus, but he also beat him up. Although the damage is not as bad as scraping, but that's because the gap in strength is too big, so it's understandable. Now that Vegeta can transform into Super Saiyan Blue, and has mastered teleport and sprint, what will happen? In the blink of an eye, Bulma really slapped Beerus in the face in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned except Frieza. Oh, Whis is still discussing the food preparation process with the chef. If Yamcha's pat on Beerus's shoulder was his peak moment, he would be called the god of tea. Then Bulma slapping Beerus was the pinnacle moment. The sweat on Vegeta's face disappeared, and he stared blankly at Bulma's actions, nervous to the extreme. Bulma, run! Vegeta didn't take action in the end. He just shouted loudly, asking his wife to run away quickly. Fusion. At this moment, 2 childish voices suddenly appeared in the crowd. With a burst of strong light, Gotenks wearing a small vest made a grand appearance. Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, does anyone have a picture of Super Saiyan Blue? The furious Trunks knew that even Uncle Son Goku couldn't beat the opponent, and he didn't know why his father refused to take action. Even if he went up, he would just be a failure. Therefore, Trunks thought of the fusion that his father and Uncle Son Goku often performed. So Trunks and Son Goten finally had their first fusion. In the original work, Gotenks should have appeared in the Majin Buu chapter, but unfortunately due to various reasons, there was no need for their fusion at all. At this moment Gotenks appeared, and after the fusion was completed, he instantly became the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Son Goten and Trunks trained in the Spirit Time Chamber for 10 years. Although they did not grow taller, their fighting power is far beyond that of the original. Advertisement, that is to say, each of them has not comprehended the power of the Super God, otherwise after the fusion, they would definitely be in the form of Super Red or even Super Blue. However, even so, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks is already quite strong. After all, it is the power of the fusion of 2 people, and the strength cannot be compared with that of an individual. For example, Son Goku and Vegeta cannot beat Broly and number 21 individually, but when they merge together they can crush them. Fusion is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, the specific increase will vary from person to person. But the fusion of Son Goten and Trunks is actually not much worse than the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, and the compatibility of the two is also very compatible. Bang! The showy Gotenks just raised his foot and rushed towards Beerus, but Beerus had already made his move. Beerus slapped Bulma with the back of his hand, causing Bulma to faint on the ground. Gotenks was furious. You're looking for death, Plan. Beerus feels like he didn't check the almanac before going out today. First he was slapped by number 21, then he was beaten up by Son Goku, and that Cell thing also hit him a few times. If that were all, it would be fine, but he is going to destroy the Earth anyway. Who would have thought that at this time, a woman with a combat power of less than 100 would actually slap him? Although he slapped it back quickly, he was knocked away by a little kid again. Wah! I will bite you to death if you dare to bully my mother. Ouch! Beerus's hand was actually bitten by Gotenks, causing him to howl in pain. Bang! How could Beerus really be beaten by a kid? Even if this kid has super fighting power, it is still not good enough. He was just careless just now and was ambushed by this little guy. What are you doing here, little kid? Why are you making trouble? He tripped Gotenks with one foot, then grabbed Gotenks' foot with one hand and cooked a bunch of stir-fried pork and bamboo shoots on Gotenks' little butt. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, bang bang bang, wow wow wow, it hurts, it hurts. Beerus looked at the already swollen little butt and threw Gotenks away. Gotenks crashed into a deck pillar, breaking it as he said, sorry. It all happened so fast that it was simply dizzying. Although everyone was shocked at the fighting power of Son Goten and Trunks' fusion, more people's attention was on Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta covered his head with one hand and whispered, "Bulma, my Bulma, how dare you hit my Bulma?" Duang Wang Duong, advertisement in Frieza's eyes, number 21 looks like a crazy nympho. Phew, rolling your eyes? Vegeta's hair was blonde, then red, and then blue. Vegeta once again tried his best to launch a 20-fold critical hit, and when Beerus was knocked away, he suddenly put his hands on his waist. Bang bang bang. The voice was low, like a wild beast that had been suppressed for a long time. As a huge wave hit the yacht, Vegeta knocked Beerus into the sky again. Frieza. Especially his eyes, which were rolling like Broly's. Frieza couldn't understand what was going on in this state. It's useless, you are no match for me, Vegeta was in a frenzy at the moment, and following his fighting instinct of taking advantage of someone's weakness, he started punching and kicking Beerus. Critical hit 20 times. When Gotenks was knocked away, Vegeta finally stood up. I watched a TV show called My Date with a Vampire, in which the main character went crazy and transformed because of love. This punch is much more powerful than Son Goku's attack. Move plus gallop. Moreover, at this moment, Beerus did not take Vegeta's fighting ability seriously. Vegeta, I'm going crazy for love, number 21 put his hands on his chest, his face full of envy. At this moment, Vegeta's hair has stabilized at blue, but his pupils are blood red and they flicker. A huge amount of energy rushed out of Vegeta's body, forming an energy ball with Vegeta as the center, which instantly wrapped Beerus in it. It's very similar to Broly when he's crazy, but also a little different. What kind of boxing is this? Beerus was first knocked away, and then was knocked into the sea by Vegeta. When Beerus stretched out his hand to slap Vegeta away, he found that Vegeta had already punched him in the stomach. Bang. Beerus glanced at Vegeta with disdain. He despised this man who had been a coward for so long. He thought he was not as good as Son Goku and that kid just now. How dare you offend me, Bulma, I want you dead. Beerus. Buzz, Chapter 193 Weakness. Broly bursts out in silence. As Vegeta continued to yell, the energy ball grew bigger and bigger. Piccolo's eyes widened. After the fusion with the gods, he was very smart and immediately understood Vegeta's plan. Oh no, Vegeta is going to die together with Beerus. Xian was terrified, and the old Supreme Kai sat down on the ground, muttering, it's over, it's all over, I haven't even put it into practice yet. Master Roshi's expression was more serious than ever before, as he had learned this from his new old friend. The one throwing a childish tantrum here is the highest god in the entire universe, the gods of destruction. Gods of destruction. Destroys without any reason or logic, just does whatever they want. Frieza shook his head in disdain. How strong did he think Vegeta could be? It turned out that he was only as strong as his purple gold form. Such strength was impossible for him to kill Beerus. What a pity. I missed the ball, but Beerus is still picking his teeth in disgust. However, this combination of move plus gallop is still quite practical, it's just not very stable. Frieza saw it clearly. Vegeta had attacked so many times, but there were only 220x critical hits in total, and the rest were between 5 to 10x. Looking at Son Goku, who couldn't tell left from right, Frieza felt that Vegeta's skill was better, at least it didn't have such serious side effects. Of course, being able to comprehend Ultra Instinct is also quite good. Thinking of this, Frieza looked at Dend again. It seemed that Mr. Popo never left the Temple of Heaven. Mr. Popo had never attended any party. That piece of charcoal is too mysterious. As a result, Frieza still doesn't dare to provoke the other party. Boom. The energy ball created by Vegeta finally exploded. In a moment, the weather on the Earth changed drastically, and huge waves of thousands of meters appeared. The yacht seemed so small in front of these huge waves. For the first time, Whis raised his head and looked at the center of the explosion. After tapping the scepter to stabilize the Earth, he smiled again and picked up a piece of sushi with chopsticks. Oh wow, it's delicious. Please make me a few more servings. After a long time, the strong light dissipated, revealing Vegeta's tired figure and Beerus with a playful look in his eyes. Just now, Beerus finally unlocked the 6th level and easily withstood Vegeta's ultimate move. Vegeta smiled bitterly, then let his body fall from the air. Piccolo's eyes flashed, and he suddenly appeared where Vegeta fell, holding Vegeta and landing on the deck. Dend, he's exhausted. Treat him quickly. Dend also knew that the situation was urgent, so he started treatment directly without even having time to put on sterile gloves. Fortunately, Dend's treatment is relatively advanced and does not require surgery or anything. Po li, bang. Dend was singing and healing Vegeta when Beerus suddenly fell on the deck. Advertisement. This scene completely stumped Frieza. Did Vegeta really cause a lot of damage to Beerus just now? Can an energy ball that pulls itself be so powerful? Hulu, everyone. Frieza also heard the purring and even saw the bubbles on Beerus's nose. What the hell? Fell asleep. Whis narrowed his eyes, then shook his head helplessly and had to walk towards Beerus. Oh, ho. That little Namek guy just sang a lullaby. Lord Beerus can't stand this kind of song, so he fell asleep. Everyone, Dwang, including Frieza, they all fell to the deck. This weakness, no one could have imagined this, because the time has not come. Gotenks still has not ended the fusion state. When he saw that his fathers were defeated and Beerus fell asleep again, he rushed towards Beerus without caring about anything. Whis saw it, but didn't stop it. Bang, Gotenks hit Beerus's head with his own, and then the two broke through the yacht and entered the ocean. Seeing this, number 21 waved his arm, and 7-colored light instantly appeared in the big hole on the deck. When the light dissipated, the yacht had returned to its original state. Seabed. Gotenks hits Beerus again, and Beerus wakes up from the pain. Upon closer look, it turned out to be this little brat again. Huh? Why was he pushed into the water and beaten by this little brat? What just happened? I can't figure it out. Plan. Ah, Gululu, Gululu. Gotenks was kicked into the air by Beerus and drank a lot of seawater along the way, which was so salty that it made him cry. You lack proper respect for the gods. If that's the case, then go to hell. Beerus was more angry than ever before. He no longer cared whether Whis was still there or not. He had already thrown the destructive energy in his hand towards the yacht. Advertisement. Old Supreme Kai is terrified. Lord Beerus, I'm still here. If Xian and I kill you, you won't be able to survive. So thrilling. Beerus immediately recognized the old Supreme Kai and his hands shook in fear, causing the destructive energy to fall even faster. Damn. When did you come out, you old man? Beerus was so angry that he quickly came under the destructive energy and reached out to take the destructive energy back. However, regardless of whether Beerus took back the energy or not, he angered someone. That's Broly. Broly likes his current life very much. He has a wife whom he loves and who loves her, and a son who has greater potential than him. The key point is that Broly has already discussed with number 18 and is preparing for a second child. Number 18 also agreed. In order to prepare for pregnancy, Broly hasn't practiced hard for 2 months. He just practices simply every day. He wants to stay in the best condition for his time alone with his partner at night. Beerus's appearance and his repeated attempts to destroy the earth have already made Broly furious. However, Xiao Luoluo hasn't come on stage yet, so it's not appropriate for him, the finale, to make a move right away. That's so embarrassing. Now that Son Goku, Vegeta, and Cell have all taken action, he has a reason to take action. As for everyone else, sorry, Broly said that there is no need to care at all, they should just watch the show with peace of mind. Hey, I don't care if you are the gods of destruction or the angry god, you want to destroy the earth. Do you have my permission? Broly slowly rose into the air, his tone calm but with a sense of oppression that could not be ignored. Because of Broly's intervention, Beerus had no time to continue dealing with the lecherous old man below. Beerus felt something unusual from Broly. As Broly slowly flew up, his hair slowly turned green and then grew longer. Then, red hair appeared on his body, and a thick and powerful tail appeared behind Broly. When Broly reached the same height as Beerus, his hair had turned green and the long green hair had grown to his thighs. The second stage of the fourth stage of the Super. While doing all this, Broly never shouted loudly, everything seemed so nonchalant. However, that wild aura is becoming stronger and stronger. Beerus was not scared, but he was very confused. You're a Saiyan too? What form is this? Broly looked at Beerus with cold eyes, and when he spoke again his voice became wild. That's nothing. I'm going to beat you to pieces today. A cold light flashed in Beerus's eyes, and he found that the aura of the person in front of him was expanding again, which was incredible. Oh, Beerus, I advise you to unlock a little more of your combat power, otherwise when he becomes the 5th level of the Transcendent, he will be beaten again. Chapter 194. The Reappearance of the White-Eyed God of War. Frieza. Have you forgotten that you are just a slave working for me? Bear. A huge wave of mysterious energy instantly erupted from Frieza's body. Beerus's words made Frieza instantly furious, and he was determined to transform into a black and gold form and teach Beerus a lesson. At this moment, Broly has also completed his transformation. Transformed to the 5th level, the green hair and fur all turned silver-gray, with only a layer of green airwaves sticking to the body, and more silver-white airwaves were unrestrained and unruly. Broly pointed an index finger at Beerus, and a cold voice came out of his mouth. Small-minded guy, are you ready to die? After a pause, he lowered his head and said to Frieza. King Frieza, please stop your wrath for a while. I, the 3rd Elder of Tianzi Pavilion, will teach this scum god a lesson for you. Frieza was stunned. This was the first time Broly called himself that. It seems that Broly is very confident in his progress this year. But Frieza knew that Broly was definitely no match for Beerus. Forget it, he is still very satisfied that his subordinate has this intention. Oh. Then use all your strength, he is stronger than you think. Broly still looked at Beerus with murderous eyes, but he said, watch your eyes, I'll let you make the first move. When Broly is in an emotional state, he talks a lot and is very mean. In such a short period of time, Beerus has been given several names. Beerus was furious, and his yellow triangular eyes were extremely ferocious. For the first time, someone dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Call out. Beerus took the first step and punched Broly hard with the force of wind and thunder. Plan. Broly also punched forward, and the moment their fists collided, a burst of violent energy erupted, making the entire sea seem to boil. Ha ha ha. Apart from being angry and throwing a tantrum, what else can you do? Is this all the strength you have? Ha 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 ha. Die, you scum. Broly suddenly exerted force, grabbed Beerus's fist and dragged him towards himself, then hit Beerus in the stomach with a knee. Wow, advertisement. Beerus opened his mouth in pain, but what greeted him was Broly's shiny forehead. Plan. Broly won't beat Beerus everywhere like Son Goku and Vegeta do. His fighting style is to hold on to him and attack violently. While Beerus was shaking his head in pain, Brawly released his hand and quickly grabbed Beerus's head again. There were no mountains here, so Brawly simply stopped pushing towards the sea. He used his arms to push Beerus's head down, raised his feet and lowered them, kneeing Beerus in the face one after another. Oh ha ha ha. So arrogant. Keep going. Aren't you the gods of destruction? Hit me, fight back. Dwang, dwang, dwang. On the yacht, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. There were bursts of swallowing sounds, and even number 21 opened his mouth wide. Although Brawly is still no match for her in combat transformation state at this moment, with this kind of fighting style. She actually felt like she didn't want to fight Brawly. Frieza watched with great interest. This kind of violent beating was really awesome. But this style of play is only suitable for Brawly. Others don't have a physique like him, so their moves can't be as domineering as his. Dwang, dwang, dwang. Whis didn't eat it this time because Beerus was beaten by Brawly for more than a minute. It's incredible. Beerus was also angry. This Brawly not only had abnormal combat ability, but also extremely abnormal strength. This brutal force was too great, and coupled with the previous headbutt, his head was still badly swollen. Beerus could only shield his face with his arms, using them to block Brawly's knees every time. Beerus is going crazy. The key point is that Brawly keeps taunting with words. Ah! Shut up! Boom! Beerus finally couldn't hold it back any longer, and unlocked the 8th level of combat power. He suddenly hit Brawly with a knee, and then quickly kicked Brawly again. Ouch! Brawly only has this one feeling, but it seems that feeling is hard to appear in him. Beerus, who has unlocked the 8th level of combat power, is too terrifying. It seems that every time it is unlocked, the combat power increases exponentially, much more each time than the last. After the 8th layer was unlocked, Frieza felt like Beerus had become a completely different person. Brawly. Advertisement. It's a bad situation. Beerus hated Brawly so much that he punched and kicked him without holding back, each time making Brawly's strong body dent. Brawly kept screaming in pain, and after only 30 seconds, blood started to spurt out of his mouth. Number 18 felt heartbroken, but she knew very well that it would be useless even if she went up. She knows Brawly's strength better than anyone else. Butsley shouted loudly. Dad! Seeing that Brawly had no power to fight back and had begun to spit out blood, number 18 begged Frieza heartbreakingly. Lord Frieza, please save Brawly, please save him, ah. Frieza frowned, then whispered, lie down and pretend to be dead, quick. Although number 18 didn't understand what was going on, he obediently lay down on the ground, closed his eyes and didn't move. Frieza gently placed his foot on No 18's head and yelled at Brawly, Brawly, if you don't go berserk I'll kill your wife, oh, oh. Laughed twice in a row, full of sarcasm, Brawly. Frieza, Frieza, ah, boom. Brawly's whole body suddenly shook, and an extremely arrogant aura rose into the sky, and the green air wave instantly replaced the silver-gray air wave. Countless purple electric currents wrapped around Brawly, and streaks of blood-red light flashed around Brawly's body. Brawly, he is in the state of rolling his eyes again. This time Brawly did not enter the so-called 7th level of Super Saiyan, but will take a new route. A purple V symbol appeared between Brawly's eyebrows, and a red rune appeared at the corner of his eye, extending all the way to his ear. Wild, domineering, murderous, coupled with Brawly's complete madness, it's simply terrifying. The corners of Frieza's mouth curled up slightly. He knew that Brawly would definitely be able to trigger the white eye mode as long as he was stimulated more strongly. Brawly in this state is not inferior to number 21 at all. In terms of strength alone, Brawly can definitely crush number 21, because Brawly is simply stronger than humans with the same combat power. Frieza looked down at number 18 and smiled, oh. Don't worry, number 18, your man is definitely a cheater. However, number 18 did not answer Frieza's words. The moment he opened his eyes widened, and then he flew away with a look of fear on his face. It's terrible. Run, Frieza was stunned, oh shit. Something is wrong. Chapter 195. Unlocking the 9th level of combat power. Frieza noticed something was wrong and moved away without looking back. Just as he left, an energy bomb hit the deck. After a loud bang, a large hole with a diameter of several dozen meters appeared on the deck of the yacht. The poor yacht almost fell apart. Luckily Whis managed to stabilize it in time. He didn't want so many delicious foods to be ruined. Then number 21 also helped to repair the yacht. She was very angry that her only best friend Bulma had encountered such a thing on her birthday. Honey, I'm fine. Stop attacking your own people. The moment number 18 flew away, he called out to Brawly, his voice pleading, hoping to wake Brawly up. Bootsley also shouted, Dad, Uncle Frieza asked Mom to pretend, you should defeat that stingy cat god. Brawly did enter the eye-rolling state, but he still didn't forget the person he cared about the most. After hearing the voices of number 18 and Butsley, he paused while preparing to rush down and shouted loudly. Ah, Buzz, plan. Brawly showed his ferocious nature and punched Beerus with the power to destroy the world. Beerus, who had unlocked 80% of his combat power at this moment, was not too excited about Brawly's attack. He simply defeated Brawly with a single punch and ended up in a tie. Brawly didn't care about that. The energy around him surged again and he punched Beerus in the stomach again. This punch seemed to transcend time and space, surprising Beerus. Bang! Wow, no matter how strong Beerus was, he was still hit by this punch and spit out a lot of saliva. At this time, Brawly attacked again. Beerus dodged and after gaining some distance, he started a fist-to-fist fight with Brawly. For a moment, the whole sky was filled with the sound of thunder. It was because the earth was protected by Frieza that it did not fall apart. What Frieza didn't know was that Whis was also using divine power to protect him, but the energy properties used by the two were different, so they didn't notice each other. However, the earth knows it. The smart earth is actually undergoing some changes due to the simultaneous appearance of the two energies. In general, the ability to withstand blows is getting stronger and stronger. Advertisement boom. A few minutes later, a heavy object fell into the ocean. Judging from the hair and body shape, it was definitely Brawly. Number 18 also jumped into the sea at the same time. She wanted to save her husband. Beerus clenched his fists on his waist, looked at the group of people below, and did not stop No 18's actions. For the first time, he gasped slightly. It seemed that Brawly had brought him a lot of pressure. Different from the original, Beerus no longer has the mood to cultivate opponents. He is very unhappy about being constantly challenged here, forcing him to unlock his combat power again and again. Not only did it make him lose face, but he was also a little shocked by the progress of this group of Saiyans. He originally thought that there would only be one character who could warm him up, but instead, one after another, characters appeared who made him feel pain. You don't have enough respect for the gods of destruction. Disappearance is your only fate. Whis will be the supreme Kai. Bang! Before Beerus could finish his words, a thunderous slap was heard, and Beerus slammed into the sea like a cannonball, causing a louder noise than when Brawly fell into the water. What a bird god. Even Cain is not as unreasonable as you. You ruined my bestie's birthday party. Don't you have any idea what's going on? Number 21 finally took action. She was already furious before Brawly was defeated. The moment Brawly fell into the water, she had already transformed into combat mode. Transform into combat mode again. Her fighting power has increased dramatically again, and her strength has surpassed that of Frieza when he defeated Champa. Number 21 is surrounded by purple airwaves, and a circle of 7 colored airwaves covers the periphery of the purple airwaves. He looks both fierce in combat and sacred. Whoosh, bang. Beerus quickly rushed out of the sea and came in front of number 21 in an instant, but there were 5 scratches on his face. What shocked Beerus even more was that because number 21 had divine power in his body, his fighting ability was one level higher than his, and for a moment he was unable to win. Because in the divine world, Angel can use his full strength. Number 21 disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he had kicked Beerus in the chest. At this point, Whis looked at Frieza and asked, "You gave her the power of God. Are you stronger or weaker now?" Frieza smiled. Beerus is so much stronger than Champa. This is only the 9th time he's unsealed, right? How many seals has he sealed? I never thought that number 21 has only been around for a little over a year, and he already has the fighting power of gods of destruction. It's incredible. Number 21 curled her lips. She had no interest in saying that the power of God was given to her by Frieza forcefully. Moreover, Beerus's words reminded her of the unbearable scene. Advertisement. This is all thanks to number 21. She is a girl and her nails are quite sharp. Boom. A purple light spread out, and number 21 was pushed away by the light, with disbelief flashing in her beautiful eyes. The 12 centimeters high heel, thin and pointed, went straight through the gap in Beerus's arm and into his chest, 3 inches deep. Oh my. You talk too much nonsense, just hit me if you want to. When dealing with Brawly, he actually only used 80% of his newly unlocked combat power, but at this moment Beerus had already used all his strength at this stage and still couldn't hold on. Even though Beerus had put his hands in front of his chest to block it, was the high heels just talk? It's you again, Whis. You should know that my goal is not limited to this. When can we go to the God Realm and let me taste Angel's power? So, Frieza wants to fight Angel. Ah, you're such a scoundrel. Beerus thought that number 21 had only relied on a sneak attack to cause him a loss, but he didn't expect that this girl could actually transform, and her fighting ability was so high. This is the first time that Lord Beerus has unlocked this seal. Before he unlocked this seal, he had already pinned Champa down and beat him. Plus, because Beerus ruined her best friend's birthday party, she was angrier than ever. On the yacht, Frieza squinted his eyes and watched Beerus's movements, trying to figure out how many times Beerus could be unblocked. Whis spoke at this time. Especially when he observed number 21 carefully, he discovered that number 21 had very pure divine power in his body, which was much stronger than the divine power in Son Goku and Vegeta before. Beerus's eyes widened, and he shouted as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. How can you have so much divine power without a divine position? Ah. This is unforgivable. Call out. Whis put his hand to his mouth and laughed. Oh ho ho, you underestimated Master Beerus. When you can defeat Beerus, then you can challenge Angel. Coupled with the power of the sky-high bomb, Beerus felt the excruciating pain time and time again. Oh. But facing the violent attack from number 21, Beerus didn't even have the chance to open his mouth and utter a complete sentence. Beerus felt an unprecedented pain. This method of using a single point to break the surface almost made him burst into curses. Frieza felt how strong Beerus was, and while he was surprised, he couldn't help but ask. Whis' eyes narrowed. He was also very surprised that Frieza actually knew about the God Realm. Chapter 196 Perfect Black Gold Frieza. After Frieza felt Beerus's fighting power surge, the gap between number 21 and Beerus suddenly widened. It's so hard to find a picture with the same frame. Not only Frieza felt this scene, but also Son Goku and Vegeta, who had mastered the power of God. Brawly had just been rescued by Dent, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Beerus. Brawly doesn't have the so-called divine power, but his strength is strong to a certain extent, although he doesn't have the power to create the world like Frieza. However, Brawly's supernatural power is also extraordinary. To have reached this point today, he has also broken the boundary between gods and humans. Not good. Number 21 is no match for this rubbish god. The gap is too big. Piccolo is the team's wise man and once served as a god on Earth. Although the divine power in his body is very thin, it is undeniable that it is also a kind of divine power. He analyzed the current situation very rationally, and at the same time his body began to move towards Supreme Kai Shin and Old Supreme Kai. Frieza saw this scene, and Whis naturally saw it too, but neither of them said anything. Given the disparity in strength, all conspiracies and tricks are nonsense. Whether it's Beerus or Whis, they both have the ability to control Piccolo instantly. Bang bang bang. The battle between Beerus and number 21 did not stop because of what happened on the yacht, but the situation of the battle once again underwent a shocking reversal. No 21's attacks could no longer hit Beerus, and Beerus returned to his calm and composed appearance again. Every move he made seemed so easy and comfortable, and he blocked all of No 21's attacks with a single wave of his hand. Suddenly Beerus rushed out, and his iron-hard fist landed on No 21's face, directly deforming No 21's face. Bang, bang, Frieza's heart beat violently twice. The injury to number 21 made him a little uneasy. Piccolo spoke again. Why don't we turn Majin Buu into a snack and let number 21 eat us, maybe she will become stronger again. Piccolo's proposal made Yamcha, Klin and others change their expressions drastically. Piccolo glanced at them and said disdainfully, forget about you, it's useless even if I eat you. Frieza stared at the battlefield with his eyes fixed. No 21's recovery ability was quite terrifying. Although he could not beat Beerus, he would not be defeated so quickly. Oh, it's useless. If he's eaten you once, eating you again won't have any effect. Although Frieza was talking to them, his line of sight did not change at all, and his aura was increasing rapidly. When Piccolo saw this scene, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His main purpose was to make Frieza take action. Moreover, he has already stood behind the two Supreme Kai. If there is any unusual movement, he will kill the Supreme Kai with lightning speed. Advertisement: he doesn't care about the Supreme Kai gods of destruction. If anyone dares to make Son Gohan lose the Earth he depends on for survival, he will do whatever it takes. Bear, Frieza transformed into a purple gold form. This time, Frieza wants to enter the black gold form from the peak of the purple gold form and fight Beerus in the most perfect state. Feeling the change in Frieza's aura, everyone stood a little further away. They knew that this was definitely not Frieza's limit. Just like Brawly, this is just a transformation form that Frieza has perfect control over. Bang! The corner of Frieza's eye twitched, and then a terrifying wave of air swept out, and his anger was rising step by step. It turns out that just now, Beerus stopped attacking number 21 with his fists and started slapping her instead. Number 21 covered his face, feeling so ashamed and angry. Oh my, I want to die with you, swish. Frieza finally couldn't help it, and came to number 21 in an instant, hooked No 21's tail with his tail, and pulled him to his side. Go down and watch me avenge you. Number 21 immediately retorted, I don't want it. Stubborn number 21. After number 21 finished speaking, he raised one hand and began to gather energy bombs, and his whole body began to emit a fiery red light. Frieza narrowed his eyes and said in a calm but unquestionable tone, get down. Number 21 paused when he saw this glance. He bit his lips tightly and flew downwards with extreme unwillingness. However, bang, number 21 bumped into Frieza's back again. Holding her chest in pain, number 21 cried out, let me go. Frieza's eye twitched and he reluctantly let go of his tail. Oh, Lord Beerus, you are so majestic. Advertisement. After Frieza came, Beerus also stopped attacking. Until Frieza spoke, Beerus was obviously stunned. Frieza, it seems that you are the boss of this group of people. I asked you to destroy the Saiyan planet. It seems that you are betraying me? Frieza smiled faintly and said, I, Frieza, am from the Frozen Demon Clan. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. When did I become yours? What did you call me just now? A slave, bear? At this moment, Frieza felt that he had reached the peak of the purple gold form and could enter the black gold in the most perfect form. Ha ha ha, Frieza, are you trying to make me laugh to death? How dare a mere white-skinned rat talk to me, the gods of destruction, like that? Beerus still didn't think Frieza could be that powerful. He knew Frieza too well. Maybe she has made great progress in the past 39 years, and may even be stronger than the woman with a long tail just now, but she is definitely not a match for Beerus. Really? Then let me show you how scared you are. Oh. Frieza began to gather his energy and roar madly, and the entire earth began to tremble because of Frieza's actions. Because of Whis' protection, the yacht is as stable as a rock, and the people on it can watch the battle between Frieza and Beerus without any worries. Bear, Buzz, oh, Beerus. I overpowered Champa when he was in his imperfect black and gold form. How much stronger are you than him? Beerus was furious, not to mention that Frieza was just working for him. Frieza actually beat up his brother Champa, which made Beerus very angry. He can look down on Champa, he can bully Champa, but no one else can. Whoosh, boom. Frieza hit Beerus in the stomach with his knee. While Beerus was in disbelief, Frieza supported Beerus's head with one finger, smiled evilly, and then hit Beerus on the temple with his wrist. Oh. The perfect black gold form is even more powerful than me using 3 levels of Kai Dianju. Frieza laughed wildly, but Beerus suddenly appeared behind him, and a cold voice came from behind Frieza. Really? In my opinion, it's nothing more than that? Chapter 197. Beaten too hard, exploded. Oh. What are you proud of? Frieza caught Beerus's punch from behind, and then activated the first level of Kai Dianju. Plan. Frieza spun his body and kicked Beerus away, then activated the second level of Kai Dianju again. Swish, bang. Frieza's speed is getting faster and faster. He uses teleportation, dodging and lightning to the extreme and catches Beerus off guard once again. Beerus was blasted into space by Frieza's punch after punch. Because he needs to concentrate all his energy on dealing with Beerus, Frieza has no way of distracting himself from using the Xuanwang Chi wave to protect the Earth, so he wants to fight Beerus in space. Although Beerus was knocked away again and again, his eyes were still very cold, and there was no trace of pain on his face. Sudden. Frieza shouted, the 5th level of Kai Dianju. Buzz. Boom. When Frieza punched Beerus in the back again, a change finally appeared on Beerus's face. Swish, Beerus turned around and then disappeared on the spot, staring at Frieza with a very unfriendly look. You are now stronger than Champa. In just a few decades, you have grown from a piece of trash to this level. I am really shocked. On the yacht, everyone was looking at the old Supreme Kai's crystal ball, which contained the battle scene between Frieza and Beerus. There were sounds of swallowing and gasping. Frieza's strength was beyond their imagination. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, communicating with their eyes, but in the end they shook their heads together. Vegeta is still unable to compete with Frieza now. Whis looked up at the sky, and he had a new understanding of Frieza's strength. Master Beerus, if you don't use your full strength, you'll probably be overwhelmed by Frieza. Whis was right. Beerus felt it too. Frieza exploded with energy once again, and the dark yellow energy waves around him expanded again. The 6th level of Kai Dianju was activated. Beerus looked at Frieza, who had already surpassed him by far, and was inexplicably shocked. I thought that was Frieza's full strength just now, but who knew that Frieza could become even stronger, and each time the increase was incredible. Beerus no longer hesitated and unlocked the 10th seal without hesitation. Purple light enveloped Beerus's body, and his originally yellow triangular eyes turned red. His strength increase was even more unreasonable than Frieza's. Advertisement. Frieza raised the corners of his mouth slightly and drank again. The 7th level of Kai Dianju. Open it for me. Boom. Frieza's momentum rose again. Although it was still not as high as Beerus's, he was not completely powerless. Oh, whoosh. Beerus and Frieza moved at the same time. Beerus punched Frieza with a purple wave of energy, and Frieza punched Beerus with a dark yellow wave of energy. Boom. Black and gold. Frieza v Beerus. Boom boom boom. The fists of Frieza and Beerus collided fiercely, and the spreading aura instantly caused the unprotected planet in the distance to explode. At this moment, thousands of planets disappeared. Beerus grinned and shouted, "Ah!" He pushed Frieza away forcefully, kicked Frieza in the chin, and then kicked Frieza in the chest with a side kick. Frieza was not going to let Beerus succeed so easily. When Beerus kicked him in the chin, Frieza immediately used Tai Chi and punched Beerus in the eye socket in front of Beerus's disbelieving eyes. Oink oink, bang bang bang. Plan. Frieza, who has activated the free Tai Chi, is no worse than Beerus, and the two of them start a battle of offense and defense. Unlike Broly's brute force approach, these two have taken the art of fighting to the extreme. When Beerus elbowed Frieza, Frieza blocked it with his knee, then moved behind Beerus and hit Beerus's neck hard. Beerus dodged Frieza's attack, and after turning over, he kicked Frieza 3 times, but unfortunately it was just Frieza's shadow. No matter whether it was Beerus or Frieza, the two of them had to fight with fists and feet, and neither of them allowed the other to attack unilaterally again. However, an occasional collision between the two brought disaster to the entire universe. Unlike the original, where Beerus was confident that he could control the development of the situation, at this moment Beerus had no other way to do that except to concentrate on fighting Frieza. Oh, what a joy, what a joy, it's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying fight. Ha ha ha, Frieza, you really impressed me. I never thought that my 7th universe could produce someone as talented as you. Frieza and Beerus both tried their best, but they were still unable to suppress each other. As time went by, they actually developed a mutual respect for each other. At this moment, a light bulb went off in Frieza's mind, and he instantly understood Vegeta's move, Gallop. This is incredible. When Pentium is performed in Frieza's hands, it is truly earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Plan. Advertisement. Critical hit X30. Beerus couldn't believe that Frieza could master Vegeta's shameless skills at the last minute. When they exchanged fists again, he was forced back in one go. At the same time, Beerus only felt his arm go numb, and the feeling of the electric current passing through made his reaction slow down by half a beat. Frieza took advantage of the situation and suddenly appeared in front of Beerus, kneeing Beerus in the stomach again before he could react. Wow, after Beerus cried out in pain just now, this time he spat out a mouthful of bitter water, which was actually mixed with some purple blood. Beerus was shocked. Everyone on Earth was also shocked. They were already shocked that Frieza could tie with Beerus, and the sudden change in the situation made them excited. Number 21 was attracted by Frieza's heroic appearance. Number 21 suddenly became shy, thinking of everything that happened before, and Frieza's dominance at the moment. Touching her tail, she suddenly thought Frieza was so handsome. For the first time, a gloomy change appeared on Whis' face. He was very unhappy that his disciple and master, whom he had personally taught, was at a disadvantage and was beaten to the point of spitting out blood. The blood of God. It needs to be commemorated with life. Frieza didn't care what Whis thought, he just bombarded Beerus again, and soon the two of them were near the sun. The sun is also the only star that still exists in this universe. Although the temperature of the sun is quite high, it is no big deal for Frieza and Beerus. Ah, unforgivable, open the last seal for me. Frieza was shocked, moved far away in an instant. He was shocked to find out that Beerus had sealed off another layer of his strength. Frieza hoped that Beerus was bluffing, but when the purple airwaves blocked out the sun, Frieza knew that Beerus was not lying. Beerus really has sealed a layer of power, Frieza shouted in his heart. Trouble. Everyone on Earth looked at the darkening sky, and each of them showed fear. Gods of destruction, Beerus, what kind of existence is it? Frieza looked at Beerus, who was walking towards him step by step, and his eyes became extremely determined. Damn it. Fight. Chapter 198 Perfect and Free Tai Chi. Beerus's unblocking this time is quite terrifying. It cannot be described simply by combat power. It can only be judged by feeling. After Frieza made some judgments and comparisons, the result he got was a little unacceptable to him. Even with his full firepower open, the gap between him and his opponent was so huge. Frieza, I have to admit that your progress has surprised me. You are the second person who can force me to unlock the last seal. Frieza was already very depressed, and when he heard that he was only the second person to allow Beerus to remove the final seal, his resentment grew even stronger. Oh, can you tell me who was the first person to let you remove the seal? Beerus continued to walk slowly towards Frieza from the direction of the sun. The pressure brought by each step made Frieza want to retreat to avoid the sharp edge, but he just stood firm in his place without moving an inch. Beerus did not disappoint Frieza, and a cold and indifferent voice came out of his mouth again. Amos. Frieza felt a little familiar with the name, so he tried hard to recall it. He is a Saiyan. His evolution path is different from the other Saiyans below. Maybe the one with silver-gray hair at the end is a bit similar to MOC. A figure instantly appeared in Frieza's head, the ancient Saiyan MOC, the first Super Saiyan. But that was a long time ago and has nothing to do with Frieza now. What Frieza needs to consider now is how to withstand the punch from Beerus. Oh, Beerus. How can Saiyan be compared with my clan of frozen demons, and even compared with me, the greatest genius in history? Come on, let me see how strong you are. You have already lifted the final seal, right? I have also used all my strength. In this battle today, I want you to know that I, Frieza, am the strongest. Ah. Frieza gathered his energy frantically, trying to break through his limit again and allow his Kai Tianju to enter the 8th level. However, it turns out that only Saiyan is able to have this privilege. Frieza didn't. Advertisement call out. Frieza launched an attack towards Beerus first, performing Tai Chi with all his strength, leaving everything to his body to decide on movement, dodging, lightning speed and galloping. Frieza had no other choice, only this way could he fight with Beerus at this moment. He was just taking advantage of Beerus's failure to perfectly master Ultra Instinct, and wanted to use this to delay the battle as long as possible. If he was defeated by Beerus too quickly, he would not be able to make any further progress. There was a gleam of admiration in Beerus's eyes, but his hands were moving quickly, and every punch and kick made the people watching on Earth dizzy. The gap in combat power and realm made Son Goku and others dizzy. Yamcha covered his eyes first, and a hint of bright red appeared there. Whis warned. Your realm is not high enough. Watching the battle rashly will only cause harm to you. Whis' words and Yamcha's situation made some people with low combat power dare not watch anymore. Those who can watch strongly must have combat power like Vegeta at least. After forcing himself to watch for 1 minute, Piccolo squatted on the ground holding his head and screaming in pain. Number 21 was watching with great interest. She saw clearly every punch, every kick, and every appearance of Frieza in an incredible place. Frieza's heroic figure appeared more and more in her mind, and everything was so attractive to her. Frieza had no idea what was happening on Earth. He had entered a state of complete selflessness, with every move being performed automatically by his body. Even though Beerus's punch had already entered his eyes, he forced himself not to care. It's all about body confidence. Boom. After resisting for a few minutes, Frieza was finally too far behind Beerus and was hit in the chest by a punch. The extremely powerful force blew Frieza's body away, and he disappeared from Beerus's sight in an instant. Beerus didn't care and soon appeared next to Frieza again, kicking him without hesitation. Frieza saw Beerus's kick and wanted to dodge, but he couldn't dodge at all. Beerus was too fast, so fast that he couldn't make any effective defense or dodge. Bang! Frieza, who was moving at high speed, was forced to stop by Beerus's kick. The huge speed difference made Frieza feel extremely uncomfortable. Advertisement, wow, Frieza couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Unlike the time when Beerus vomited blood, this time Frieza spurted out scarlet blood, and his body was severely damaged. And he was actually only hit twice by Beerus. This shows how terrifying Beerus is. So how powerful is Angel, who is even more powerful than him? Frieza secretly laughed at himself. He had just overestimated his own capabilities and wanted to go to the God's realm to provoke Angel. Do you really not know how to write the word death? Boom! Just as Frieza was making fun of himself, a huge planet exploded. It seemed that it could not withstand the aftermath of the battle between Frieza and Beerus. The scene of the star explosion appeared in front of Frieza's eyes, and a trace of confusion appeared in Frieza's eyes. At this moment, his body stood up automatically, and before Beerus could react, he punched him. Beerus looked at the fist mark on his chest, a little bit unbelievable, but then Frieza's fists fell like raindrops. Beerus wanted to dodge, but he was always a step slow. Fortunately, although Frieza was able to hit him, Frieza's strength still couldn't cause much damage to him. Boom! A burst of white light suddenly burst out from Frieza's eyes, so dazzling that Beerus even avoided it. A shocking scene happened to Beerus. He had just dodged away when Frieza appeared beside him. The corners of Frieza's mouth curled up slightly, he grabbed Beerus's tail, supported himself in the air with one hand, and kicked Beerus in the side of the face. What kind of skill is this? It doesn't look like a simple Ultra Instinct. Beerus tried to fight back, but every punch he made missed the target and couldn't hit Frieza at all, which left Beerus with a lot of strength but nowhere to use it. Frieza did not speak. He was immersed in the ocean of Tai Chi at this moment. Every move came from his heart, and not a single bit of energy was wasted. Swish! Frieza had a dark yellow energy bomb in his hand, which hit Beerus's head accurately. After a roar, Beerus retreated in embarrassment, gasping for breath. Chapter 199. 3 Ways of Creation. Kill you. Everyone on Earth was stunned. Frieza, who was about to be beaten to death by Beerus, actually turned the situation around in an instant. Especially after Frieza's eyes glowed white, his speed and attack angle had reached an impeccable level. At least, at this stage, Frieza has exerted all the strength he can. None of the skills, such as teleportation, flash, and lightning, are faster than Frieza's current speed. Frieza will not use those skills, as they will only slow down Frieza's speed. However, there is one skill that can be used, and that is Pentium. Whis looked at the ball on the scepter quietly, and then said in a somewhat unnatural tone, "This looks like the perfect state of Ultra Instinct, but it's not right. I feel like Frieza seems to be able to display another state." "Oh, Master Beerus, what's wrong with you? You are obviously stronger than me. Why did I beat you?" Frieza has now woken up from his confusion. Not only has he just comprehended 100% of the free Tai Chi, he also knows why he could never achieve perfection before. That's because he was too relaxed. His free Tai Chi is a fusion of Ultra Instinct and self-intention, and it is then integrated with the principles of Tai Chi. If he simply let his body fight on its own, he would be ignoring the principles of self-intention and Tai Chi. In that case, he might as well practice Ultra Instinct directly. But his attributes are contrary to those of Ultra Instinct, so he can only develop the free Tai Chi on his own. Now, Frieza knows the true meaning of Tai Chi, which is to do whatever he wants when fighting. Just like what Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of Tai Chi, said, "Have you forgotten? If you have, then beat up those 2 turtle bastards." Frieza thought to himself, "Hey, I forgot." Beerus was enraged by Frieza's words and took the lead in attacking for the first time. This time Beerus really attacked with all his strength without reservation. His attacks again and again made it a bit difficult for Frieza to move, and he was in danger several times. Although he has mastered 100% of the free Tai Chi, his strength has indeed soared to an incredible level, but there is still a big gap for Beerus, who is firing on all cylinders. Fortunately, Frieza is still able to fight with the help of his Tai Chi, but this situation cannot last too long. Once Frieza loses his strength, he will definitely lose. A few minutes later, the intense battle left Frieza a little exhausted. He took a deep breath, exchanged a punch with Beerus, and then retreated using the reaction force of the 2 punches. Frieza was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, which showed that he was indeed very tired. Advertisement Beerus looked much better, and his chest wasn't rising and falling as violently as Frieza's. However, the state Beerus was in at the moment was definitely something that no one else had ever put him in before. Not even Brawly had ever made him so difficult. At that time, MOC was completely defeated when he used his full strength. How could he be so difficult to deal with Frieza? "Oh, ahem, I'm about to use my ultimate move. If you can dodge it, then dodge it. Otherwise, I'm not sure if you will die on the spot." Frieza slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and after a while, his breathing became much more stable. Beerus's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't think Frieza was bragging, but he still didn't believe that he had to avoid his ultimate move. "Champa. Brother, just don't believe it." On Earth, Whis frowned even deeper. He recalled the battle between Frieza and Vados. That axe blade attack was quite sharp. He wanted to remind Beerus, but after opening his lips slightly, he gave up. Beerus was a very proud person, and asking him to stay out of the spotlight without any experience was a bit damaging to his self-esteem. Frieza did not shout loudly, but just gathered all his energy with all his strength. A giant energy axe composed of dark yellow energy waves slowly appeared in his right hand. This time, the giant axe condensed by Frieza was more solid, and it no longer looked as transparent as before. The cold light emitted from the axe blade alone had already distorted the universe he was in. When Beerus saw this scene, alarm bells rang in his heart. He knew that Frieza was not just bluffing. The energy attribute of this move was something he had never seen before. It might really endanger his life. At this moment, a 7-colored light appeared from far away, and in just a blink of an eye it had arrived at the area where Frieza and Beerus were fighting. When the 7-colored light faded away, Champa and Vados appeared in front of Beerus. As soon as Champa appeared, he yelled, "FK, Beerus, how did you PS off this lunatic? He's going to use the 3 styles of creation." Vados put a hand to his mouth and chuckled. "Oh, ho ho, Lord Beerus, you better be careful. Lord Champa was almost killed by this trick." Beerus was shocked. It turns out that what Frieza said before was true. Frieza did not stop because of the arrival of Vados and Champa. He clenched his teeth and a sound like thunder burst out from his mouth. The first move of Kai Shin, I will kill you. Advertisement call, buzz. Frieza swung the giant axe in his hand and chopped it down towards Beerus fiercely, with a force so powerful that Beerus had never seen before. Moreover, that kind of power to create the world gave him an unparalleled feeling. But who is he? He is the strongest among the gods of destruction. No one can make me, Beerus, dodge, and there is no move that I, Beerus, cannot take. Beerus screamed madly, and a large amount of thin lines of energy appeared on his hands. The purple energy wrapped around Beerus's hands, forming the shape of a pair of gloves. What a lousy axe, I'll smash you to pieces with one punch. The huge axe chopped down fiercely at Beerus. Beerus's hand glowed brightly, and he punched the axe blade fiercely with destructive energy. Boom, puff, Frieza and Beerus were both knocked back several steps by the recoil force. Frieza spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood before he stabilized his condition. Beerus's face turned blue and red, and finally he spat out a large mouthful of purple blood. After that, his spirit was obviously weakened. In order to withstand that move to kill you, Beerus really paid a heavy price. His blood-red eyes stared at Frieza fiercely. For the first time, he truly had the intention to kill Frieza. A mortal without any divine status has the power to kill gods. This is absolutely not allowed to exist. How can the gods of destruction be compared with ordinary gods? The second move of Kai Shin, kill him. Beerus was just thinking about how to kill Frieza, but Frieza's second move of Kai Shin had already been condensed. Beerus was horrified. What, how many moves does this one have? Chapter 200. The King Gets Fierce, third move, Beheading God. Oh. There are 3 moves in the Kai Shin. What we just saw was only the first move. Now this is the second move. The power of the second move is far stronger than the first. Champa was saved by Vados in the beginning. Oh wow. As Frieza spoke, his hands did not stop moving. A huge axe that was exactly the same as before appeared in Frieza's hand again. This time, Frieza held it with both hands. It's like an axe is too heavy. If you don't use both hands to hold it, you can't lift it at all. The first 2 of the 3 moves of Kai Shin did not have any specific chopping routes, just like the free Tai Chi, it was completely arbitrary. Therefore, before Frieza chopped out the second axe, Beerus had no idea how to defend himself. But Beerus was not worried. No matter what, the axe would eventually fall on him, so he just needed to prepare himself with all his strength. Beerus's low voice sounded, and all the purple energy waves in his body were completely absorbed into his body. This was what a god who had reached his level could do, and there was absolutely no waste at all. Beerus mobilized the destruction in his body with all his strength. Not only his hands, but even his arms were wrapped in destructive energy this time. His entire arms were obviously several times larger and looked a bit weird. How can a mortal be compared with a god? Today I will let you know how big the gap is between you and me. Beerus saw the veins bulging on Frieza's forehead, and he knew that was a sign of Frieza's full strength. Beerus decided not to simply defend, but to launch a counterattack. Purple destruction began to condense in front of Beerus, and then slowly turned into the image of a sledgehammer. Whatever you can do, I, Beerus, can do just as well, and I can only do it better than you, Frieza didn't care about him at all. When the energy reached its peak, the huge energy light axe savagely chopped down towards Beerus. This axe seemed to cut the universe in half, causing the space to crack wherever the axe blade passed, and bursts of crisp glass sounds were heard, which looked gorgeous and weird. Beerus also tried his best. After seeing the trajectory of the axe blade clearly, he condensed a huge hammer and hit the energy light axe hard. Ding! As a strong light flashed, both the 4 people at the scene and the people watching on Earth felt a sharp pain in their eyes, followed by a deafening sound that seemed to penetrate the entire universe. Phew! The wind that shouldn't have appeared in the universe appeared, making Vados's long skirt rustle. Snap! Vados raised his peach blossom eyes. The aftermath of the battle actually caused damage to the defensive barrier he had set up. Advertisement Champa was so frightened that his face turned pale. He didn't understand. He just came here to show off the Dongdong bird's eggs, so how could he be affected by such a big war? A few years ago, Frieza was a guy who only knew how to fight brute force, and every time after a fight he would roll his eyes and faint on the spot. It has only been a short time and it has already reached this point. Although he is reluctant to admit it, it is a fact that Beerus is the strongest among the gods of destruction and is almost as strong as the weakest angel. It is truly horrifying that Frieza was able to force Beerus into such a dangerous situation in just a few years. The third move of the art of creation, slay the god. The outcome of the fight between Beerus and Frieza is still unclear. The center of the battle is still in chaos, but Frieza's voice is heard again. A terrifying light appeared in Vados's eyes, because she knew very well what Beerus's situation was at the moment. Although he could not be said to be completely defeated, it was absolutely impossible for him to take on the last move of Kai Shin. Swish! Whis can no longer stay on Earth peacefully. Although Frieza is still concentrating on the third form, judging from his aura alone, he has already surpassed the second form by far. Not to mention the now wounded and exhausted Beerus, even Beerus in his prime would not be able to take it. The 8th level of Kai Shin, open it for me. Boom! When Frieza forcibly used the third move of Kai Shin to kill the god, the 8th level of Kai Shin, which had not been shaken for a long time, finally opened the door to him. Frieza was already struggling, so he shouted without hesitation and activated the 8th level of Kai Tianju. In just a moment, his strength once again skyrocketed to an incredible level. Now, even without using the 3 styles of creation, he could go head-to-head with Beerus without losing. As for Champa, Frieza said it can be held with one hand. Hey, Whis. What on earth did you do while I was sleeping? How could Frieza be so strong? This is unscientific. The corners of Whis' mouth twitched. Beerus had just come to him in a mess and was actually talking to him about science. Could it be that God can be explained by science? Beerus's brain must have been smashed by the acts of creation, right? Advertisement. Whis put the packed food in his hand into the scepter and looked at Vados. Vados saw through Whis' idea at a glance, which was that the two siblings should defend together, otherwise if Angel was alone, he might have to use all his strength to resist. But in this universe, they cannot exert their full strength, otherwise they will be suppressed by the rules and receive very severe punishment. What the specific punishment is, I am afraid that except for themselves and beings higher than them, even the gods of destruction do not know. The axe blade appears. Frieza used all his strength, and the third move of Kai Tianju, beheading God, seemed slow, but in fact it was extremely fast as he chopped down at Beerus's head. Beerus's blood-red eyes had long disappeared, and turned into yellow eyes filled with fear of death. Snap! The old Supreme Kai's crystal ball broke, and then exploded into powder with a bang. Tsunamis and tsunamis surged out of the earth, and the movement of the earth's crust was unprecedentedly violent. One continent after another sank into the seabed, and more continents rose into the sky. In the entire Milky Way, except for a few huge stars like the sun that can still hold on, that is, the Earth can still exist, the rest of the planets have all turned into dust. The scope of this destruction is still spreading outward, and I believe it won't be long before it affects the entire universe. By that time, the 7th universe will be in name only. Puff! After Frieza swung the axe, he fell down into the void of the universe, gasping for breath, and every time he exhaled, a large amount of blood was mixed in. It can be seen that the third move also causes great harm to him. Beerus tried to fight back, but was kicked away by Whis. I saw the scepters of Vados and Whis crossed and stacked together, and then a burst of 7-colored light emerged from their bodies. Angel siblings take action. The energy axe blade then chopped heavily on the scepters of the two men. Ding! Snap! Chapter 201 Alarm Bells. There was a teeth-grinding friction sound, and all the planets in the 7th universe, including the Earth, disappeared completely at this moment. Hongbu Shuadeng planet. That's right, that's fair. It's not completely absolute, at least in the 7th universe, there are still 3 orange glowing beads that have not been damaged. Naturally, it is the Super Dragon Ball in the mouths of Frieza and others, and the Wishing Ball in Angel's mouth. In addition, the Supreme Kai realm and the Gods of Destruction realm have not disappeared. Unless these two places are destroyed by brute force, the long-distance wave damage can be ignored under the protection of the power of rules. Dabu Blue planet. Damn, it's too early to be happy. In front of Frieza's eyes, a passage with bright light appeared. Although it was quickly repaired afterwards, Frieza could feel that the space here had become very thin. But Frieza didn't care about that. What he cared about was that he saw a familiar place in the passage just now. Own a great future space and time. Although Frieza was a little bit unbelieving, he was sure that he had just seen the funny guy he hadn't seen for a long time, the unrequited Saiyan, Big Tay. Who was he fighting with just now? The time was too short, Frieza only saw the other person's back, and for a moment he couldn't remember who that person was. Puff! Frieza heard a sound of gastric peristalsis, which can only be heard when passing gas, and he looked over curiously. Champa covered his mouth, Beerus covered his buttocks, and both of them looked at each other awkwardly. Frieza ignored the two brothers who were showing off whenever they met, and turned to look at the center of the 7-color light. Soon, 2 scepters appeared, followed by Whis and Vados. Although the two still looked calm, Frieza could feel that their hands were shaking slightly. Frieza grinned. This discovery was enough to make him inexplicably happy. Let me ask you, apart from Frieza, who else could force Angel to this point? Oh ho ho, everyone, do you still think that mortals are just playthings in your hands? Do you still think that the creatures in the underworld are garbage that you can easily destroy? Frieza just took the opportunity to swallow a senzu bean, and after recovering to his peak state in an instant, his expression suddenly became extremely cold. He still remembered vividly the teasing that Vados had brought upon him. Frieza may not care about what Beerus did to others before, but he still can't let go of the fact that he almost killed the loyal Brawly and then slapped number 21. For this purpose, he needs to become strong and let these high and mighty gods of destruction and angels know that mortals are not trash that can be easily destroyed in their eyes. Advertisement Champa and Beerus also noticed the indecency of the two, and then looked at each other awkwardly, and then stared at Frieza. However, they did not speak this time, because Frieza's strength had already earned their respect. A man who could kill gods with a mortal body was out of their control. How dare they show off in front of Frieza? Whis and Vados took back the scepters with the gap, and brushed their delicate palms over the scepters, making the gap disappear. Then they ignored each other and gave Frieza a smile that made people's whole body numb. Oh, ho ho ho, X2 exactly the same laugh, one is elegant and noble, the other is charming. When Frieza heard the other person's laughter, he couldn't help but laugh too. Oh, his smile is unique. So cheap, ouch, I thought someone broke the barrier of time and space again, it turned out to be Frieza and the others. Supreme Kai of Time, She suddenly emerged from the crack in the passage that Frieza had just seen. All of a sudden, the highest gods of the 7th universe and the 6th universe gathered here, as well as the only supreme Kai of time in the 7th universe. Unlike before on the elf planet, number 21 is not here, but there is a new culprit who caused this incident, Beerus. Brother Frieza, please smile again. Kai Shin hasn't heard such a familiar laugh in a long time. I have searched through several time and space, but I still think your smile in this time and space is the most stylish. Kane's words made Frieza's mouth twitch uncontrollably. This supreme Kai of time is still so out of tune. Even though he knows that she is the central figure who made fun of him last time, he still cannot feel hatred towards her. It's really a very strange phenomenon. Frieza can only attribute this to the innocence of Kane. Whis had no choice but to find a way to clean up the mess for his nominal master. Gods of destruction can indeed destroy things for no reason, but it doesn't mean that gods of destruction can clear the entire universe, right? Frieza secretly breathed a sigh of relief and soon realized that it must have been done by that annoying B************ D kid. It hurts so much, Frieza's pupils suddenly shrank, but then he sensed the aura of number 21 and the others in his mind. Number 21 is naturally there too. Let's use the wishing ball. Even if we turn back time, it seems that we can't go back to what happened too long ago, right? Everyone who was on the yacht at the time, all appeared in the Supreme Kai world. Advertisement. It's like, adults can't really hate children. Frieza disappeared with an instant transmission. Whis looked at the sleepy Beerus, and a vein appeared on his forehead for the first time. Kane's words made him react, and he immediately looked towards the direction of the earth. Oh, ho ho ho. This is your 7th universe's business, I won't make any statement. I did bring the wishing ball with me, but originally, Master Champa wanted to make a bet with Beerus. Now it seems that there is no point. Beerus now knew that he had made a big mistake. He wanted to sleep very much. He believed that after he had a good sleep, the universe would be able to recover to a large extent, right? Frieza's head tilted, his eyes flashed, and a picture appeared in his mind. Considering the kid did a good job this time, he decided to be gentler the next time he hits the opponent. Well, I'll sleep longer this time. This is closely related to what she did before. If it weren't for her forcing things to happen, Frieza wouldn't be so strong now. Sorry, what does Frieza have to do with it? This guy is the gods of destruction he chose himself. When encountering something, the first thing he thinks about is how to escape. When he appeared again, Frieza had already arrived in the Supreme Kai world, and the first thing he did was come between the old Supreme Kai and the Supreme Kai. As for Frieza, I think we may need to let the Grand Priest make the decision. Such a person is no longer suitable to stay in this universe. As for whether other planets still exist, swish. Vados looked at Frieza deeply and sighed slightly in his heart. As far as the eye can see, not to mention the earth, even the sun has disappeared. Supreme Kai is in the world. The only trouble is that the angel and gods of destruction in the 6th universe don't seem to be affected. Frieza listened to the unscrupulous conversation between the two and his alarm bells rang. He couldn't even deal with Angel, so how was he going to face the Grand Priest rashly? What was the difference between this and committing suicide? He has actually reached the point where he can kill the gods of destruction. If he continues to grow, Angel will be trampled under his feet. Whis and Vados looked at each other again, with a hint of helplessness in their eyes. This time the 7th universe was really in trouble. He controlled the two men with one in each hand. If Whis dared to make any move, he would kill the two men, let Beerus die, and let Whis fall into a coma. Kid. Thank you. Hey, how come there are no planets in this universe of time and space? What extraordinary things have you done? Frieza was stunned. Chapter 202: A New Turn of Events. Frieza's sudden appearance and subsequent actions left most people confused. Except for two people. The first one is naturally the old Supreme Kai, and the second one is Piccolo, who already knows the relationship between Supreme Kai and gods of destruction. Piccolo also quickly came to Frieza's side, but his target was not Supreme Kai, his target was Kid. In order to prevent Kid from bringing the Supreme Kai instant transmission, Piccolo deliberately separated Kid from the two Supreme Kais. Since Frieza is planning to do this, then the situation must have reached an extremely serious level. But looking at Frieza's appearance, apart from being a little weak, everything else is intact. Suddenly, Piccolo thought of senzu beans, which can quickly repair the body but cannot repair mental strength. I think Frieza must have relied on the senzu beans to restore his fighting power, which is why he can appear here. Frieza took a look at Piccolo's actions and showed admiration in his eyes. Although the green-skinned Sun family nanny's fighting ability is not that good, she is still very hardworking and is much stronger than the original. With his current combat power, and Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 4 combat power, if that superhero movie were to appear, he would definitely not be able to bring himself to end it well. And Frieza thinks that the movie version will probably not happen. After all, Cell has never really died. Soon, with the appearance of two colorful streams of light, Vados appeared in the Supreme Kai world with Champa. Whis appeared in the Supreme Kai world with Beerus, and the Supreme Kai Kane of Time appeared even faster than them. As soon as the five people appeared, they noticed the old Supreme Kai and Shin in front of Frieza. Beerus's face instantly became extremely ugly. Although he is the gods of destruction, in terms of divine duties, he and Supreme Kai are equal. The only difference is that he specializes in destruction while Supreme Kai specializes in fertility. The fighting power of gods of destruction is much stronger than that of Supreme Kai. But no matter what, the rules bind gods of destruction and Supreme Kai together, and in order to prevent gods of destruction from dying easily, the number of Supreme Kai is deliberately increased. As long as one person survives, gods of destruction will not die inexplicably. At this moment, there are only these two people left in the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. If Frieza really kills them unreasonably, the gods of destruction, will have to die on the spot. Number 21 looked at Whis and the others, then at Frieza, and quickly remembered the scene when Beerus took back the destructive energy. Without hesitation, he shot out 2 energy beams. Bang, bang, in full view of everyone, the 2 Supreme Kai instantly turned into 2 marshmallows. Easy to swallow and digest. When Frieza saw this, he quickly picked up 2 marshmallows in his hands, ready to put them in his mouth at any time. Whis shook his head slightly and said, I can turn back time. The longest time is 3 minutes. If you kill Supreme Kai, I can still revive them. Frieza narrowed his eyes, grinned, and said, oh ho ho. Advertisement. You can go back in time, but I can kill them again. How many times can you go back? Don't test my patience. You should know what I want. Whis frowned, with extreme dissatisfaction in his eyes. Frieza is the first person who dares to threaten him so far. Champa said at the right time, Mr. Frieza, don't be impulsive. We are old friends. There is no need to make things so out of control over such a small matter. Beerus opened his mouth, but in the end, no word came out. After thinking for a long time, he came to a conclusion that the one who caused this scene was none other than Beerus. But he didn't think he did anything wrong. If it's wrong for the gods of destruction to want to destroy a planet, then what kind of gods of destruction are they? This is the ideological gap between gods and mortals, and it cannot be changed overnight. Even though Beerus, was the defeated party, Vados, does this matter have to be reported to the Grand Priest? Is there no room for maneuver? Seeing that Frieza didn't answer, Champa started discussing with Vados again. Beerus was his brother, and he didn't want his brother to die. Vados shook his head slowly and replied respectfully, Master Champa, you should know how terrifying it is when someone like Frieza, who has a strength infinitely close to angels, appears in a universe. There is no way this matter will not be reported, and it cannot be concealed at all. Oh, in that case, let the gods of destruction be buried with me. I have lived a comfortable life on Earth, never killing anyone or setting fires, and I have even done a lot of work for him conscientiously. This D came out shouting for war and killing, and kept asking me to be his slave. Did I give him face? What the hell is this? What the hell is gods of destruction? He's just like a baby who knows nothing and always wants to destroy. Bah! Frieza's curse aroused the resonance of all the people who fled here. Broly was even more direct. He punched Kid in the chest, knocking him to the point of dying. You angels are also scum who are helping the evil. On the surface, you appear to be calm and composed, and act more gentlemanly than anyone else, but in fact, you treat ordinary people like ants and act like ants. You act so high and mighty all day long. Careless. 3 seconds later, Kid was kicked to pieces by Broly. Bang! It's so lively here. Kai Shin also frowned and thought about countermeasures. Advertisement, 3 seconds to think, or this guy will die first. Then don't blame him for being cruel. Whis, like Vados, slowly shook his head and said, Lord Beerus, this matter has been upgraded to the level of God's majesty. It is not that easy. Infinite arrogance. Arrogant. I am not afraid of anything. The way he eats is different from number 21 and Majin Buu. He can't digest anything and just eats it as food. After a long while, Kai Shin scratched her hair into a mess, looked up to the sky and sighed, I can't figure it out. Oh, Whis. Let's just leave it at that. I never really wanted to destroy the Earth. I just wanted to find someone who could fight me. Bang. Frieza's patience is almost exhausted. This angel is really stubborn. Oh ho ho ho. Beerus is indeed too overbearing. Just then, Beerus spoke, and what he said made Whis frown even more. At this moment, the space fluctuated and 4 people appeared in front of them. Whis' frown deepened. He pinched the marshmallow between his index finger and middle finger, exerted a little force, slowly raised his hand, and was about to eat the marshmallow that Supreme Kai Shin had turned into. There were constant voices of condemnation for a while, especially Bulma who was shouting the loudest. The Earth is gone anyway. No, this is the only planet left in the entire universe. It's meaningless. Frieza, I agree with your approach. At worst, we can just die together. Frieza was very satisfied. Now that it had come this far, he might as well go big. Frieza opened his mouth and sucked a ball of marshmallow into it. He smacked his lips with an expression that showed he was still unsatisfied. Although Frieza still has a Supreme Kai left, as long as the delay exceeds 3 minutes, the time reversal will not work, and the Supreme Kai who just died will not be able to be resurrected. Frieza's eyes widened, and Whis and the others were shocked. Frieza glanced at Kid and said silently, I told you to hit me gently, but I never said I can't kill you. Beerus added in his heart, I have found someone to fight with, and there is a large group of them. Damn it, there is one who can kill me. Chapter 203 Call you Shao Quanzi. Frieza was stunned by the 4 people who suddenly appeared in front of him, and he couldn't put the marshmallow into his mouth no matter how hard he tried. Gurgle, not only Frieza, Champa and Beerus also swallowed subconsciously, and beads of sweat appeared on Beerus's forehead. It's not that he wasn't scared enough, but that he was too scared to sweat more. Frieza ignored the middle-aged man with white hair, a hula hoop hanging behind his head and a big word written on his belt. As if he was afraid that people didn't know he was the Grand Priest. No one cared about the skinny guy with a toilet plunger on his head and a high-necked shirt covering his mouth. Frieza's eyes fell on a short man. The dwarf's face is horizontally oval, purple on both sides and blue in the middle, very much like a rugby ball. Two funny round eyes, no nose like Krillin, and a smiling mouth that is humming nonsense. The body is like a piece of tofu, and the limbs are like fire sticks. It looks as funny as it can be. But his clothes had two words, King, written on them, one above and one below, with a broken X in the middle. Frieza instinctively understood it to be the word Xeno. Xeno and the Xeno guards. That's right, this little kid is the top god in the world, possessing the skill to eliminate this unreasonable thing, that is, Lord Xeno. This is not what Frieza is most worried about. What worries Frieza the most is that this Xeno is even more unreasonable than Beerus. Whether in terms of appearance, figure or personality, this guy is completely a spoiled and unlucky child. His ideas are so wild and unrestrained that no one can figure out his thoughts unless they are someone with Son Goku's brain circuits. Son Goku. I'm not really stupid, Xeno. I'm not really stupid. Xeno felt unhappy when he saw that everyone was silent. Was his arrival so unwelcome? Whis, Vados, and Kane all knelt on one knee to greet Xeno and the Grand Priest. Beerus and Champa knelt on both knees, prostrated themselves on the ground, and shouted, "Greetings to Master Xeno, greetings to Master Grand Priest." Xeno ignored them and just looked at the cotton candy in Frieza's hand and said, "What is that? It's colorful. Is it edible?" Frieza was stunned immediately. "Are marshmallows delicious?" I licked my lips subconsciously. It seems okay. Note 21's skills are pretty good. Advertisement. Can you give it to me? Frieza's forehead was covered with sweat. Xeno wanted to eat it. Would he give it to him or not? After he finished eating, Beerus died and Whis fell asleep. Does that mean Xeno should take the blame? But what if Xeno sees Beerus hanging the ball and Whis falling asleep and becomes furious? Who will bear his wrath? Frieza subconsciously looked at Son Goku. How he wished that this idiot would not remain silent at this time. Boss, you are still the protagonist, so say something. Gurgle, Son Goku squeaked, but it came from his stomach. Gurgle, gurgle, as Son Goku's stomach protested, as if in a chain reaction, Vegeta and Broly's stomachs also started growling. Saiyan is particularly hungry after fighting. Seeing this situation, Frieza didn't care about anything else and reached out to give the marshmallow away. Oh wow, this is cotton candy, very sweet. The marshmallow just floated and floated until it landed in Xeno's hands. Grand Priest glanced at Frieza, and his eyes seemed to say, I can tell at a glance that it's not marshmallow. Thinking of how powerful Whis and Vados are, Frieza really doesn't have the courage to confront the Grand Priest at this moment. Oh wow, well, Xeno wanted it, not me. Can you figure out the situation before you glare at me? Whis and Vados both secretly wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Frieza was really bold to say that, and the key point was that he even dared to laugh out loud. Bullshit. Little stars appeared in Kane's eyes. This Frieza is so brave. Just as Xeno was about to stuff the marshmallow in his mouth, the Grand Priest said, Master Xeno, this marshmallow is not good for your teeth. 3 of your baby teeth are already broken, and you refuse to go to the dentist even though I asked you to several times. Xeno paused, threw the marshmallow to the ground, and then stomped on the marshmallow with his little feet like fire sticks. It's all because of you that I have worms growing on my teeth. I'll crush you. It's so boring. I thought something interesting would happen during this incognito visit. It's not fun at all. How about we just clean this place up? Advertisement. Frieza's forehead is covered with sweat. Broly is furious. Son Goku and Vegeta step up. Son Goku even scolded him in a childlike tone. Hey, whose doll are you? What's your name? Don't be like that cat like Beerus. It's so naughty. Frieza gives a thumbs up to Son Goku. This buddy has to be awesome. It was the first time that Xeno had seen someone dare to talk to him like that, and he immediately laughed. You are so funny. What's your name? Do you have any interesting programs? Son Goku was very kind to the kid and immediately said, My name is Son Goku. What's your name? Xeno. Son Goku seemed to suddenly realize something, and stretched out his hand as if to shake hands with Xeno, and continued. Nice to meet you. I'll call you Shao Quan. By the way, when it comes to fun things, my favorite things are eating and fighting. Beerus wanted to interrupt, but Grand Priest gave him a look and Beerus immediately fell to the ground and pretended to be dead. Eat, but I have several broken teeth, so I can't eat anything too sweet. Oh, you said fighting is fun, right? But what if I don't want to fight by myself? Xeno looks so innocent. He doesn't look like someone who plays connect the dots with planets at all. But then again, perhaps it is because of this kind of personality that he dares to treat the planets as toys. Frieza heard the conversation between Xeno and Son Goku and thought to himself that it seems the tournament of power is about to be held. The Grand Priest looked deeply at Son Goku, still with his hands behind his back, and turned around and bowed his head slightly to Xeno and spoke respectfully. Since Xeno doesn't want to fight by himself, he can go watch others fight. We can just hold a martial arts tournament and gather all the strongest people in the universe to participate. Let them fight to their heart's content right in front of you. Xeno's eyes lit up, and he stretched out 2 matchstick-like hands, clapped them vigorously and said, Okay, then it's decided. Grand Priest, when do you think the time should be? Grand Priest replied. Let's set it for 3 months later. We need to give the contestants some time to prepare. We also need to formulate the rules of the competition and the construction of the arena. Xeno was a little unhappy, but finally agreed. Xeno turned his head and looked at Frieza and said, Thank you for the marshmallows. It's a pity that your kindness is wasted. I give you the right to make requests to me, so just ask. Frieza was stunned. Is Zeno really so easy to talk to? Why had I been worrying for so long? However, when he saw that the previously arrogant five gods were now kneeling obediently, he felt a lot more relieved. Snort. Not everyone is like Son Goku, a fool who knows nothing and whose brains are full of muscles. Little Quanzi, Swish, Chapter 204 Obtaining Human Form. As soon as Frieza called out Xiao Quanzi, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly froze for a moment. Suddenly, I was glared at by Grand Priest and others. Frieza shuddered out of nowhere. What a waste of time it was for these people to look at him like that. Don't you know that scaring others can kill them? Xiao Quanzi. Hey, that's a good name. Go on, do you need any help from me? Frieza faced a group of murderous looks and said, Oh, ho ho ho. I want to have a transformation like number 21 that can switch combat states. This way, I can be like a normal human being. He really couldn't hold back his damn laughter. Frieza said this after careful consideration. He didn't dare to ask for the restoration of the universe. After much thought, he decided to get the same ability as number 21. He also didn't want the mentally handicapped Zeno to know that he had destroyed all the planets in the universe. Frieza's smirk once again shocked everyone who knew Zeno's identity. Beerus even secretly gave Frieza a thumbs up. Dude, you're awesome. Zeno was in a dilemma. He seemed to know how to clear everything in front of him. It seemed a bit troublesome to fulfill Frieza's request. Or, eliminate him first, and then arrange for him to be reborn as a human in the next life? No, even if it is cleared away, he won't be able to reincarnate. How could Frieza know that he almost became the target of elimination? Grand Priest, do you have any solution? I don't want to break my promise. It seems that eliminating him won't work. Even if he can be reincarnated, it seems that he is still short of a transformation. Frieza. I don't want to transform anymore. Okay, what's wrong with your brain? How can you even think of eliminating me? Grand Priest turned around and replied respectfully, Super Shenron can do it. Frieza curled his lips and said, You don't have to tell me this, I know it too. However, Frieza was planning to use the Super Shenron to restore the 7th universe. If he used it to make his wish, wouldn't the 7th universe not be able to be restored? Zeno clapped his hands and said happily, Great, then let Super Shenron fulfill Frieza's wish. Hey, Son Goku, Frieza, you must prepare well. I'm looking forward to seeing your performance in the All-Universe Martial Arts Tournament. Grand Priest looked at Frieza and thought that if Frieza's fighting ability was enough to participate in the martial arts tournament, the outcome would be no suspense. But in the end I didn't bring it up. Anyway, as long as Lord Zeno is happy, that's all that matters. Advertisement then, the Grand Priest waved his hand and teleported the 7 Super Dragon Balls to the Supreme Kai world. At the same time, a red light flashed in his eyes, and the entire 7th universe had actually recovered. At this time, Grand Priest said to Beerus, This is the first and last time. If the situation of destroying the entire universe appears again, I will ask Master Zeno to clear the entire universe. Then he looked at Frieza and said, Since Master Zeno has promised to give you the Super Dragon Ball, you can use it. After saying that, Grand Priest looked at everyone and said, That's it, once the rules are finalized, I will inform all the Supreme Kais in the universe. So, bye. Zeno waved his little hand and said to Frieza and Son Goku, Bye. Frieza forced a smile and waved, while Son Goku continued to be his heartless self and waved goodbye happily. Whis and Vados stood up only after Zeno left. As angels, they didn't have to kneel down. Who made them make the mistake? I feel guilty. You guys should take care of yourself. Grand Priest just said that Zeno plans to eliminate some junk universes. This so-called tournament must be an opportunity, and the losing universes should be eliminated. Whis said lightly, then left with Beerus. Vados and Champa also left. They need to go back to confirm the contestants. Only Supreme Kai did not leave. She still said heartlessly, Mr. Frieza, you made a wish to Super Shenron. Do you need my help? As long as you smile, I will help you. Frieza. Oh, no need to trouble you. I still know how to use the word of God. Although Frieza refused Kane's help, he still smiled. Oh my, Miss Kane, do you have any improper thoughts about Frieza? Frieza looked at everyone and said, If you want to survive, you should train hard in the next few months. If you lose the martial arts tournament held by Zeno, the 7th universe might really disappear. Oh ho ho ho. Oh, after changing back to human form, she still found Frieza's appearance hard to accept. It's you again, kid. I told you not to summon me again, get lost. Super Shenron didn't care about Frieza at all. It exploded on the spot, split into 7 Super Dragon Balls and disappeared into the universe. Frieza. Is this really okay? It feels a bit out of place. Advertisement number 21 rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, So handsome, so stylish. Are you really Frieza? Super Shenron hates Frieza extremely. Let me have the same transformation as number 21, and let me live as a human when not in combat. What a ridiculous wish you made. You are really just bored. Frieza flashed in front of the Super Dragon Ball and said in the word of God. Wow, Nichuheshilame. Okay, I want to send it. Kai Shin smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits, and after taking a look at number 21, he covered his mouth and went into the space-time crack. Shenron flapped his wings violently, and then his golden eyes flashed red, and Frieza instantly turned into a handsome man in a suit. After saying that, Super Shenron wanted to change back. Super Shenron stopped moving away, his eyes flashed red, and he quickly confirmed that what Frieza said was true. Kai Shin's face was filled with enjoyment and intoxication, and even her two little canine teeth were exposed. This time, Zeno asked you to fulfill my wish, are you sure you don't want to do it? For some reason, number 21 couldn't help but say this when she saw Kai Shin like this. She was also very curious afterwards. Super Shenron. I knew that this kid's wishes would always be so weird. Frieza felt his face getting a little hot, it was the first time he was praised like this. Forget it, this time it's Master Zeno's order. The good impression I had before has faded at this moment. However, the more I look at Frieza, the more something seems wrong. This image looks so familiar. Unsurprisingly, the scene of summoning Super Shenron appeared again, and Frieza was once again held in the mouth of Super Shenron. After a long time, Frieza was once again spit out by Super Shenron. However, Super Shenron is gone, and Frieza has no choice but to return to the Supreme Kai world. Thrilling, everyone looked at Frieza in front of them, all with shock. Number 21 herself didn't know why, after she entered the combat state, her aesthetic changed so much. Frieza was secretly angry, this Super Shenron was really a bully. Helpless, he could only patiently say, go ahead. Suddenly I feel that Super Shenron is not such a rip-off for him. Hey, stop right there, Chapter 205, Intervention in the Great Spacetime Encounter with Black Goku. Back on Earth, Frieza walked into the bathroom, looked at himself in the mirror, and was speechless for a long time. He actually turned into Rukawa Kaide, this Shenron is really making fun of him. This completely misses the essence of Frieza, at least, it should be a little closer to your own image, right? This way, when he laughs, it feels quite incongruous. With a thought, Frieza's body shape changed rapidly, and he once again turned into the black-skinned Frieza. Look left and right, this is what you like, oh. Sure enough, this look makes him look good when he smiles. Time flies, 10 days have passed, during these 10 days, every time 21 saw him, he would say, Frieza, you already have a human form, why don't you use it? You should stay in human form, it's so cool, the same is true today. Frieza didn't know what to say every time. Did he make a wish to Super Shenron, but found out that he liked his current appearance better? Super Shenron. The first wish is at least somewhat practical, but the second wish is stupid even you think it is? Swish, Frieza still ignored No 21's request. He disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he had arrived in the universe where he had fought Beerus last time. Because he suddenly remembered who was the figure he saw when he broke through the space-time barrier here last time. Strategy. To be precise, it should be Zamasu in the future who is looking for Super Dragon Ball to wish for immortality. In that time and space, there should also be Black Goku who exchanged bodies with Zamasu. In the original work, after Zamasu and Black Goku fused, he turned into a monster. After being defeated by Vegeta, he turned into a ghost face. Vegeta. It seemed that it was at that time that Zeno from the future time and space was introduced. Frieza thought about it and returned to Earth. This time he brought number 21 with him. Because Frieza feels that if number 21 eats Zamasu and Black Goku, his strength will surge again. Hey, Frieza, what are we doing here? There's nothing here. Advertisement number 21 can also survive in the universe, so he is not afraid of appearing in the universe at all. It's just that this place is empty and number 21 doesn't know what Frieza is up to. I'm telling you, I will never like you with this look on my face. Even if you get my body, you won't get my heart. Number 21 suddenly thought of something, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked at Frieza nervously. Unless, Frieza. What kind of train of thought are you using? Am I, Frieza, such a person? I only need to transform into a human form and there will be plenty of people chasing after me. Do I need to use force on you? Frieza was so d off by number 21 that his laughter simply disappeared. Number 21 continued to look at Frieza warily. Who knows? You think differently than normal people. Frieza. Me, forget it, Frieza doesn't want to explain. He shouted loudly. This time, Frieza transformed directly into a black and gold form, and then shouted again. The first move of Kaidianju. Kill you. Number 21 was shocked. It turns out that Frieza is not trying to get her, but to destroy her. Are you prepared to destroy it if you can't get it? I tell you, even if I die, I won't like you in this form. Frieza almost vomited blood. With a sudden swing of his arm, the giant axe chopped towards the place where the barrier of time and space was broken last time. Number 21 covered his face with his hands and screamed in fear. His voice was so shrill that it hurt Frieza's eardrums. Shut up, you. Frieza let out a low roar, and when he saw the space-time channel, he grabbed No 21's hand and went in without hesitation. Soon, the space-time channel disappeared, but Kane's lovely figure appeared in the same place. A-hole, damn Frieza, you're adding to my workload again. Then, Kane chased after the time and space where Frieza was. However, when Kane appeared, he saw Zamasu, who was full of evil, and Son Goku, who was dressed in black. Moreover, they both wore time and space rings on their hands. Kai doesn't know much about Son Goku, but she is very familiar with Zamasu, who has always been very quiet and elegant. Advertisement, but the Zamasu in front of him was too weird. The key point was that Zamasu was not from this universe, so how did he come to this universe? This is unscientific. Oh, Kane, I advise you not to come out. Any one of these two people can crush you to death, and they really want to crush you to death. In the original work, Zamasu killed many Supreme Kai, and also caused the death of gods of destruction and angels' hibernation. From this point of view, Zamasu is very smart. Cain was frightened by Frieza and quickly turned around and tried to get into the space-time rift. But someone was faster than her. A black figure flashed by, and one of Cain's arms was caught by Black Goku. Looking at Zamasu, who looks exactly like Son Goku, Frieza slapped his forehead. This Cain was still a step slow after all. But Black Goku's strength is obviously not that good. There's no reason why Cain can't win, right? It is said that this Black Goku has another characteristic, which is that he becomes stronger when he is beaten. It seems that he is the kind of person with masochistic tendencies. Black Goku grabbed the arm of the Supreme Kai of Time, and at the same time, the green-skinned Zamasu appeared beside Kai, with an astonishing wave of energy bursting out of his body, and he was about to perform a ruthless show of destroying the beauty. Cain wanted to use the power of time and space to break free, but because the other party was wearing a time and space ring, her power of time and space was greatly restricted. At the moment when her mind lost control, Cain actually forgot that she could use powers other than the power of time and space, which made Frieza speechless. Seeing Zamasu's airblade falling towards her, Cain was so scared that she screamed immediately. Ah, no. Frieza almost vomited blood. Why did this sound so familiar? Frieza didn't attack, but number 21 did. He first kicked Zamasu on the head, and then slapped Black Goku away. The heels fell on Zamasu's head and poked a hole in his head. The material of the high heels she is wearing now is completely different from before. These shoes are made by Dodoria using the hardest materials in the universe. Not only the heels, but even the front ends are made of knives. Oh ho ho ho. The damage is off the charts. Black Goku was a little better, but that slap also made his face swollen. The current number 21 is very powerful, much stronger than the Son Goku of this period in the original work. In No 21's eyes, Black Goku and Zamasu are just scumbags. Especially Zamasu, she directly kicked the opponent's head. I believe she is dead. Chapter 206. Cream Cake again. Zamasu quickly stood up again and moved his neck, which made a crackling sound. The hole in his head had actually recovered. When Kai Shin saw this scene, he immediately decided to flee and disappeared into the space-time rift. It's better to leave the mess here to those barbarians. Frieza knee, I missed you so I came to hear you laugh. Swish, ignoring the disloyal Cain, he looked at Zamasu. Frieza was not surprised that Zamasu was able to recover, because Zamasu was an immortal. Number 21 is not surprising. There are 3 people on the earth who can recover from such an injury, Fat Boo, Cell and herself. Who the hell are you? Zamasu's voice was full of anger. In the time and space he was familiar with, he didn't remember there was such a powerful person. Dato also got up from the ground at this moment, holding the unconscious Vegeta in one hand, and shouted in Frieza's direction. Mr. Frieza, is that you? Date was a little unsure, because Frieza's current appearance was very different from the last time they met, mainly because the skin color of the other person was wrong. Oh, what's wrong? You didn't recognize me so quickly? This laughter. Dat was extremely surprised. This was definitely the Frieza he knew. In his impression, Frieza is the one with the most strength. It seems that as long as he is there, all enemies are here to make people laugh. For example, number 17 and number 18, and even the later Cell, became the targets for practicing the crotch kick. So arrogant. Lord Frieza. The 2 people in front of you are actually the same person from different time and space. One of them has swapped bodies with Mr. Goku. The green-skinned one is called Zamasu, and he seems to be a Supreme Kai. His characteristic is that he is invincible. In fact, in the eyes of Dato, Zamasu is not strong, but his airblade is very troublesome. The key is that the opponent dares to fight with them for his life, which makes him and Vegeta very distressed. Black Goku is indeed very strong, but he is not completely invincible. It's just that after Zamasu's soul took control of his body, he actually developed the ability to become stronger after being beaten. It's simply unreasonable. Frieza glanced at Zamasu and Black Goku. To be honest, in his opinion, Zamasu was only at the level of Super Saiyan 3, and Black Goku hadn't transformed yet, so he couldn't make an accurate judgment. But even if Black Goku transforms into that pink, he is definitely not as strong as the muscular version of Golden Cell. Not to mention number 21, the weirdo who gets stronger just by eating. Advertisement as for fusion? Frieza expressed disdain. Super Saiyan Blue Sun Goku and Vegeta fusion are no match for him. The only slightly troublesome thing is that it turns into a ghost face, and that form covers the entire universe. But in the eyes of Frieza, who possesses the 3 styles of Kaiden-Ju, it is just a matter of one axe. Frieza didn't want to waste too much time here. The main purpose of his trip was to give number 21 a snack, so there was no time to waste here. He was also thinking about going to the Spirit Time House to strengthen himself. Except for the time he spent with Vados and Whis, he really had never devoted himself to practice. This time he decided to take some time to practice well. Black Gold form? This is definitely not the limit for Frieza. His goal is to kick Xeno like a ball, then break open this universe and see if he can return to reality. It seems that we can consider using human form at that time. Forget it, don't think too much about it, the most urgent thing is to deal with Zamasu and Black Goku. Oh, number 21, these 2 people are also quite special, eating them should help your growth. No 21's eyes lit up. He had promised Frieza that he would never turn anyone into snacks again unless he allowed it. Number 21, who has gotten rid of her evil thoughts, is not opposed to this. After all, her current strength is enough. The kind-hearted number 21 doesn't have a strong desire to compete. Oh my, is that okay? I won't hold back. As soon as number 21 finished speaking, he appeared in front of Black Goku in an instant. Black Goku was shocked when he heard the conversation between the two. He also knew that the woman in front of him, wearing lethal high heels and holding a bowling ball with both hands, was very strong, and he did not dare to underestimate her at all. When number 21 just opened his mouth, he had already transformed into Super Saiyan Pink. Pink's evil look is still very cool, however, he still underestimated the strength of number 21. When No 21's knee hit his stomach, he did not make any resistance, and the air blade in his hand showed no sign of being used at all. Advertisement: the gap is too big. Frieza shook his head. He had no interest in such a battle at all. Swish, the seven-colored energy beam landed accurately on Black Goku's head. With a bang, Black Goku turned into a chocolate cream cake in front of everyone. When Dad and Zamasu saw this scene, the hair on their bodies stood up. Zamasu didn't know that number 21 had such ability, and Dato was recalling the sensation caused when Majin Buu was first born. Hundreds of millions of humans were turned into candies and eaten. Except for him, Son Gohan, Vegeta and Son Goku, all the others were turned into cakes. That is a past I don't want to recall. At this moment, what number 21 did just happen to evoke Date's unbearable memories, which is why this horrifying situation happened. Woo, number 21 with the flaming red lips opened her mouth and bit off a big piece of the chocolate cream cake. Hey, Frieza, this guy isn't going to have much of an effect. Number 21 was puffing his lips in anger, making everyone break out in cold sweats. The corners of Frieza's mouth twitched, and after thinking for a moment, he said, physically speaking, he's still Son Goku's body, so you don't think there's anything special or weird about him. But the green-skinned one is different. Number 21 looked at Frieza curiously, and Frieza continued, that Zamasu made a wish to Shenron and gained immortality. If you eat him, you may also be able to gain this ability, and he has killed many Supreme Kai, so he has plenty of divine power. When Zamasu heard this, he ran away without thinking. It's true that he can't be killed, but what if he is eaten by someone? Even if you can be resurrected infinitely in the opponent's body, I think the result will be melted by stomach acid as soon as you are resurrected, right? Did he wish for immortality in order to experience the endless process of being melted by stomach acid? That's even more terrifying than being tortured in the 18 levels of hell. Zamasu wanted to run, and number 21 and Frieza had no intention of chasing him, but there was no way that Big Tro would let him go. This is the culprit that has turned the entire space and time into the purgatory it is today. How could Date let him escape so easily? It is true that he is invincible, but his power is there. Zamasu cannot be his opponent. Dato threw Vegeta away without hesitation, suddenly transformed into the third level of Super Saiyan, and rushed towards Zamasu. Chapter 207 Except Frieza looked at Daigo's Super Saiyan 3 and compared it briefly. It seemed that it was much stronger than Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3. If it weren't for his low level of cultivation, his pure combat power would actually be no worse than Super Red. In the original work, he was in the image of Super Saiyan 2 with a blue airwave. If he were to be equipped with a blue airwave again now, he would definitely be stronger than in the original work. Don't take the usual path, it's just that Son Goku and the others didn't come, so Tai Tung had no one to learn from, and it seemed that he would never be able to reach that state. Frieza originally wanted to help Dad again, but then he felt that this was not his time and space, so he didn't want to get involved. It was already a relief for him to be able to intervene once. At most, he could tell him that after using Dragon Ball to restore this time and space, he could find Whis to train them. Zamasu saw Trunks grabbing him and flying towards Frieza, and he immediately cried out, let go, let me go, I don't want to be eaten, I don't want it, please, Oh, Trunks, I haven't seen you for so long. You haven't made as much progress as I thought. You know, my little Trunks is not much weaker than you. Date chopped Zamasu's neck with a knife, who was crying non-stop, and temporarily shut him up. It is not difficult for Goku to defeat Zamasu. Even Black Goku is not completely powerless. After all, he was also affected by Frieza and had already reached the second level of Super Saiyan before he came back. And because of Frieza's reminder, he resurrected Vegeta, and when Majin Buu came out, he resurrected Son Goku, so his fighting power is much stronger than in the original. But facing the unkillable person, he was also very troubled. With the shortage of Senzu beans, both he and Vegeta were exhausted. Just now he was preparing to make a strategic retreat with Vegeta. At this moment, Frieza suddenly appeared, and soon after his appearance, he killed an enemy with unreasonable and brutal attitude. Dad simply loves Frieza. He wishes there was a Frieza like this in this time and space. For this reason, he once got bored and resurrected Frieza. What's the result? He personally sent her back to heaven. What a sin. The two Friezas have exactly the same laugh, but their personalities are completely different. Hearing Frieza's words at this moment, Date just felt that it would be great if Frieza in their time and space was also like this. With your guidance, Mr. Frieza, they are naturally making rapid progress. Unfortunately, the Frieza in our time and space, alas. The corners of Frieza's mouth twitched. Judging from Dat's tone, it seemed that Frieza had been resurrected here before? Could it be that the Frieza here didn't transform into Golden Frieza? Yes, the time spent in heaven was not enough, and Frieza in this time and space was not given enough time to practice. He wanted to say that, in fact, the Frieza in this time and space could also be influenced, but he opened his mouth but didn't say it in the end. Advertisement putting it this way, it always feels like he has been reformed? It's awkward. Who is this? Dad looked at number 21 who had a naive look on his face, and raised his own questions. Frieza didn't hide it and said directly, "This is also Dr. Gero's masterpiece, Android 21. It has Majin Buu's cells." Very shocked. No wonder this woman can turn people into snacks and eat them, it turns out she has Majin Buu's cells. Etc. Mr. Frieza, is there also a number 21 in our time and space? Dad's reaction was quick, but this time Frieza was not sure. "I'm not sure about that, but you can go look for it, friendly reminder, don't have any illusions." Oh, bang. Frieza's laughter had not yet completely died down, and number 21 saw that Zamasu was about to wake up, and turn him into a donut without hesitation. No matter whether it was the previous number 21 or the current number 21, her taste has not changed and she still likes sweets so much. Fortunately, she will not gain weight no matter how much she eats. "Mr. Frieza, please save my father, he was injured in the lungs by Black Goku's airblade. I'm worried that his life will be in danger." Seeing number 21 eating the donut in just a few bites, Dad couldn't resist the urge to ask him how it tasted. He remembered that Frieza seemed to have the ability to heal people, so he quickly asked for help. Frieza thought about it and felt that Big Tay still brought him a lot of joy, so he just helped out. "I suggest you use Shenron to revive Supreme Kai, and then find a way to find the gods of destruction and Angel Whis, and let them guide you, so that you can calmly face future enemies. By the way, the gods of destruction and Angel are both very strong, they can kill you with just one finger. Their weakness is food. You just need to prepare a lot of food." Bear. Frieza was stunned. I don't know if it was intentional, but as soon as Frieza finished speaking, number 21 suddenly exploded. Number 21 instantly transformed into a combat form, and energy rays shot out of his eyes, like a large number of rockets taking off. Bear. Except you. Number 21 thought to himself, why not just keep this form from now on, since there is no consumption anyway? You're overthinking it. This piece of garbage only increases my divine power a little bit, but it doesn't make me immortal. Besides, I'm already almost immortal. Advertisement, quick, spit it out, I'll take it back to Sha Lao Si. Except for the fact that I was choked a little, I'm much better than you in other aspects. Frieza's forehead was full of black lines, but the next sentence made Frieza immediately transform into black and gold. Isn't this a waste? Oh, let's go home first, I don't want anyone to see me vomiting. Oh wow. Holy shit, even if she devoured number 17 and the others, she didn't gain infinite energy. How strong is Mr. Frieza? It's unfathomable, that anger. The first move of Kai Tianju, I will kill you. Trunks felt Frieza's aura and was shocked. Frieza explodes with energy and a huge energy axe appears in his hand. Damn, I was so careless. Hey, why does Frieza seem so handsome now? Number 21 rolled her eyes. She hadn't even fully digested the other party, so how could she possibly gain that kind of ability? Friendly reminder, instant noodles are also a delicacy that will amaze them. Have you gained the immortality of that thing? Even Frieza was pushed away a little by this momentum. Looking at number 21 who seemed tireless, Frieza was wondering what would happen when No 21's eyes finally regained their calm. Frieza told me to eat, and now Frieza also told me to vomit. Swish, after all this time, this is the situation. Number 21 glared. P.S. Is Frieza about to have a happy moment? Frieza. This guy is so stubborn, I can't digest it completely. It's okay to just hook your tails, it seems quite romantic. Why is she so unlucky to meet such an unreliable guy? Chapter 208 Weak Frieza. The axe blade cut through the void, and Frieza hooked the tail that number 21 offered to him with his tail, and the two quickly disappeared into the crack of time and space. This scene was seen by Vegeta who had woken up long ago. Until this time, he finally believed that there was another time and space, and he believed that Frieza in another time and space was not an unforgivable person. Date already knew that his father had woken up, so he turned around and said, "Let's go dynamic, restore the earth and revive Supreme Kai, and then go find the gods of destruction and Angel together." After saying this, Dat's body suddenly froze. Vegeta didn't see his son's appearance, he just looked in the direction where Frieza disappeared. Although he didn't want to listen to his enemy Frieza, he finally nodded. "Trunks, I think Super Saiyan 3 isn't our limit, we should be able to transform again. If Frieza can do it, we can do it too." Vegeta's eyes flashed with an unyielding light, his pride would not allow him to stop. Tay. Okay, Dad, please train me with all your strength. Bay. Let's solve the mess on Earth first, then we can talk about other things, let's go. Lan. Okay, G. Let's go, K. Mom is dead, I know. S. The universe spaceship is gone. Bay. Percent and %, luckily I hid one. T. Private property. G. You'll understand after you get married. Tay. Oh, Bulma. Vegeta, you're done. Vegeta. I'm preparing for a rainy day. Frieza spacetime, Saito, the Frieza family. In the hall, number 21 suddenly opened his mouth and spit a ball of meat onto the ground. The meatball was about to return to the image of Zamasu in the blink of an eye, but Frieza stepped on it and instantly turned Zamasu into a pile of rotten meat. Sha Lao Si. Get in here. Boom boom boom, bang. Ding ling dang. Cell's heavy body really rolled to Frieza's side like a ball, crashing the door and smashing all the tables, chairs and benches on the way. Frieza. I've never seen you so obedient before. Oh. Clean this place up when you get back, or I'll bring my head back to you, now swallow this thing first. Advertisement Cell stood up straight instantly, with his tail stretched out from behind him. He looked around and found that there was nothing to devour. Oh. Don't look around. The thing you're about to devour is right under my feet. Number 21 just couldn't bear to eat it, so he left it for you. Number 21 rolled his eyes at Frieza, and his little appearance almost took away Frieza's soul. Frieza's feet moved away, and Cell looked over to see that it was actually a pile of rotten meat that was quickly changing into a human shape. So amazing. Cell swallowed it into his tail without hesitation. This time, Frieza didn't let Cell speak, he just kicked him. Ding, Cell shouted, Lord Frieza, I didn't choke this time. Frieza was embarrassed, but he said, it's your reward, oh, ho, ho. There were only 4 words coming from the direction where Cell disappeared. Thank you Lord for your grace. Number 21 glanced at Frieza, covered his red face with his hands and said, when are you going to let go of my tail? Frieza's eyes narrowed, and then he said arrogantly, no, that's it, don't even think about separating from me from now on. Also, you are not allowed to change back into human form, just stay in this form. Frieza finally understood that number 21 had feelings for him in this form, but she had no feelings for her own appearance in human form. But Frieza doesn't want to become like Rukawa, so he can only sacrifice number 21. No 21's face turned even redder, but there was joy in his eyes, and he said, you are so domineering. Frieza raised his eyes, curled up the corners of his mouth, and laughed. Oh, ho ho. Let me show you where I am even more domineering. Swish, the 2 of them disappeared right away, and the next moment they appeared in Frieza's private room. Snap, Frieza snapped his fingers, and the lights in the room suddenly turned into a warm red hue, and a large round bed appeared in the room. There was a projection screen hanging on the wall, and the picture was frozen on a scene that made number 21 blush. Don't do this, it's too fast, I am not ready yet. Number 21 looked extremely shy and even her speech started to become unsound. Frieza took the initiative at this moment, hooked number 21 with his tail, and held him in his arms. He grinned wickedly and said, you and I are just children of the underworld, there is no need to be so particular. Today I will be the overlord, oh ho ho ho. With only 10 days left before the All-Universe tournament began, Frieza and number 21 finally walked out of their room. Looking at the house that had become a ruin except for their room, Frieza said in a hoarse voice. You are a devil. Number 21 was full of energy. She rubbed her belly and said, it's you who won't stop until I get pregnant. Finally, Frieza escaped into the spirit time chamber. Advertisement Frieza demonstrated through his actions what it means to have a body truly hollowed out. Frieza seems to be sleeping in a broken dimension? When he appeared again, Frieza had already arrived at the Temple of Heaven. Frieza almost vomited blood. Whis nodded and said, it seems to be true, it seems that he has put a lot of effort into this tournament of power. After entering, the first thing Frieza did was sleep. Swish, Son Goku noticed something was wrong and said, that looks like the spirit time chamber. Could it be that Frieza has gone in to train as well? Puff, cough, cough, my own house seems to have been demolished. Swish, in the Temple of Heaven, number 21 looked at the door of the spirit time house with affection, touched her belly, with a gentle look on her face. Ahem. No need. Just when Frieza was sleeping in the spirit time chamber, Supreme Kai Shin and Gods of Destruction Beerus came to Earth, along with Kid and Whis of course. In the end, Whis found it with the scepter, she is hungry. Number 21 said distressedly, I'll take you there, or should I go with you? Number 21 lowered his eyes, pointed at his connected tails, and said shyly, you didn't let go of me. This sleep lasted for half a year. When I turned around, I saw number 21 with a shy face, and I was so scared that I trembled all over. Frieza disappeared right where he was. Xian remembered the notice from the Grand Priest and did not dare to delay, so he quickly said, the Grand Priest said that this tournament is officially named Tournament of Power. It's not that he didn't loosen up, he had no strength to hook the other person. Well, it was simply number 21 who hooked him. Next, I'm going to go to the spiritual time light room to recover my vitality. Number 21 showed up at Bulma's house. Beerus was so angry. Frieza said proudly, oh, ho-ho, K-ho, that's a must. They found Son Goku and saw number 21 who was eating a lot, but they couldn't find Frieza. I'm loose. Number 21 coughed violently, then smiled apologetically at Bulma and signaled them to just continue. Frieza surprise. Why are you here? Chapter 209 contestants confirmed. Sure enough, even though things have changed a lot, the final tournament for the entire universe is still called the Tournament of Power. Sheen continued, in 7 days, Lord Zeno wants to see what a tournament is like, so a tournament will be held with the Gods of Destruction as contestants. The Grand Priest has made an exception and allowed Frieza to participate as well. Hiss, a group of people gasped, only Son Goku cried out what a pity, there was no share for him. Beerus said bluntly, are you going to be cannon fodder? Son Goku yelled, we have been training very hard in the past 3 months. We have been training in the Spirit Time Chamber for 50 years. Beerus glanced at Son Goku and found that he seemed to have become much stronger, which was considered to be his approval. You have become stronger, but you still can't keep up with the battles between the Gods of Destruction. You should just concentrate on conserving your strength for the Tournament of Power. Let me tell you, there are a total of 8 universes participating in the Tournament of Power this time. Universes 1, 5, 8, and 12 do not need to participate. Whis. Actually, the 7th universe doesn't need to participate. With Frieza's request and the efforts of Dodoria and Cell, the average data is already the best in the entire universe. Unfortunately, the 6th universe does not meet the requirements, and Son Goku and others were named by Zeno, so there is no way to avoid it. Beerus continued, among the universes participating in the Tournament of Power, only one universe can remain, and that is the winning universe. So do you know what this means? Vegeta said coldly. We will win, Son Goku said with a serious look in his eyes. We won't lose. Cell cut it and said disdainfully, with King Frieza here, we can't lose. After swallowing the food in his mouth, number 21 said, if we lose, Frieza's child will be gone. He knows how to do it. Everyone was shocked. Frieza has a child? Who is it? Broly glanced at all the women present and finally fixed his eyes on number 21. You are the only unmarried person here. Are you pregnant with King Frieza's child? Number 21 rolled his eyes and said angrily, what else? Could it be your number 18? Broly looked at number 18, and was immediately stepped on the instep by number 18, causing him to grimace in pain. I don't know when this group of women started wearing high heels, but these men are suffering from it. Beerus almost exploded with anger. These people really had no fear at all. If you lose, you will be eliminated by Zeno, so why aren't you nervous at all? Advertisement Sheen added. This Tournament of Power will have 10 contestants from each universe competing. It's not a one-on-one match, it's an 80-person free-for-all, and the one who can stay in the ring at the end is the winner. Son Gohan understood immediately after hearing it. So, we have to select 10 people to participate. The old Supreme Kai said jokingly, how about if every 2 of you put on a pair of Patara earrings and combine them? Then all 10 contestants will be super warriors where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Everyone. Lao Lu, this is a very good suggestion. Vegeta said disdainfully. What a stupid idea. I am the prince of the Saiyan warrior race. I will defeat all the people from other universes with my own strength. Broly retorted. Every time I meet someone I can't beat, I fuse into Gogeta. Who is that? Vegeta. He folded his arms across his chest and turned his head away, refusing to argue with Broly. The key is, you can't win the fight. In the end, no one accepted the old Supreme Kai's method. Of course, the old Supreme Kai just mentioned it casually. He didn't intend to really do it. What if Zeno or Grand Priest got angry? The possibility of being eliminated before even participating in the competition is very high. So the next thing is to discuss who will participate in the competition. While the 6th universe was still racking its brains over how to select 10 contestants, the 7th universe was already playing rock paper scissors. The first choice for the contestant is definitely Frieza. After ranking them according to their strength, number 21, Broly, Cell, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan are the first choice without a doubt. However, there were disagreements among the next 3 people. Number 17, number 18, Piccolo, Fat Buu, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Bootsri, Son Goten, and Trunks all had very good fighting abilities. Even Tien Shinhan, who has the lowest combat power, has reached an astonishing 50 billion combat power after releasing Tianlong, far exceeding the 2nd level of Super Saiyan. Even though Krillin hasn't made much progress, with a combat power of 150 billion, he can still walk all over the universe. Although Fat Buu's combat power is only 400 billion, his tough body and ability to heal others make him very suitable for this kind of melee. The combat effectiveness of number 17, number 18 and Piccolo has exceeded 1 million. Number 17 and number 18 even have the bug of unlimited energy, so it seems that they have great advantages to participate in such a melee. Although Piccolo has always been the tragic figure in Son Gohan's explosion, his fighting ability is indeed slightly stronger than number 17 and the others. Butsley, Son Goten, and Trunks also reached the Super 3 level, but they were still young and because of the limited places, they were excluded by their mothers. The 3 of them were very distressed, but there was nothing they could do. So the original 9 choice 3 became 6 choice 3. In terms of strength, the first choices must be number 17, number 18, and Piccolo. However, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Fat Buu arrogantly demanded to decide by rock paper scissors. Considering the harmony of the earth, number 17 and the others agreed to the rock paper scissors request. In the first round, number 17 won the rock paper scissors game against Krillin, so number 17 became the 8th player of the 7th universe. Advertisement next, number 18 and Tien Shinhan played rock paper scissors. Number 18 played rock, and Tien Shinhan played paper. Bulma immediately announced that Tien Shinhan lost the election. Tien Shinhan was furious. Why, I obviously won. Bulma said, I clearly saw that number 18 won. Besides, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Everyone looked at Bulma and then at Tien Shinhan, and finally said in unison, number 18 has indeed won. Tien Shinhan. Why? Vegeta said calmly, she can tear your cloth to pieces with one punch. Tien Shinhan covered his heart which had been hit hard, staggered back, and looked as if he had lost all desire to live. Fortunately, Lan Chi and Yulin supported him in time and saved Tien Shinhan with their warm chests. Fat Buu looked at Piccolo and said, can your scissors cut my fist? Piccolo proudly looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and disdained to answer. Son Gohan said sinisterly, I can roll you into a ball, do you believe it? Fat Buu immediately gave up. Even though he was very durable, he didn't want to be beaten. Everyone considered that if Piccolo died on the battlefield, Son Gohan might still be able to explode. This effect alone is more important than Fat Buu. In fact, I can swallow them all into my stomach, and then spit them out after the battle begins. Then everyone can participate, right? Everyone. This seems like a good idea. Finally, after Whis' persuasion, everyone gave up the idea. Piccolo was also elected as the representative of the 7th universe. 7 days later, there are only 3 hours left before the battle between the gods of destruction, and Frieza still hasn't come out of the time chamber. Beerus was furious. When will that be asterisk 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 D Frieza come out? Whis, find that little b asterisk 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 D. Swish, oh, Beerus, do you want to be beaten again? Beerus trembled all over. Chapter 210 The Battle of Gods of Destruction begins. In the 7 full days, Frieza practiced hard in the spirit time chamber for 6.5 years, and the first half year was just sleeping. He is too tired. He had already received the message from Whis, which was why he came out of the spirit time chamber before the battle with gods of destruction. No one knows how strong Frieza is at this moment. Putting aside the 3 styles of creation, they only know that before Frieza entered the spirit time chamber, he already had the ability to fight Beerus with all his might. These 6 years or so were Frieza's first period of hard training after coming to the Dragon Ball world. It's no exaggeration to say that he was training hard for 3 days and resting for 2 days. Beerus felt uncomfortable when Frieza looked at him with such dangerous eyes. Originally, he was thinking that this time the battle between the ring-breaking gods would give Frieza a good show. However, when he really faced Frieza, he couldn't muster the desire to fight. It was because the 3 opening moves made him feel the fear of death. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Frieza, it's time for us to set off for the realm of God. Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest are waiting for us. When Frieza turned his head to look at Whis, the corner of his eye still made Beerus shudder. Seem. Frieza becomes even more bottomless. Beerus had a feeling that this time, the Ring Destroyer God battle might be crushed by Frieza alone. Oh, wait, Frieza was still smiling the previous second, but his expression changed instantly the next second, and he also came to number 21. Ever since Frieza asked number 21 to keep the tail, number 21 really never changed back. Frieza didn't care whether others were there or not, and naturally let his tail hook around No 21's tail. Looking at No 21's flat belly, I felt that there was a little life growing there, and I suddenly felt proud. The Frozen Demon clan finally evolved into the breast species. It's not easy. He, Frieza, is a great contributor to the Ice Demon clan. Wait for me at home. Take good care of our children. Number 21 also ignored Frieza's move of hooking her tail. She rolled her eyes at Frieza and said, with my physique, it's hard for anything to happen to me. I can get him into the dimensional space, and even if I expose myself, the child will be safe. Frieza was really shocked by number 21. There was actually such a cool move. You can't refuse to accept it. Oh wow. Fine, I'll go teach those bastards with eyes on the top of their heads how to behave. Number 21 corrected. They are not human. Advertisement. Beerus suddenly became angry and was about to lose his temper. Number 21's voice reappeared. They are the gods of destruction. Beerus. You said that, it seems to be alright? Sheen took Frieza and the others away, because only Supreme Kai could instantly transmit to the realm of God. Then, Frieza followed the Grand Priest and the others to the so-called realm of nothingness. The realm of nothingness is where the Tournament of Power is held. Apart from a large arena built by the Grand Priest and a light source planet created by the Grand Priest, everything around is gray, as if it is chaos that has not yet been separated. Tournament of Power, a circular super-large arena with a cylinder standing in the middle. According to the original work, the material used here is the hardest thunder steel in the 7th universe, which is an extremely hard material. In the original work, during the Majin Buu arc, the Supreme Kai was broken when it collided with the Thunderbolt steel. This shows that the Thunderbolt steel is indeed quite hard. However, Frieza knows that no matter how strong the ring is, once the battle starts, it will be shattered in minutes. At this time, Angel, Gods of Destruction, and Supreme Kai from the 12 universe have all arrived. On a small suspended viewing platform, Zeno is sitting there with an excited look, while 2 bamboo pole gods are standing beside him with expressionless faces. The Grand Priest appeared in the air, floating, and said to everyone, today we will have a battle between the gods of destruction. This will let Master Zeno know if you have practiced seriously. Frieza is the only non-gods of destruction player that Zeno and I specifically selected to attend the meeting. Next, please enter the ring. Swish. X13 There were 13 consecutive, swish, sounds, and 13 figures appeared on the huge stage. 12 universe gods of destruction. The first universe gods of destruction is like a black bear named Ivan. The second universe gods of destruction resembles an Indian woman named Shires. The third universe gods of destruction is a robot, actually hiding in a machine shell, named Moscow. The fourth universe gods of destruction looks like a big yellow hamster named Quintela. The fifth universe gods of destruction has a broom head with fish bones stuck on his face. His name is Iraq. The sixth universe gods of destruction is a fat cat who failed to lose weight, named Champa. The seventh universe gods of destruction is a poor cat with a body like ribs, named Beerus. The gods of destruction from the 8th universe looks a lot like Basil from the 9th universe, but he is more like a fox, and his name is Chill. The 9th universe gods of destruction has a big red beard of the dwarf race, and his name is Sidora. The 10th universe gods of destruction has an elephant head and a very conspicuous long trunk. His name is Ramsey. The 11th universe gods of destruction is a real clown named Vermut. The 12th universe gods of destruction looks like a mermaid, named Keen. Advertisement: the above 12 people are the gods of destruction of the entire universe. The last contestant is neither a god nor a human nor a ghost nor an angel. His gloomy and sharp eyes make people feel cold when looking into his eyes. Dark skin, slender body, and the thick, long and powerful tail curled into the shape of a heart. That is Frieza, the one who calls himself a devil and is from a clan of frozen devils. Frieza's current record is defeating Champa and defeating Beerus. If it weren't for Angel's intervention, it might not have been a defeat, but a massacre. Champa knew Frieza, Beerus knew Frieza too, but they didn't even mention a word to the other gods of destruction. No other. What a shame. Ahi. Is the battle about to begin? So happy. Grand Priest saw that Zeno was eager to watch the game, so he immediately said, "There is no time limit or rules for this game. The game starts now." Frieza was stunned. Does this mean that he can kill the gods of destruction without any scruples? Bang. While Frieza was still pondering the words of the Grand Priest, Ivan, the bear man from the gods of destruction of the first universe, had already attacked Frieza. In just a moment, Frieza was smashed into a deep pit. Ivan sneered. He had blind confidence in his own strength. He believed that a mortal would be doomed to die if he endured his full strength attack. What follows is a melee between the gods of destruction. Frieza was caught off guard. He was attacked before he had time to transform. He did feel some pain, mainly because Ivan's punch came with destructive power, which made him very uncomfortable. Ah, bear. Frieza was furious and roared continuously. Not only did he transform into the black and gold Frieza, but he also instantly activated the 9th level of the Kai Shin. That's right, it's the 9th level. This is what he realized in the spiritual time house this time. At this moment, Frieza's fighting power instantly skyrocketed. The ring made of thunder steel, under the bombardment of Frieza's airwave, instantly a large vacuum area appeared. Call out. Frieza rushed out of the pit and instantly appeared in front of Ivan who had just attacked him. Oh, plan, chapter 211 3 people eliminated. Oh, dwang, 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 as Frieza's filthy laughter appeared, there was a series of hitting sounds, which made all the gods of destruction pause their actions. They were surprised to find that Frieza actually grabbed one of Ivan's legs and madly smashed Ivan into the ground again and again. All that could be seen in the air were a series of afterimages and the sound of collisions that had become a line. Gurgle, the gods of destruction collectively swallowed their saliva. They finally realized the violence of Frieza. Beerus and Champa quietly left the crowd, came to the other side of the ring, and actually started a fake fight. Champa signaled with his eyes. Are we really not going to besiege Frieza? Beerus rolled his eyes and said, if you want to be beaten like that, go ahead. Champa. Let's fight more seriously, and be careful not to be discovered by the Grand Priest. Beerus. Don't blame me for being rude, eye contact complete. Plan. Duang Wang Duong, Beerus grabbed Champa's big thick legs and started to imitate Frieza's moves. For a moment, the entire ring was filled with sounds of hitting of different frequencies. Ivan's screams were almost inaudible, but Champa's screams were getting louder and louder. Ah, Beerus, let go, ah. Frieza saw a group of gods of destruction surrounding him, and he felt unhappy. He grabbed Ivan's thigh and swung it around, then rushed towards the surrounding gods of destruction like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The first to be affected is the robot Mosco, Clang. Ivan cried out in pain. Ah, the robot that Mosco was riding on exploded instantly, and a dwarf with horns flew out from it. It turns out that is Mosco's true identity, Mule. Oh, watch my tornado destroy the parking lot. Frieza laughed crazily while swinging Ivan around and continuously bombarded gods of destruction. Countless tornadoes appeared along the way and the entire arena was swept away by this move. Ha ha ha, okay, I'll come too. Champa, hold on while my tornado destroys the parking lot. Advertisement Beerus was not willing to be left behind, and regardless of whether Champa agreed or not, he grabbed Champa and swung him around and smashed him. Wow, what a great fight. Zeno enjoys watching the fun, but this is hard for Champa and Ivan who are being used as windmills. As Frieza and Beerus swung their weapons more and more white foam appeared in the tornado, making it impossible for the other gods of destruction to avoid it. Plan. At a certain moment, Beerus and Frieza met, and the foaming weapons in their hands collided with each other. For a moment, the entire arena began to shake, and countless cracks appeared on the arena. Beerus looked at the unconscious Champa and threw him out of the ring. Vados quickly caught his kitten and said with pity, "You are really stupid." Frieza looked at Ivan who had almost turned into mud, rubbed him into a ball with both hands, and then kicked him away. Ivan, Beerus looked regretful. He didn't do what Frieza did just now, so he missed a cool moment. Just 3 minutes into the game, Champa, Gods of Destruction from the 6th universe, was the first to be eliminated, followed closely by Ivan, Gods of Destruction from the 1st universe. These two Gods of Destruction left the stage regrettably before they could fully display their full strength. Next, the remaining 9 Gods of Destruction regarded Beerus and Frieza as their common enemy, because both of them are from the 7th universe. Beerus wanted to explain, but all he was greeted with was an extremely powerful iron fist and overwhelming energy bombs. For a moment, Beerus was besieged by 4 Gods of Destruction, while Frieza was attacked by 5 Gods of Destruction. Frieza was fine, as he became invincible when he activated the 9th level of Kai Shin. However, Beerus was in danger when facing the siege of 4 Gods of Destruction. Ah! Suddenly, Frieza roared, and appeared in front of the Clown Gods of Destruction Vermut with a teleportation. He burst out with all his strength, and with a 50-fold critical hit, he knocked Vermut away with one punch. Seeing this, The other 4 gods of destruction teamed up to release a destructive energy wave, blasting it straight towards Frieza. Vermut was knocked unconscious by Frieza's punch, and his body flew out of the arena uncontrollably. When Frieza faced 4 fused shockwaves, the pupils in his eyes suddenly changed. The sky blue pupils instantly turned into silver gray, and his hands made some incomprehensible gestures. Tai Chi. 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Frieza shouted softly, and a Tai Chi Bagua pattern appeared in front of him, but it did not block the shockwave. Instead, it changed the direction of the shockwave and blasted straight towards Vermut. Vermut is one of the gods of destruction after all. Although he is not the strongest, he is also at the middle level. If he is knocked out of the ring by Frieza's punch, he will lose face. For a moment, everyone looked at Frieza, who was like a god of war. 3 forces were formed on the stage. Idiot. Get out of the way, X4. Okay. X2 Makarita. Advertisement. Oh, Beerus wanted to fit in with their circle, but he was excluded, and everyone was wary of Beerus. Ha ha ha, Vermut, won't be defeated that easily. Gods of destruction. UB *************, D, prepare to die. Because Beerus is the strongest gods of destruction, they plan to join forces to force him out of the field first. Quitilla hit Beerus, but was caught by Beerus with one hand. First, focus your fire on getting rid of that traitor Beerus, and then we can deal with Frieza. He understood what these idiots were planning. No wonder the Grand Priest allowed this mortal to join the battle between the gods of destruction. He really has the power. Quitilla, Leashir, the 2 of you focus on holding Frieza back, the 6 of us will deal with Beerus first. Looking behind him, he saw that the arena was just a short distance away, and his heart beat violently twice. With Vermut's departure, the battlefield once again stopped for a moment, and the 8 united gods of destruction gathered together. Li Qiye smashed in front of the 6 gods of destruction, shocking them so much that they stopped in their tracks. Swish, all the gods of destruction nodded and agreed with it. Frieza is on one side, Beerus is on one side, and the 8 gods of destruction are on another side. Bang, bang, soon, the 8-man team battle plan was completed. The hamster gods of destruction and the fox gods of destruction separated from the main force and launched a death charge towards Frieza. Vermouth, FK. You guys can't afford to play around, sneak attack. Therefore, he took great pains and finally stopped himself. The 4 gods of destruction who emitted destructive energy waves shouted, and Vermut was about to ask what happened when he saw a thick energy wave approaching. Beerus was shocked. Beerus, why don't you throw that hamster out of the field? Vermut laughed wildly before he even turned around, and his tone was full of cowardice. The twin-tailed angel Makarita rubbed her brow and said with a headache, Alas, Lord Vermut, you were careless, dear. Quitilla everyone turned their attention to Beerus. Vermut's mouth twitched. Kiss your uncle, Beerus yelled. Wow, despicable villain. Chapter 212. A mortal fight against 8. Oh. Why, do you need my help? Frieza is very arrogant, but he does have the ability to be arrogant. In just a moment, before the other 6 gods of destruction could even fight Beerus, they had already knocked out 2 powerful gods of destruction. Quitilla, who was held in Beerus's hand, exerted force suddenly and tried to break free from Beerus's hand. Beerus thought that he and Quitilla had the worst relationship, so he put more strength into his hands, smashed him to the ground, and then stepped on him. Beerus ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Quitilla. Beerus was furious. Frieza, how long are you going to trick me? Frieza raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes were sharp and domineering, and he said indifferently. Oh, ho ho ho. That's it, keep it up, victory is just around the corner. Swish. Frieza appeared in the distance holding Quitilla's ears. A-hole, Beerus, I will never forgive you, plan. Seeing that Quitilla was still being so arrogant, Frieza immediately smashed him onto the ground made of thunderbolt steel. Even the hard thunderbolt steel was covered with flying stone chips, and a big pit appeared on the spot. Quitilla now also experienced the pain that Ivan had experienced before. But Quitilla was luckier than Ivan, because when Beerus didn't intervene, a total of 5 gods of destruction came to the rescue. Oh. The super spin begins, watch me hit a home run. Bang. X2 Quitilla and the elephant trunk Rumshi collided head-on, and both of them let out earth-shattering screams. No weapon is as invincible as the gods of destruction. Frieza has the momentum to sweep away thousands of enemies alone. For a moment, Frieza was like the overlord on the battlefield, with the momentum of a tiger. Blast him to pieces. The only female gods of destruction, Shirisi, took the initiative to propose it, and immediately gained the approval of the other gods of destruction. Soon, shock waves of destructive energy were ready. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Except for Beerus, the other 7 people released 7 different colored destructive energy shockwaves towards Frieza. Frieza's eyes narrowed, and then he retracted the hand that was waving Quitilla, and with the other hand he grabbed Quitilla's waist, and spun Quitilla around like Monkey King's stick. Advertisement Quitilla, who had just finished a horizontal rotation, was now spinning like a Hot Wheels. When he saw that the shockwave was about to fall on him, all the hairs on his body stood up. Are you guys going to blast me or him? Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, and for a moment the entire arena was shrouded in smoke. It's probably like this, oh, Bentang. Plan. Before the smoke had dispersed, Frieza's laughter could be heard, accompanied by a sound of striking that resounded through the heavens and the earth. However, despite such a powerful collision, no screams were heard from Quitilla, which cast a gloomy shadow over everyone's hearts. Could it be that Quitilla was killed? Frieza waved his hand and all the smoke and dust dissipated. When the smoke cleared, the remaining gods of destruction looked at Quitilla at Frieza's feet and collectively gasped. So miserable. Quitilla's limbs are gone, as are his iconic front teeth, and Frieza's big foot is still on Quitilla's chest, with such great force that you can see the foot has penetrated deep into his body. Swish! A huge axe emitting a mysterious yellow light suddenly appeared in Frieza's hand. Others might not recognize it, but the moment Beerus saw the axe, he subconsciously took several steps back. Gurgle. Swish! Beerus just made a swallowing sound when the axe in Frieza's hand had already scratched Quitilla's neck. Amidst the splattering of blood, the first gods of destruction died in this battle of gods of destruction. Hiss! This scene made all the gods of destruction gasp. Frieza's ruthlessness, cruelty and decisiveness made them very uncomfortable. They thought that this battle would be a catastrophe, but they never thought that the gods of destruction would die. At this moment, the Quitilla under Frieza's feet turned into star points and dissipated. Zeno seemed to understand. Oh, a face-saving dispute? After figuring this out, Frieza no longer hesitated and took advantage of the moment when the gods of destruction were stunned to launch the attack. Nothing happened, including Beerus. The energy waves on the gods of destruction began to rise steadily. No matter who they were, they no longer had the idea of holding back their strength. Beerus punched Frieza's shoulder hard. After a crackling sound, Frieza found that his shoulder bone was dislocated. Advertisement Beerus, who had fought with Frieza once and was the strongest among the gods of destruction, was the first to spot Frieza's weakness. Nima, at this moment, they no longer had any joking attitude towards the battle. Each of them was filled with grief and anger and wanted to fight with all their strength. The battle between Frieza and the gods of destruction is still going on. The ring has been destroyed beyond recognition. Even the hardest stone pillar for calculating time has been broken into several sections. It made us express our feelings in the wrong way. The other gods of destruction also thought so, and they felt a little scared. Guang. At this time, Beerus also joined in, and Beerus and the gods of destruction launched an attack on Frieza. Energy shock waves of various colors never stopped. Frieza had already activated the Tai Chi at this moment, and was doing his best to deal with the attacks from the gods of destruction. Since Quitilla was fine just now, it means that the other gods of destruction will not really die even if they are killed by him. Hey! What are you guys still wasting time on? Hurry up and kill him to avenge me. However, Frieza is not the gods of destruction, so he most likely will not receive that kind of treatment. Before he could even cry out in pain, the attacks from the other 7 gods of destruction followed. Frieza. Boom. Scary. At this moment, although he had never been hit directly by the gods of destruction due to his strong strength, the repeated head-on collisions were also consuming Frieza's physical strength. However, the gods of destruction, who had already mobilized all their fighting forces, were not as easy to deal with as before. Although Frieza was still able to suppress them, there were too many people on the other side, and he did not get the chance to deliver a fatal blow. Zeno said like a curious baby, "Ah hey, Frieza seems to have offended everyone. Everyone is beating him up." The corners of Frieza's mouth curled up slightly, but his eyes narrowed, and a dangerous aura emanated from Frieza. Half an hour later, Frieza was already starting to feel a little out of breath, and wasn't moving as fast as at the beginning. Even though they are not as good as Beerus, they are still gods of destruction after all. Even if their fighting power is weak, it is only limited. They can still seize the flaws created by Beerus. Frieza's eyes became even more fierce. Ah, damn garbage god. Looking at the energy circles created by the roars on the ring, Zeno fell into deep thought. In the audience stands, Quitilla stood there intact and yelled, which instantly made the atmosphere at the scene extremely weird. In Frieza's opinion, this might be what happens after the death of gods of destruction. Swish. Chapter 213. Crush with one's own strength. Frieza is furious. What a shameless bunch of people, 8 of them, the gods of destruction, actually united to attack him alone. Beerus, that traitor, he and Beerus are both from the 7th universe, but he also joined the attack on him. If Beerus wasn't so powerful and hadn't taken up too much of his energy, the other 7 gods of destruction would never have been able to hurt him so quickly. As long as Beerus is not holding him back, Frieza will never run out of breath so quickly, and he can easily deal with the attacks of the other 7 gods of destruction. As long as he finds a flaw, he can launch a counterattack if he operates properly. Fighting alone, with the help of the 9th level Kai Tianju, he could definitely defeat Beerus. However, this time Beerus had 7 helpers with him, so he was having a hard time. Even though gods of destruction look like ordinary people, their strength is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. Therefore, Frieza plans to show the new transformation he realized in the Spirit Time Chamber. Frieza originally planned to perform a new transformation when dealing with Angel, but if he didn't transform this time, he might be doomed. He didn't believe he could have the same privileges as Quitilla. At this moment, Frieza's arrogance surged again, and the dark yellow energy waves around him directly broke through the sky. Even in this world of nothingness, his might was still overwhelming. At this moment, Frieza's black gold has reached its peak. Just when he was about to break through the black gold form and enter a new form in one fell swoop, he felt that the Kai Tianju was actually loosening. Snap! A sound like glass breaking rang out in my mind, which was something I had never experienced before when I broke through the Kai Shin. Frieza gave up the transformation without a second thought and directly activated the 10th level of Kai Ju. A gust of wind appeared, even more violent than the one Frieza had just seen. The gust of wind that originally connected the sky and the earth grew from 100 feet in thickness to 1,000 feet in size in an instant. This is the final Kai Ju. The 10th level of Kai Ju is not just 11 times more powerful, but a full 20 times more powerful. Moreover, Frieza felt that although the Kai Ju could no longer make breakthroughs, it could still be improved. Just like the transformation, he could continue to become stronger during this stage. Ah! Frieza screamed madly, and wild airwaves hit everyone in the ring and the stands. Grand Priest's expression turned slightly gloomy, as if he was a little unhappy with Frieza's strength. All the gods of destruction saw Frieza expand to an incredible size, and while they were resisting the impact of the airwave, they exchanged glances with each other. Beerus. To fight or not to fight? Hires. Fight. What are you going to use? Your life or mine? Advertisement mule. The world outside is scary, I want to go back to the robot. Urok. Humph, there's nothing to be afraid of, you won't die anyway. Lizzie. You won't die, but it will be very painful. Sidora. What a coward, I'm going to kill you. Ramsey. Sidora, you are very brave, go ahead, I support you mentally. Keen. My skin feels very dry after not soaking in water for a long time, how about fighting again another day? The 8 gods of destruction have different opinions, some say to fight, some say to retreat. At this time Beerus glanced at the Grand Priest and continued to signal with his eyes. The Grand Priest is watching you, you don't want to be punished by the Grand Priest, do you? So chill. A look from Beerus made all the gods of destruction shudder. This time, none of them talked about running away, and each of them raised their strength to the peak again. Suddenly, on the tattered arena, dark yellow airwaves rushed up into the sky, and the purple energy of gods of destruction was also shining brightly. Oh, it seems like you guys have discussed it, then I won't be polite. Swish. Boom, 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 with 8 consecutive sounds, Frieza actually completed the attack on 8 gods of destruction in an instant. This is the impact of a huge gap in strength. Even Beerus couldn't react in time, or rather, his brain had already thought of the result, but his body couldn't keep up with his thinking. For a while, the sounds of bang, dwang and bang were heard continuously on the field. The first one who couldn't bear it was Keen, the gods of destruction who was only slightly stronger than Champa, and was knocked to the viewing stand by Frieza's punch. That's right, it didn't just blast him out of the ring, but it directly crashed into the viewing platform. Then in the next 3 minutes, except for the strongest Beerus and the second strongest Sidora who were still resisting stubbornly, the rest of the gods of destruction either fell out of the ring or were split in half by Frieza's random axe. The first move of Kai Ju, Cut You, has been used by Frieza very skillfully. It does not require any preparation at all and can be used at any time and anywhere. Oh, Big Beard, take my axe, swish, advertisement. Frieza laughed wildly and used the Kill You skill again. By the time Sidora wanted to dodge, it was too late. The axe hit Sidora and turned him into a ball of air, which scared Beerus. If he hadn't seen Sidora appear in the stands again, he would have suspected that Sidora was really dead this time. Frieza. You also take this move from me, destroy the Death Ray. While Frieza was sending Sidora away with an axe, Beerus gathered all the destructive energy in his body and used a destructive Death Ray that was powerful enough to destroy the entire universe. This was also a special move that he had never used since he developed it. Frieza narrowed his eyes, he felt a slight sting from the energy Beerus condensed, it was a very dangerous move. Really, after Beerus condensed this move, he first blasted himself into pieces before rushing towards Frieza. This is why Beerus doesn't use this move. This move will hurt yourself first and then hurt the enemy. If he didn't make sure that he could be resurrected on the viewing platform, he would rather be knocked out of the ring by Frieza than use it. Frieza looked at the purple and green shockwaves in front of him with disdain on his face. He suddenly raised his right hand and shouted, the second move of the Kai Ju. Kill him. Swish. The ultimate move that Beerus used at the cost of his life seemed to be extremely powerful, but it disappeared into thin air under this axe. This scene stunned everyone in the stands. This Frieza is simply too amazing. Okay, how could such a person be just an ordinary person? Are you kidding me? Vermont looked at Makarita beside him and asked, Makarita, are you sure you can handle Beerus's move so easily? In short, Vermont can't do it. Not only was he unable to do it, facing Beerus's move just now, he had no choice but to die a little later than Beerus. Makarita's eyes sparkled, and she tightened her grip on the scepter. Finally, she sighed and said, I can't be so nonchalant, dear. Vermont had no idea how strong Makarita was, but he couldn't take 3 of her attacks. Now that Makarita said this, it seemed as if she was saying that she was not as good as Frieza. How could this not shock Vermont? Frieza ignored the whispers in the stands and his eyes met the Grand Priest. It's not that he wants to confront the Grand Priest, but the Grand Priest suddenly appeared in front of him and he couldn't help but look. Grand Priest said in a cold tone, you used force. Grand Priest. Chapter 214 Bargaining with the Grand Priest. Force. This word can be used in many places. Frieza's favorite thing is to use force when interacting with number 21. Of course Frieza knew that Grand Priest wasn't talking about that kind of power. He was probably talking about the same power that Vados had talked about. He managed to fool him at that time, but when facing the Grand Priest, he knew it would not be that easy to fool him. He didn't know the history of the development of this world, so he could only say, this is a way of using power that I created myself. In principle, it destroys everything and returns everything in front of me to nothingness. In fact, it becomes clear air and turbid air, but Frieza doesn't know how to explain it, so he just says it becomes nothingness. The Grand Priest was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and a smile appeared on his face. He asked, "Are you willing to accept the priesthood given by Zeno?" Frieza felt that this Grand Priest had several faces, and the changes in his faces were really unexpected. He seemed ready to attack at any moment one moment, but became amiable and friendly the next. Of course, Frieza knew that if he dared to refuse, he would definitely be killed by the Grand Priest. As for whether he can fight against the Grand Priest, Frieza has no confidence at all now. No other reason, just don't understand. At this moment, he was confident that he could have a great battle with Angel, and if that didn't work, he could still make a breakthrough, right? But skip directly to the confrontation between Angel and Grand Priest. Hey, Frieza, is not that stupid Son Goku. In the Dragon Ball fanfiction, the white god Son Goku with red symbols on his head and body seems to be able to fight the Grand Priest. Frieza didn't know how powerful that kind of white god was, he just thought it was too fake. Frieza is confident that he is definitely not weaker than Bai Shen, but he doesn't dare to fight against Grand Priest with his current strength. What kind of priesthood? Do you want me to stay here for a long time? Frieza did not agree directly, but asked again, because he was still thinking about number 21. The taste of eating meat for the first time, although tiring, was unforgettable for him. To describe it as tasting the marrow and then you'll know the taste, that couldn't be more accurate. Frieza was able to stay in the Spirit Time Chamber for more than 6 years because of the pressure the battle with gods of destruction put on him. If you are about to beat up someone else's employees on their territory and you are not strong enough, it is no different from seeking death. Just to let Zeno watch the battle first. He would not be fooled by such lies to children. In Frieza's opinion, the real representative of power in the divine world is the Grand Priest. Just like the previous dragon god Salama, they did not absolutely obey Zeno. In their eyes, Zeno was just a child who was pushed out. Advertisement. It's just that the child has the ability to destroy the Grand Priest. Inspector of the entire universe. All the supreme Kai, gods of destruction, and angels of the universe were shocked. The authority of this position is quite great. There was a trace of inexplicable emotion in the eyes of everyone looking at Frieza, including jealousy, anger, envy, and fear. And many more. When Frieza heard this, it seemed like a pretty impressive position, regardless of what it was about. Just having the word, universe, as a prefix was pretty impressive. Frieza asked again, what is the specific position? Grand Priest smiled and replied, wander around the universe for fun. If any god disobeys you or you don't like him, just beat him up. Frieza laughed. Oh, isn't it a lot of free time? I like this position, I can accept it reluctantly, but I have 2 requests. Except for Zeno who fell asleep after watching the game, everyone was stunned. There are so many questions, but you still say you can only accept them reluctantly. Even at the end you still have to make demands. Do you really not know how to write the word death? Beerus secretly gave Frieza a thumbs up. Frieza is so G awesome. I must get along well with Frieza later. It seems that Frieza's wife is number 21. The woman who slapped him twice. Well, no wonder she is so arrogant. It turns out Frieza is even more arrogant than her. Grand Priest's expression gradually became less friendly, but it did not become gloomy. He just asked calmly, what is your request? Frieza said solemnly, first, I do not accept the power of God. Second, I hope to fight you. Of course, you can't kill me. The corners of Grand Priest's mouth twitched. Fighting with him was nothing. It was understandable that he couldn't be killed. But if you don't accept God's power, how can you be given the status of a god? Suddenly, Grand Priest thought of an incident that happened to Frieza. That incident was caused by Cain. So he said, when you are granted the status of a god, you will definitely be given the aura of a god. But that is not the so-called power of a god, that is just the aura brought by the status of a god. It cannot be controlled by anyone, not even Zeno and me. Frieza wanted to say, you are kidding me, but after seeing the Grand Priest's serious tone and expression, Frieza felt that what he said must be true. If it is really just the divine aura brought by the throne, then it is not unacceptable. Alright then. By the way, can I still participate in the Tournament of Power? Grand Priest was stunned when he heard this and almost swore. What strength do you have? Don't you have any idea? The strongest angel is on par with you, and you actually want to participate in the Tournament of Power? Are you going to punch the Nanshan nursing home and kick the Beihai kindergarten? I will control myself. Yeah, that's it, advertisement. The corners of Grand Priest's eyes began to twitch, and finally he actually pulled out his hand that had been behind his back for a long time. As you wish. Now complete your second request. Frieza was suddenly shocked. Is this going to be a fight with Grand Priest? I'm a little excited. Not only Frieza was excited, everyone was excited. That was Grand Priest. He was beating Nanshan with his fists. No, he was beating him with his feet. No, anyway, it was pretty powerful. As for you asking them how awesome Grand Priest is. Sorry, Goose Hen. Well, wait a minute. I'm taking some drugs. No, I'm eating some senzu beans to restore my strength. Frieza threw a senzu bean into his mouth openly, chewed it and swallowed it. In an instant, Frieza's aura, which had dropped a little, rose again. Grand Priest slowly raised his foot, trying to take a step forward. Hey, just stand there and don't move. I still need to transform, otherwise if you knock me down with one move, it won't count. Everyone. What the hell is this weird thing? Why are there so many things going on? Ah, 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 cough cough cough. Well, give me a glass of water. My throat is a little itchy. I've been yelling too much today. Plop. The viewing platform collapsed to the ground, and even the Xenoguards who had been standing straight like pine trees for thousands of years began to tremble. Grand Priest couldn't bear it anymore, so he waved his hand and a waterfall fell from the sky, soaking Frieza like a drowned chicken. Gurgle gurgle, Frieza drank the water in big gulps. He thought he had had enough, but the water above his head kept falling. Frieza just asked for a few glasses of water. Did Grand Priest want to drown him so he could become a father? Ah, gurgle, ahem, enough, enough, enough. Grand Priest glared and the waterfall disappeared immediately. Frieza slowed down, spit out the water that was rising in his throat, and then began his transformation journey. Chapter 215 Titanium Alloy Dragon Shape, ah. Very smooth, Frieza's energy is also expanding rapidly. Unfortunately, in this world of nothingness, there is no reference object to highlight the movement made when Frieza transforms. Oh, not really, because the ring made of thunder steel turned into powder. Grand Priest glanced at him and thought, I still can't be lazy, I'll just use the thunderbolt steel next time. Hongbi Yu Shui. Besides, the king is here. It's useless for you to make all the noise you make. You will be blown to pieces. I, Hongbi Yu Shui, have a higher surname than you. Grand Priest. My last name isn't Da. Ah. The dark yellow airwaves expanded more and more, and Frieza's eyes turned scarlet again, and they were still emitting red light, looking like two red lanterns. Barbs began to appear on Frieza's body, not only on his arms, but also on his forehead, where a flame-shaped barb appeared. Then, for the first time, metallic hair grew on his forehead. Metallic silver, very gorgeous, his entire body began to emit a metallic aura that was even colder than black gold. Finally, when two metal whiskers appeared at the corners of Frieza's mouth, Frieza's transformation was finally complete. The inverted triangle ruby-shaped muscles in the abdomen, combined with the red light in the eyes, make her look so enchanting. His whole body is covered with alloy-like muscles, and even his tail has become more powerful. This image alone is enough to scare a group of people to death. Forgot the illustration. Oh, sorry to have kept you waiting, Your Excellency Grand Priest. This is the latest transformation I researched. According to its texture, it should be called the titanium alloy form, but I prefer to call it the titanium dragon form. Grand Priest said calmly. Sylvester Stallone? Frieza was furious. It's not a dead titanium dragon, it's a titanium dragon. Oh, can we fight now? Frieza chuckled and said, can you spare me both my hands and feet? No matter how good-tempered Grand Priest is, he was driven mad by Frieza. He immediately shouted. You are asking for death. Buzz. Plan. Squeeze. Squeeze. The sound of Dwang was caused by the fists of Frieza and Grand Priest, and the sound of bang 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 was caused by the explosion in the viewing stand. Except for the rest area where Xeno was, all the buildings were turned into powder by Frieza and Grand Priest's punch. Advertisement gurgle. There was a series of swallowing sounds, and everyone, including the Grand Priest, was surprised that Frieza was able to block the punch. Frieza felt the Grand Priest's fist and found it to be only slightly stronger than his own. This discovery made Frieza overjoyed. Plan. Before Frieza had time to be happy, he was kicked away by the Grand Priest. Then, Grand Priest started punching and kicking Frieza. Frieza was hit on the left and then on the right, and he became a ball for Grand Priest to vent his anger. Frieza silently endured the massage and abuse from the Grand Priest while constantly throwing senzu beans into his mouth. Frieza. Damn it, you said you wouldn't kill me. If I don't have senzu beans, I'll be dead for the 100th time. Plan. 10 minutes later, just as Frieza swallowed the last senzu bean, the Grand Priest seemed to have calmed down, the red light in his eyes disappeared, and he became amiable again. A sentence appeared in Frieza's mind, pretentious white-haired guy. Angel, gods of destruction, and Supreme Kai, who huddled together for warmth, looked at Frieza who was still standing proudly, and all of them felt deep admiration in their hearts. This guy is really tough, Frieza. You guys know nothing. I'm only relying on senzu beans to survive. But, the beating Frieza received was not completely without effect. At least during this period of time, he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the free Tai Chi and the final fusion skill of the Kai Tianju. The ultimate secret of free Tai Chi is, the harder you are hit, the more your combat effectiveness increases. Just like Black Goku's Rose, she has a masochistic system. The final fusion skill of Kai Tianju is to completely fuse the 1st to 10th levels into a brand new skill, which Frieza named, Mania. Of course I'm just kidding. There's no way Frieza would use a name like that. The name he chooses must be awesome. Therefore, the final fusion skill is called, Frenzy. Readers. Regardless of the name, when Frieza goes berserk, his combat power can instantly soar 100 times. Oh, white-haired guy, no, Grand Priest, have you had enough? If you have, it's my turn. Going crazy. Buzz. Frieza's muscles suddenly grew several times larger, and then he punched the Grand Priest hard. Grand Priest originally thought that Frieza would retreat after knowing the gap between the two sides, but who knew that Frieza would break through his limits once again, and his fighting power soared to a level that even he dared not underestimate. Plan. After the punch, the Grand Priest shouted at the Xeno guards, take Master Xeno away. Advertisement. Then Grand Priest and Frieza continued to fight. This is a fist-to-flesh battle, a battle that makes the world of nothingness tremble. Compared to Zeno's ability to clear a universe with just a clenched fist, this kind of battle is the warrior's favorite battle. Oh, awesome. Apart from being awesome, I can't think of a better word since I didn't study much back then. Grand Priest shouted, FK. That's more appropriate. Plan. Frieza punched the Grand Priest on the shoulder, and then a strong light burst out. This was a way for Frieza to hide the energy wave in his fist. Grand Priest was already used to this kind of attack from Frieza, and was not knocked back. Instead, he kneed Frieza in the stomach, causing Frieza to spit out saliva. At the same time, Grand Priest hit Frieza in the chest with his shoulder. Frieza was not to be outdone. His thick tail instantly wrapped around Grand Priest's body, and then he rammed into him without hesitation. Plan. The headbutt attack reappears, this time in the realm of nothingness. A deafening sound was heard in the realm of nothingness, causing countless cracks to appear throughout the realm of nothingness. It seems that even the realm of nothingness is beginning to be unable to withstand the battle between Frieza and the Grand Priest. Grand Priest wanted to rub his forehead, but found that he could not break free from Frieza's thick and powerful tail. In just this billionth of a second of delay, Frieza headbutted again. Plan. Many stars appeared in Grand Priest's eyes. Although Frieza was spitting white foam, all the foam was sprayed on Grand Priest's head, making Grand Priest, who already had white hair, dye his hair white again. Even though he was foaming at the mouth, the madness in Frieza's eyes grew even stronger. He quickly stretched out his arms and hugged the Grand Priest tightly. There's no way, his tail is a bit powerless. Plan. 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 Outside the realm of nothingness, all the angels and gods of destruction were horrified as they heard the noises coming from inside, as well as the cracks that appeared and then recovered, and then reappeared. What kind of battle is going on between Frieza and Grand Priest in there? They really want to go in and take a look, but I dare not. If they were caught in the aftermath of the battle, Supreme Kai would be defeated instantly, gods of destruction would also be killed instantly, and Angel might be able to hold on for a few moments, but he would definitely not be able to come out alive. So scary. On Earth, in the Temple of Heaven, a short and fat man as black as charcoal slowly raised his head, and his small round eyes, as calm as a 1,000-year-old well, narrowed for the first time. Chapter 216 Tournament of Power is about to begin. The realm of nothingness has changed, and the seal is about to be broken. No one knows the final outcome of the battle between Grand Priest and Frieza. Who is the winner? Grand Priest? Or does Frieza win? There is no way to know. In short, when Grand Priest and Frieza walked out of the realm of nothingness and came to the realm of gods with refreshed minds, the relationship between the two was extremely good. Frieza laughed out loud. Oh, the white-haired guy is indeed worthy of his reputation. Grand Priest was not annoyed, but just laughed and said, ha ha ha, long-tailed rat, you have impressed me too. Angels couldn't understand what was going on. I didn't dare to ask, for fear of getting beaten. Next, the Grand Priest told Zeno about the decision to appoint Frieza as the inspector of the universe. As Frieza expected, Zeno agreed without a second thought. Zeno asked Frieza to walk forward, and then his little hand, which was like a matchstick, just touched Frieza's forehead. Okay, from now on you can go pick up shit all over the universe. Frieza didn't feel anything, or rather, he just felt Zeno touching him, and then the canonization was completed. And they even asked him to pick up shit all over the universe? Master Zeno, I appear to be the inspector. Advertisement. Zeno waved his hand and said, that's about right. If you want to pick it up, go ahead. If you don't want to pick it up, go ahead and pull it. Just like the original novel, it was a long story and a magical pad was handed to Zeno. He really wanted to transform into a titanium dragon and go berserk, to teach this little brat how to be the boss. White-haired guy, and all of you, don't reveal my identity. I still want to participate in the Tournament of Power. It's not worth it, everyone in the rest of the universe. He is not sure yet whether he can withstand the elimination. What if he gets into trouble? Now officially announcing the rules of the Tournament of Power. Thinking that although he finally defeated Grand Priest, he was almost killed, he decisively chose to endure it for the time being. Frieza always felt that it was a bit awkward without Zeno, but it was not easy for him to go to the great space-time to capture that Zeno, so he could only give up. Oh, Champa always felt that Frieza was talking about him, so even if he was so angry that he vomited, he still kept eating and drinking. It's nothing, the Tournament of Power is about to be held. Frieza took number 21 on a tour around the universe, and they tried all kinds of dark cuisine, but in the end they felt that Earth's cuisine was the most reliable. Rost is here too. Eat, don't be polite, you won't have the next meal after this one. Well, Mr. Bai, Grand Priest, would you like a bunch of kidneys? They're very nutritious. At Frieza's request, all the Z warriors, including Bulma, their wives, and all the members of the Tenzi Pavilion, came to the viewing platform of the World of Nothingness. Advertisement. Is this a group tour or an outing? Oh. Let them go shit, however, those rows of barbecue grills and the tempting aroma coming from them are really mouth-watering. Hey, isn't that Shi Lao? Come on, blow some music and get to know your seniors. But it's okay, because only people who act spontaneously like this can play all over the universe and make the angels and gods of destruction, who are just sitting there doing nothing, dare not continue to be lazy. One day, he will stand above the gods and trample everyone, including Zeno and the white-haired man, under his feet. Hit glanced at Champa and Vados, and saw that Champa and Vados had already shamelessly gone to eat and drink for free, so he had no choice but to bring Rost to Frieza. Today, they are back on Earth, 3 days later. Grand Priest turned around and ignored it. Oh. Cough cough cough. Later, when Grand Priest found out that those who slacked off and slept in were punished but those who worked hard were beaten up, he said, well, it would be a good thing if Angel and Gods of Destruction could stop making noise about the universe. Frieza. It feels like I got a billion-point critical hit from Zeno. Grand Priest shook his head helplessly. It seemed that this Frieza was too playful. Come on, it's time for a barbecue. Let's have a fight after we've had enough. Poof. Chapter 217 The Tragic Experience of the Three Brothers. The 7th universe is eating barbecue and drinking here, but the other participating universes don't have such a good attitude. Eat and drink at the Tournament of Power. Not everyone is Caulifla. Except for that guy, no one is as shameless as Champa who eats and drinks for free. The key point is that people said it was the last meal. Sorrow. Desolate. Unwilling. A large amount of negative emotions appeared in the contestants' hearts. The contestants who were already very angry wanted to enter the ring immediately and kill everyone. As the Grand Priest said calmly, the battle begins. At this moment, all the contestants rushed to the center of the ring like a flood. In everyone's subconscious mind, the closer to the edge, the more dangerous it is. If you are in the center, even if you cannot defeat the opponent for the time being, there is still room for maneuver. In the original novel, the 7th universe with the battle plan was gathered in a large cylinder in the middle of the ring. Although Son Goku was the first to leave, and then number 18, number 17, Vegeta, and Frieza each went bankrupt, it also proved that this place should be the priority choice in people's subconscious mind. This time is different. None of the contestants from the well-fed 7th universe are easy to deal with. Not to mention that the relationship with the Gods of Destruction was very bad. There was no battle plan at all. Even if there is no such relationship among the contestants, perhaps only Piccolo and Son Gohan can fight as a team. Among the rest, who is not a conceited person? Not to mention Son Goku and Vegeta who participated in the Tournament of Power in the original work, which of the three who did not participate, such as Cell, Broly, and number 21, can be obedient? Of course, if Frieza raises his arms and calls for help, except for Son Goku and Vegeta, the two proud Saiyan battle maniacs, everyone else in the 7th universe will have to obey him. Even Hit and Rost from the 6th universe will have to crawl at his feet. But Frieza didn't do that. At this moment he was holding No 21's waist, tail to tail, and the two of them were strolling leisurely in the ring. Cell originally wanted to fight with the strong men in the universe, but when he saw that King Frieza had the leisure time to do so, he suppressed the desire to fight and kept circling around Frieza for dozens of meters to clear out the invading enemies for Frieza. Oh, look, Cell has been trained and is very sensible. Number 21, what do you think we should reward him with? Number 21 snuggled up to Frieza, almost hanging his body on him, his feet light and light, with a happy smile on his face, saying, Cell, no matter how you beat and scold him, he will say thank you. Advertisement. Frieza's mouth twitched. Cell did a really good job, even a little too good. Oh. Then we'll talk about it when we have a chance. Look at those guys over there wearing the same uniform, black pants and a red V-shaped shirt. They're the Pride team from 11 Universe. There are two powerful characters in that team. Team Pride. Number 21 took a look and his sight fell on a man with a cat-eye beard. Then he looked at a burly man with big eyes. As for the other people with messy poses, number 21 looked down on them. It should be those two people, especially the one with the big eyes. I feel like I may have to use all my strength to deal with him. Frieza nodded, then shook his head. In the puzzled look of number 21, he said, after you devoured Black Goku and a part of Zamasu, your divine power should be extremely strong. I will teach you a technique that I have used before. If you use that technique, you can easily defeat him. Number 21 said happily. Then tell me quickly. Frieza wasted no time and transmitted the star transformation technique to number 21, as well as his own understanding of star transformation. Number 21 is a very smart person, otherwise she would not be able to become a doctor, let alone evolve and upgrade number 17. Before long, number 21 had mastered star transformation, and he was now able to directly perform the 6th level of star transformation, 6th score. It's just 6 goals, that's nothing. However, the 7th floor is a bit difficult, because the name of that floor is meeting on the Magpie Bridge. If she had to endure having S*X with Frieza only once a year, she would want to look up to the sky and scream. I can't do it. Anyway, her man is so strong, she might as well be a nobody. I don't know if it's because of the incompatibility, but the 9th universe actually charged towards Son Goku and the others again. 3 weasels. The first to bear the brunt were the 3 Weasel brothers. One used his feet, one used his fists, and the other one used poison. The eldest uses his fists and his name is Bergamo, the second uses poison and his name is Lavanda, and the youngest uses his feet and his name is Basil. It is said that Basil's longest record was that he had not washed his feet for 100 years, which means he is inherently poisonous. This time, the 3 brothers did not challenge Son Goku, but targeted the skinny-looking Broly. Broly was just like Frieza, he was also taking a walk with number 18 in his arms. They had just eaten too much, so taking a walk was a good choice. However, there were some ungrateful people who came to disturb his and No 18's world of 2, which made Broly very unhappy. Here's a piece of advice for you all. If you come across the 7th universe, avoid it. Otherwise, you'll end up in trouble. Advertisement. Bang. Broly grabbed Bergamo, the werewolf boss known for his strength, with one hand and pressed him directly to the ground. Judging from Bergamo's twitching limbs, he was breathing out more than breathing in. Basil and Lavanda were staring with anger, but neither of them saw Broly's actions clearly. He was advising them with a harmless look on his face just now, but who knew he would attack them the next moment. Can you at least give us a chance to go around? Puff. Basil heard the sound of something breaking beside him, and turned around in panic, only to see that No 18's hand had already been inserted into Lavanda's abdomen. The gap is too big, gurgle. Do this young couple have to be so beastly? Roll. Number 18 glanced at Basil sideways, and was so scared that Basil lost all desire to avenge his two brothers, and ran away crawling. He was going to tell the warriors in his universe not to mess with the couple from the 7th universe. Where are you going? Bang. The moment number 17 landed, one foot had already stepped on Basil's back, and Basil's entire body was stepped on the hard floor. This time, Grand Priest spent a lot of money. Not only did he use Thunderbolt Steel, but he also attached a ray of divine power to it, which caused the damage suffered by the contestants when they were smashed to the ground to be multiplied. In less than 10 seconds, the strongest trio in the 9th universe was completely defeated. At this time, Frieza and number 21 came over, looked at the three werewolf brothers who had lost their fighting power, and said, Number 21, turn them into snacks and eat them. Don't digest them until they are almost digested. Spit them out when they are almost digested. I will treat them and throw them out. No 21's eyes lit up. This method of increasing one's cultivation level by just eating was her favorite. Swish, 3 7-color beams shot out, and the three werewolf brothers all turned into donuts. Seeing this scene, the people in the spectator stand cursed angrily, and the people on the ring were also terrified. Didn't you say that you can't kill people? Can you eat people without killing them? FCK, I don't want to play anymore. If the universe is gone, it's gone. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want to be turned into shit and pulled out by others. Chapter 218. Crowd-ridden and gourmet expert. Oh. There are so many people here, you can have a good meal. Number 21 ate all 3 donuts until only a small piece was left, then threw it on the ground and said, You need treatment first, or you'll die if you just transform back. Oh. No problem, honey, you just take care of the food, and I'll take care of the cleaning. Frieza waved his hand, and 3 beams of healing energy fell on the 3 donuts, followed by 3 consecutive bang sounds, and the 3 werewolf brothers recovered. Frieza looked at the 3 and said, Oh ho ho ho, are you going to leave on your own, or do I have someone beat you up again? The 3 werewolf brothers looked at each other, then lowered their heads and jumped out of the ring without saying a word. Number 21, can you eat all the people and keep them in your stomach without digesting them all? I'm too lazy to treat them one by one if you vomit them all out in the end. Number 21 scratched his head and it seemed that he could really do it. Hey, you have to find something to cover me up when the time comes. I don't want anyone to see me vomiting, well, except you. Frieza chuckled and boasted, when the time comes, just tell them to close their eyes. Who dares to look? Oh wow wow. This sound penetrated the entire world of nothingness, even Zeno could hear it clearly. Zeno clapped his hands and said, Ah, Frieza is so domineering, I like it like that. Yeah, I will close my eyes and not watch when the time comes. All staff. Sweat waterfall. At this time, No 17's ears moved and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Number 17 had Brawly throw him up high in the air, and then number 17 shouted, Son Goku from Universe 7 in orange combat uniform told me to tell you all. Ahem. Listen carefully. Son Goku, I'm not targeting anyone, I just want to say that everyone here is garbage. Son Goku. Vegeta, Piccolo, and Son Gohan, who were close to Son Goku, were instantly far away from him. At this moment, under the group ridicule launched by number 17, everyone glared at Son Goku. As the 5th in command of Frieza's Tenzi Pavilion, Hid naturally played the role of a dog helper and instantly came in front of Son Goku. This is the guy who said we are all garbage. Sumo wrestler. Wow wow wow. I'll knock him to death. Maggie the hot pot player. Woo woo woo, he scolded me. Woo woo woo, I fought him. Rost was kicked by Hid and immediately yelled, Ah, you insulted everyone, I will destroy you in the name of justice. Pride Sentai Dispo rushed to Son Goku at supersonic speed and shouted as he punched him. Let me show you how trash can beat you. If the ears were shorter, it would be exactly the same as Beerus, right? Jiren. Don't tell me I know Dispo, advertisement. Topo. Huh, his name is Dispo. If you don't know, you'd think he's trash. Librian. He's so skinny and ugly, Topo looks better. Bang. Although Son Goku had never thought of being ridiculed like this, he was quite excited to see a master approach him, and he immediately started fighting with Dispo. Here, Vegeta also meets and fights with warriors from other universes. Son Gohan and Piccolo encounter 2 Namek people from the 6th universe, and the battle is about to begin. After a brief pause, the warriors from the 8 universes started fighting again. Number 17 continues to wander around, Brawly and number 18 continue their walking journey hand in hand. Frieza and No 21's tails were hooked together, directing each battle as if no one was around. Cell was still maintaining the area around Frieza. Anyone he encountered who didn't open their eyes would be quickly knocked down, and then thrown in front of number 21. Oh wow. Did you see that woman with a very thin waist and lots of hair? That's a Saiyan from the 6th universe. They don't have tails. The timid little sister next to her is a Saiyan who can transform into a superpower just like Brawly. Number 21 took a look and expressed no interest, oh ho ho. Suddenly, Frieza heard someone imitating his laughter and immediately shouted, Cell. Cell shouted, understood. Whoosh, clang, boom. Cell came in front of Rost in an instant. He didn't care whether Rost was Shi Lao Wu's subordinate or not. He knocked him to the ground with one punch. The tournament of power had only been going on for 10 minutes and more than 30 people had already entered No 21's stomach. Champa resolutely kept silent. On the ring, Frieza looked at Rost, and from his body still shivering on the ground, Frieza suddenly felt bored. Kale is about to transform. Let's go and take a look. But this time, Kale's transformation is actually because of Vegeta. What a surprise. This time, Frieza won the title of Corpse Collector of the tournament, and number 21 won the honor of Food Master of the tournament. At the same time, Frieza and number 21 were strolling around the ring. If they saw anyone about to fly out of the ring, they would catch them and turn them into snacks. If they saw anyone they didn't like, they would eat them too. Even those who were blind were turned into snacks and eaten. At this moment, a woman's screaming voice came over. Frieza saw it at a glance, narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Advertisement, come on, let's go eat something. If you don't watch, you won't be angry. Son Goku was so frightened that he did several backflips in a row, and then he realized that it was Frieza and number 21 who were coming over. It's about to blow up the whole place. However, there is also one person in the 7th universe who is quite miserable. He is constantly facing attacks from all kinds of people and is running around for his life. Rost wanted to say that he just couldn't help laughing when he saw such a fierce battle, and forgot for a moment that his master's master was also present. Why did he need to be beaten so badly? Hit grabbed Rost by the scruff of the neck and quickly came to Frieza. He threw Rost to the ground, stepped on him, and said respectfully, kill or chop him up, it's up to you. No matter if you have wings or can turn into water, when you meet the people from the 7th universe, you will be knocked to the ground one by one due to the absolute power gap. He glanced at Bulma and the others who were still barbecuing over there, and his drool began to flow again. Rost's tragedy was that not only did he get hit on the head by Hit, but he was also punched hard by a violent man with a rich gold body. It doesn't hurt at all. Hey, how much are you going to eat on the 21st? Oh, if I had known earlier, I should have come a little later. Oh, that is Son Goku, who was represented by number 17 to release the group taunt skill. He first fought with Dispo for a long time, and then met Bottom, the big bear, who would not feel any pain no matter how hard he hit him. There were only a dozen or so people who were actually eliminated and sat on the viewing stands, but even so, more than half of the contestants had been eliminated. Vegeta, just beat him up, and you don't have to surround us with that cell. Just go and have fun. Don't waste such a fun place. The battle started again, and the contestants from the 7th universe were like a tiger among a flock of sheep, killing everyone in their tracks. After years of hard work, Bodamo has been able to transfer the attacks he receives to the dimensional space, and his ability to withstand attacks is quite strong. Just like that, Bottom was blasted to the edge of the ring by Son Goku. Just when he was about to be sent out of the ring, a 7-color beam of light appeared, and Son Goku found that the opponent in front of him had turned into a piece of durian 1,000 layers. In the stands, Champa was furious and was about to shout something that might make Frieza angry, but the chubby Supreme Kai covered his mouth. Fua whispered, do you want to be beaten up by Frieza again? Rost breathed a sigh of relief. Hit would hold back when beating him, it wouldn't hurt that much. Oh, at this moment, Son Goku finally thought of a way to deal with Batamuden. Just like Son Gohan in the original work, he began to hit his fists upwards and slowly lifted Batamuden up. At this time, there would always be a couple with their tails hooked together who would appear and eat the defeated person as a snack. Number 21 touched her belly and said with a grin, any amount is fine. This is all energy for my child. Even Son Goku has turned into Super Saiyan Blue, and he can't do any damage to Bodama. Thrilling, Chapter 219 Vegeta, where are you heading? Vegeta. Kale has rolled his eyes just like Broly did back then, and his hair has exploded into the green legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta is very familiar with this kind of transformation. He was also depressed. He just taught that skinny female Saiyan how to transform into the second stage of Super Saiyan, but how did he end up provoking such a person? Unlike Broly at the beginning, Kale herself possesses amazing fighting power, but she has been under the protection of Caulifla for a long time and has not been released. It can be said that Kale's starting point is much higher than Broly's. Coupled with extreme emotions, it can be said that Kale at this moment has nothing but killing in his eyes. He has only one goal, and that is to crush Vegeta to death. Kai's originally petite body suddenly grew larger, and her weight was also increasing. Every step she took caused the ground to crack and shake, and her expanding aura also surprised many people. Vegeta at this moment is stronger than when he participated in the Tournament of Power in the original work, because he can now transform into Super Saiyan Deep Blue. Combined with the combination of teleportation and galloping, Vegeta's combat power is stronger than Son Goku, who has not yet developed Ultra Instinct. Vegeta directly transformed into Super Saiyan Deep Blue. It doesn't matter whether he retains his physical strength or not. As long as Frieza is there, victory will definitely belong to the 7th universe. They just need to fight to their heart's content. He is worthy of being a prince. You are far worse than Broly. Die. Bang bang bang. Vegeta exploded and rushed directly towards Kale. Vegeta disappeared just after flying 2 meters. He moved in front of Kale and smashed Kale hard with his fist full of energy. Even though Kale had lost her mind, she still knew whether it hurt her or not when Vegeta beat her. But there is one good thing about the irrational person, he didn't consider being afraid or dodging, he just reached out his hand and grabbed Vegeta who was attacking, then slammed him to the ground. Boom. Vegeta was instantly smashed into the ground, and the solid ring was still smashed into pieces. Kai's actions won't stop so easily, he continues to grab Vegeta and smash him to the ground again and again. But Vegeta's expression didn't change at all, and not even a scream came out. Is this your limit? Then go to hell? Buzz? The deep blue energy around Vegeta surged again, and in an instant he broke free from Kale's control. After punching Kale in the stomach, he slammed his head into Kale's body. Isn't it said that Saiyan likes such a brutal style of play? Vegeta can do it too. Bang. Kale covered his chest and took several steps back. Vegeta felt as if he had hit a spring. First his head was pressed in, and then he was thrown backwards by the rebound force. Hey, Vegeta, do you have any shame? How dare you take advantage of Kale? Advertisement Caulifla clenched her fists into the sky and shouted at Vegeta menacingly. Vegeta stood firm and recalled. It seemed, and should be that, with his height, he could only be level with Kai's chest at the moment. Awkward, Vegeta feels too embarrassed to face people. But he really didn't mean it. Who believes it? Anyway, Frieza doesn't believe it. Oh, Bulma, did you see that? Vegeta's behavior was pretty bad. Bulma. Trunks. Oh, Dad is my idol. Beerus covered his face. This is so embarrassing. Whis. Oh, Kale, who had lost her mind, didn't care about anything else. She just felt uncomfortable and bloated all over, and she wanted to vent. Kale screamed wildly and released his aura, causing stone pillars to appear on the entire ring. The cracked ring even trapped those who were caught off guard. The wind and clouds changed color, and circles of light shrank. When Kai's aura rose to its limit, countless green energy bombs came out of her body, instantly covering the entire arena. Energy rushing. This indiscriminate attack immediately knocked a toad-faced player out of the field. Buzz. Boom. After venting her anger, Kale punched Vegeta. Vegeta felt a little guilty, so he let her punch him back. Come on, let's go to the edge of the ring, and you spit out all that garbage. It's too easy for them to stay in your stomach. I don't even get this treatment. The gap cannot be changed by going crazy once. Although this Kale and Brawly are different at the beginning, Brawly needs to go crazy several times to reach the limit, but this Kale seems to be able to reach the limit in one go. Brawly and number 18 came over. Brawly looked at Kale and said to number 18, go meet them. It's not easy to meet a second person with the same physique as me. Maybe I can teach her. Zeno said again. Oh my, I can't close it, number 21. You haven't stayed long enough? Number 18 had no objection, it was just one word, play. Advertisement Vegeta looked at the fist that was resting on his forehead, his eyes fixed as he said, this punch is for you. Number 21 had already eaten several people in such a short while. He touched his stomach and said, I don't want to eat anymore. They're too weak and can't give me much help. Not gonna lie, it's really closed. Frieza acted as if he suddenly realized something, smiled wickedly, and then walked to the edge of the ring with number 21. Toppo has arms like a gibbon, which can almost touch the ground when he stands. Frieza. Frieza placed her hand on No 21's belly, feeling the life inside her for a bit, then she squatted down and put her ear against No 21's belly, asking curiously, is the child full? There's no movement at all. Looking at Kale who was lying on the ground with his hair turning black, Vegeta decided to let him go this time, as compensation for taking advantage of him just now. Frieza said to number 21, this is much more exciting than the firecrackers during Huxia New Year, and most importantly, it doesn't choke you, oh wow. Speaking of playing, the one who has the most fun in the 7th universe is probably number 17. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, boom boom boom. With unlimited physical strength, he didn't feel tired at all. He rushed up to the tall stone pillar alone and launched an indiscriminate attack on the entire arena with energy bombs. Justice. It will never be late, look at my justice flashing. The red and blue energy bombs met in the air, making a crackling sound. No 17's behavior caused dissatisfaction among the crowd. Toppo from 11 Universe said that based on Gatling's playing style, it was impossible for him to lose. Clang. He stretched out his right hand, dragged his right hand with his left hand, and then the 5 fingers of his right hand quickly shot out a large number of energy bullets, shooting straight in the direction of number 17. Oh. The frequency was high, the speed was fast, and the attack power was not small, which immediately forced many people to flee in embarrassment. Frieza thought about it and it seemed like only 10 days had passed. Zeno said happily, wow, it's dark, please close your eyes. When number 17 saw someone fighting with him, he immediately became interested. He pointed his hands in the direction of Toppo and shot a large number of energy bombs towards Toppo. Malian Toppo. Oh, after saying that, Vegeta kneed Kale in the stomach and used his Pentium power to burst 20 times, sending Kale flying, and the moment he landed he had already transformed into his normal form. Everyone, don't blame me for not reminding you, don't look over here, you'd better close your eyes. Number 21 blushed and leaned close to Frieza's ear and said, the baby is only 10 days old, not much bigger than a fingernail. How much can she eat? It's just to taste it. Oh. Grand Priest also added, I closed it, chapter 220 can I be your flower protector? The originally empty viewing stand was suddenly filled with many human heads, including werewolves, cat people, rubber men, foxes, and all sorts of other things. The worst was the 9th universe. All 10 contestants took their seats in an instant, making the faces of Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction from the 9th universe look extremely ugly. After a long while, the Grand Priest's words came out slowly. Sorry, I didn't notice with my eyes closed. All the contestants from the 9th universe are out, Master Zeno. The last 4 words Grand Priest said as he turned around and spoke to Zeno. Zeno did not hesitate, stretched out his short hand, gently shook it and said, Yo yo yo, clear. Soon, everyone in the ninth universe except Angel Mojito was enveloped by a white light. After a moment, all the people wrapped in the white light disappeared. This scene made everyone, whether they were on the ring or on the viewing stand, feel sad. Except for a few people in the 7th universe where Frieza is, such as Cell, Broly, number 21 and Frieza. However, the sad mood did not last long, and the people on the ring broke out into a more intense battle again. They knew that what Grand Priest said was true and Zeno was indeed ruthless. At this moment, there was no longer any hope of luck. What law does not punish the masses? Bullshit. Soon, gods of destruction Hareth from the 2nd universe stood up from the ring, stretched out a hand, and shouted. Lovely flowers are about to bloom on the battlefield at this moment. Screenshot. The quality is not very good. Many people looked over, and then followed the direction of the hand of the gods of destruction who was dressed like Cleopatra, and they saw 3 cute girls standing on a protruding stone pillar. The person in the lead has long green hair and an ornament on her head that looks like headphones. She is wearing black stockings under her pink dress that make men excited. She is the Sailor Moon of the 2nd universe, Brian de Chateau. For the sake of convenience, let's use her other name, Ribrian. Standing on Librian's left is a cute girl wearing a white hat, purple hair, a pair of red frame glasses, and a yellow shawl. Her name is Sue Rose. The last one standing on the right side of Ribrian has long brown hair, wears a blue dress, blue stockings and light blue high heels, and her name is Sancta Ko. Not transformed. Because they were standing at the highest place on the ring except for the timing stone pillar, and Hareth was deliberately attracting attention, the 3 beautiful girls became the focus of the whole audience for a while. The next step is naturally the gorgeous transformation that will make you sleepy. Frieza has always thought so. These 3 people are quite cute before they transform, but it is really unbearable to look at them after they transform. If Sanka and Sue at least still had slim figures and pretty faces after their transformation, which was barely acceptable, then he really wanted to smash Ribrian, who was hailed as the most beautiful woman in the 2nd universe, to pieces with one punch. Really, advertisement after they finished performing the Song of Love and Victory, the 3 of them began the so-called transformation. This time no one disturbed them. Number 17 and Toppo were really engaged in interstellar war and had no time to care about those things. Toppo wanted to see the beautiful girl transform, but number 17, the tireless monster, didn't give him a chance to escape. The beautiful girl's transformation is complete. Frieza thought that only people from the 2nd universe could appreciate it, but he didn't expect that the first person to be fascinated by Ribrian was none other than his subordinate, Sha Lao Si. Cell came to Librian's side in an instant, put on an elegant gentleman's demeanor and said, "Beautiful lady, can I be your flower protector?" Frieza held his forehead with his hand. How could he have forgotten that Cell's aesthetics were not in line with those of ordinary people? Librian. Love, it's everywhere. My beauty has immediately gained its first flower protector. May I ask this handsome gentleman, what is your name? Cell seemed to really feel the love from Librian's big fat face. He actually got excited and said loudly, "Beautiful lady, you can just call me Cell. From now on, please let me protect you." Librian was overjoyed and said happily, "Okay, now let's deal with the corpse collector and the gourmet together." Ribrian pointed at Frieza and number 21 in the distance. Cell turned around with murderous intent, and when he looked at Frieza's cold eyes, he instantly woke up, and cold sweat slid from his forehead to the ground. Bang! FKU. Are you out of your mind? No matter how beautiful you are, you can't show off my love for you like this. In full view of everyone, Cell kicked Ribrian's fat body away. This happened so suddenly that Ribrian flew out so fast that he was already on the stands in the blink of an eye. Cell thought to himself, "Beautiful lady, I tried my best, otherwise you would never be able to leave in one piece." Hareth was stunned and shouted, "I have never seen such a shameless person." Beerus instantly responded, "Well, you saw it today." Cell's behavior directly angered everyone in the 2nd universe who were generating electricity for love, and they rushed towards Cell one by one. Cell looked at the people who were besieging him, and a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then his fist came out like a dragon, 9 punches in a row. No matter your broken fists, the technique of instant transmission, or scratching and biting, in Cell's eyes, they are all paper tigers that look good but are useless. Boom boom boom. Cell stood there as if he hadn't moved an inch, but then 9 streams of light rushed towards all directions of the arena. Advertisement swish, swish, swish. The Grand Priest coughed lightly and said again, "All contestants from the 2nd universe have lost, Master Zeno." Zeno's little hand uttered, "Oh," the 2nd universe also disappeared. The people in the 2nd universe were actually wiped out by Cell. Such strength, ruthlessness and decisiveness made it so that no one on the ring dared to look directly at him. "Hey, don't mess with me, I'm in a bad mood," number 21 yawned. After becoming pregnant, she was not only able to eat, but also sleep. Number 21 said lazily, "Frieza, I'm sleepy, hold me with your tail and let me sleep." Frieza naturally agreed, and its long tail tangled with No 21's tail, and soon formed a comfortable nest shape. Number 21 curled up there and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side of the ring, Son Gohan and Piccolo met the contestants from Universe 10, Wabni and Rubalt. Rubalt doesn't have any special abilities, but that Wabni has a secret method of creating phantom clones, which is quite interesting. Ah! Ha! Son Gohan instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and shouted, "Let you become my Super Saiyan 5th level." Son Gohan gathered his energy madly, and for a moment sand and rocks flew everywhere, and a powerful wave of air swept out. By the time Son Gohan had finally gathered his energy, both Wobney and Rubalt had disappeared. I want to advance to Super 5. Son Gohan looked at Piccolo curiously and asked, Uncle Piccolo, have you dealt with them? Piccolo shook his head and said, I didn't move. Son Gohan was furious. Come out, both of you come out. Grand Priest said calmly. They can't get out, they were both blasted out of the ring by your energy wave. Plan. Many people were shocked by this situation. The Grand Priest then continued, the 10th universe is out, Master Zeno. Zeno raised his hands high and said, Hi, Chapter 221 Unreasonable Outburst. 11 minutes into the Tournament of Power, the 2nd, 9th, and 10th universes have already been eliminated. At this time, there were less than half of the people left on the ring, and the strongest among them was naturally the outstanding 7th universe. Just look at Son Goku, who has not stopped fighting since the beginning, the unbridled turret of number 17, plus the strong performance of Cell just now, and Son Gohan blasting away 2 contestants with just his ki. So terrifying. By the way, there is also Vegeta who fought against the monster Kale. It seems that there are no weaklings in the 7th universe? Although Brawly and the couple number 18 only made one move, they don't know how strong the 3 Weasel brothers are. However, those who can participate in the Tournament of Power are all strong people selected from the entire universe. How many people are there in a universe? How weak can 10 people be if they are selected under such circumstances? But people like this are killed instantly in one move. It seems that the only one who still maintains the record of 0 shots is Piccolo. Soon, someone came to find Piccolo and Son Gohan. Even though Son Gohan displayed an amazing aura, there were still some who were stubborn, and that was the Namek duo from the 6th universe. These 2 people are also very important. These 2 are ruthless people who have assimilated the entire Namek tribe. They are super warriors created by the whole Namek tribe's combined strength. Why are you so anxious to fight each other? The reason they went to Piccolo was simple. They were both Namek people and they hated each other. Uncle Piccolo, you eat the melons, I'll beat them up so badly they can't take care of themselves. Son Gohan didn't fight enough just now. To be exact, he didn't throw a single punch at all. Piccolo's doting on Son Gohan is endless. As long as Son Gohan asks for something, he will satisfy it. Where can I find melons at this time? Frieza happened to be walking nearby. After hearing Piccolo's words, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He waved his hand, and a bitter gourd with a diameter of 10 meters fell in front of Piccolo. Oh, if you don't finish it, you'll be in big trouble. Piccolo looked at the bitter gourd in front of him and felt sick all over. Why does he have to talk so much? Now, after eating this bitter melon, I'm afraid he will turn into a bitter melon. Piccolo's bitter melon appearance and the bitter melon in front of him complement each other so well. Uncle Piccolo, take your time eating, I'll be right back. Son Gohan flashed and appeared in front of the confused Namek duo. The Namek duo, who were still surprised by what happened to Piccolo, were in trouble. Bang, bang. Advertisement. The Namek duo was knocked flying by Son Gohan, breaking a lot of rocks. When they stopped, they were horrified to find that Son Gohan had actually come to them. This time, Saiyan and Polina reacted and both raised their arms to block Son Gohan's fist. Boom. Unlike the original, the current Son Gohan did not take the mysterious Gohan route, but took a wild path. With this punch, the arms of the Namek duo were directly blown into pieces. Ah! Ah! Screams suddenly rang out, and when Son Gohan saw this scene, he seemed to remember the scene where Piccolo had half of his arm knocked off by Nappa's punch. Ah! Uncle Piccolo! Piccolo! I'm just eating watermelon, what is this kid doing? However, to Piccolo's surprise, Son Gohan's energy was actually surging, and an even more brutal aura was spreading out, causing the entire ring to shake violently. Son Gohan's furious outburst this time was even more terrifying than Kale's previous furious transformation. Jiren, who had been watching the battle coldly, suddenly set his eyes on Son Gohan. Jiren felt something called threat from Son Gohan. Ah! Bear! Beast Gohan! A wild and unrestrained aura swept over, and Son Gohan's hair turned silver gray, which was exactly the same as the hair color of the 5th level Super Saiyan. However, Son Gohan did not actually become a 5th level Super Saiyan, his body even returned to the state of wearing clothes. A layer of red airwaves appeared around Son Gohan, and the outer airwaves also turned silver gray. The silver hair flying up into the sky, the long bangs on the forehead reaching to the chin, the murderous eyes under the silver gray eyebrows, all show how fierce Son Gohan is at this moment. Beast Gohan. With a smile on his face, Saiyan and Polina were so scared that they almost cried. The fist raised high emitted a red light that was ready to devour anyone. Saiyan and Polina clearly felt that if this punch landed on them, they would definitely be dead. Piccolo was shocked. Gohan, you can't kill anyone. You take a break first and feel the transformation this time. I'll take care of these two. Son Gohan turned his head, and a change appeared in his cold and emotionless eyes. They became only cold, but with a hint of human emotion. Sumo wrestler. I provoke you. Plan? I'm Hit, the 5th elder of Tianzi Pavilion. We met just now when we were having a barbecue. Please give me some face and let them go. As soon as Hit finished roaring, Son Gohan punched him in the stomach, causing Hit to spit out a mouthful of saliva. Start in flash. Advertisement. Ah, look at my Wing Chun inch punch. Plan. It turned out that Piccolo had taken action, and the Namek duo from the 6th universe was eliminated. On the other side, Piccolo has already faced Rost. Hit opened his eyes wide and looked at Son Gohan in disbelief as he suddenly bumped into him, and was then knocked back by Son Gohan. Rost looked around in panic and found that Frieza was not around, so he breathed a sigh of relief. You two, do you want to jump down by yourselves, or do you want me to give you a ride? At this time, Frieza had already walked away, and Hit's tone of voice was not so good. Although he said to give him face, his attitude was like an order. Son Gohan. Uncle Piccolo couldn't finish his meal, so I helped him eat it, it's so bitter. Wow, you dare to threaten my Uncle Piccolo, you must be tired of living, elder of Tianzi Pavilion. I only recognize people from our 7th universe, what do you think of as a DK on your head? Bang. Bang. My original name was Frost. Hit was P*********** D off by Son Gohan. Everything else was fine, except that he couldn't use his head as an excuse. Hit Son Gohan's chest with a 1-inch punch, and an extremely powerful energy shot out from Son Gohan's back, sending a sumo wrestler who was watching the fight from a distance out of the arena. The voice is quite magnetic. Just as he was about to kick the two men off the field, Hit and Rost rushed over. Bang. Hit was furious. These two people really didn't give him any face at all. Small. Piccolo. This child must have suffered psychological trauma, right? Piccolo looked at Son Gohan's actions and felt touched. It turned out that his love for him was not in vain. When Son Gohan knocked Hit away, he was still holding the uneaten bitter melon in his hand, and then he smashed it hard on Hit's forehead. Saiyan and Polina looked at each other, and finally looked at the terrifying existence that was munching on bitter melon not far away. They decisively chose to follow their hearts. Son Gohan nodded slowly, retracted his raised fist, moved to the bitter gourd, opened his mouth and bit it. Please send us down, my legs are weak. Fortunately, Uncle Piccolo's arm is still there. Oh, Namek, you are no match for me. I advise you not to act rashly. Two figures flashed past Hit. Fortunately, Hit is not a complete pushover. He used the time-sealing property of the Flash time power to fight back and forth with Son Gohan. Chapter 222 Transformation Show, Frieza is angry. Oh. Bu Lao-san, you are quite leisurely. You are actually picking up girls here. The key is that you are doing it in front of number 18. You are quite courageous. Frieza strolled around holding the sleeping number 21. In the ruins, he found Broly seemed to be talking to Kale, while number 18 was bending over slightly, showing off her figure. Number 18 seems to be saying silently, "You two little bastards, look carefully, this is how attractive I am." Great figure. Broly saw that it was Frieza coming, and the key point was that number 21 was lying next to him, and the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. When it comes to leisure and ease, who can compare with you two? This tail can also be transformed into a bed, which allows you to have fun. The key point is number 21. How could he sleep so soundly in such a noisy arena? It's totally off the mark. When number 18 saw number 21, she silently put down her arms that were clasped across her chest. In front of number 21, she could only admit defeat obediently. I'm afraid of comparison, that's a bowling ball, there's no comparison. Khalifa and Kale looked at number 18, then at number 21, and finally at themselves, feeling a little autistic. They are both women, why is there such a big difference? What we are talking about here is strength. It's you two women who are disrupting the entire venue. We, the Pride team, are here to see you off this time. Frieza turned his head and glared. Oh, Bu Lao-san, I'm really unhappy with them. Broly understood immediately. As soon as Frieza finished speaking, he appeared in front of the 5 members of the Pride team. He instantly transformed into a normal super form and swept out with a sweeping kick. The leader of Team Pride this time is a one-eyed man. To be more precise, it is a one-eyed man whose one eye has been transformed into a mechanical eye. They could never have imagined that the gap between them and Broly would be so huge. With just one attack, the 5 of them couldn't withstand it together. Look carefully. Above the Xuanchao Saiyan, there are the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels of Xuanchao. After Broly kicked 5 people away, he instantly transformed into the 2nd stage of super transmission. His muscles expanded even more, and countless electric currents appeared around his body. Then he punched the 3-inch guy with 2 goat horns on his head and knocked him out of the field. Advertisement. Then Broly transformed into the 3rd stage of the Legend Super, with waist-length hair in an instant, and with a flying kick, he knocked the blue-skinned Taba out of the ring. Broly appeared in front of a catfish-faced man in an instant again. At this time, Broly had become the 4th level of supernatural power. In order not to kill the opponent, Broly had to use his fists to send him to the viewing platform. Kale and Caulifla were already dazzled. Did Saiyan have so many transformations? The two of them have already seen Son Goku's Super Saiyan transformation during battle, the Red Super Saiyan, the Blue Super Saiyan, and Vegeta's Dark Blue Super Saiyan, but this is the first time they've seen this furry Super Saiyan form. Because Son Gohan was far away from them before, they did not see Son Gohan's transformation. Under Broly's guidance, Caulifla was already able to transform into the 2nd level of Super Saiyan, but she was never able to transform further. I thought Broly's transformation was over, but when Broly appeared in front of the only female among the 5 people, Broly transformed again. This is the 5th stage of Xuanchao. Remember this feeling. Transform to the 5th level. This time, Broly just glared at the female warrior named Cocotte, and Cocotte was blown away by an invisible airwave. The so-called strange space had no effect at all. Broly did not continue transforming, because he had not yet fully mastered the form with blood-colored lines. If he could not control it, he would be in trouble. You know, Frieza's wife number 21 is sleeping at this time. Don't disturb me. A slap landed on the face of the one-eyed dragon casserole. The moment his mechanical eye exploded, he flew out of the ring. In the stands of 11 universe, the clown gods of destruction saw that Casalal was about to die and said anxiously, Makarita, heal him quickly. The power of Brawly's slap is so terrifying. Kale and Caulifla's eyes were full of stars at this moment, they admired Brawly so much. Number 18 snorted coldly. Have you had enough of showing off? Do you want to work overtime tonight? Brawly. Give up instantly. When Brawly returned to number 18, he had returned to his honest appearance with black hair, which made Caulifla and Kale admire him even more. And, this admiration soon turned into love. Saiyans worship the strong, and the strong can enjoy priority in mating rights. Caulifla shouted, Hey, Brawly, let Kale and I be your wives. We will definitely not threaten you like this. Kale lowered his head and said nothing, but his attitude was already very clear. Brawly turned his head to look at No 18's gloomy face, picked up number 18 and disappeared on the spot in an instant. Lord Frieza, I am not worthy of this, can you please let Son Goku take over? Advertisement Frieza was stunned and laughed, Oh. Why are you running away? Don't you have a son, Buttsily? These two are not fully grown yet, you can take them home and raise them as child brides. Caulifla and Kale looked up and said in unison, You pervert. Bear. The energy waves around Frieza instantly soared into the sky. These two were the first ones who dared to scold him like this. This little look changed, Oh ho ho ho, you must be responsible for your words and actions. Although Frieza did not transform, his strength still attracted the attention of the whole audience. Number 17 stopped attacking for the first time, and Toppo, who was panting heavily, was finally able to escape from this endless confrontation. Son Goku blasted one of his opponents away with a Kamehameha, and looked solemnly in Frieza's direction, muttering, Frieza is ready to attack? But I haven't fought enough yet. Vegeta was holding an insect in his hand, and he paused as he walked towards the edge of the ring, then he quickened his pace. He hasn't fought enough. Cell instantly appeared beside Frieza, knelt on one knee and said, King Frieza, please let me avenge this for you. Brawly and number 18 also came back. Brawly said respectfully, Please calm down, King Frieza. They're just young and don't know better, I'll ask for mercy from you on behalf of Buttsily. Brawly. The idea of child brides is a great one. Number 18. King Frieza finally came up with a good idea. Son Gohan stopped punching Hit, looked at Hit with a bruised face, and sighed, Go away, since you are from the Tianzi Pavilion, I won't make things difficult for you. Hit. I'm in this state, and I still have the energy to walk? Please, just throw me out of the field? Should I stay with Frieza in the 7th universe? Rost came to Hit's side, quickly helped Hit up and turned away, saying without looking back, Sorry for disturbing you. In the stands, Beerus swallowed his saliva. Knowing Frieza's identity, he was afraid that Frieza would end this tournament of power directly. But if that's true, it seems like the 7th universe has won. Dodoria shouted, King Frieza. The greatest king in the universe. He has unified the universe for thousands of years. He is a master of both civil and military virtues, and he can conquer both men and women, eh? Zangia said, Dodoria, are you itching for trouble again? I can actually do it for you? Jiren looked at Toppo, who was panting, and Dispo, who was beaten by Son Goku and couldn't stand up, and said in a low voice, You really disappoint me, it seems that it's my turn to take action. Chapter 223 The battle between high-level combat forces begins. Jiren, the strongest person in the 11th universe. If Son Goku didn't have the so-called protagonist buff bonus and was able to absorb the Spirit Bomb and practice Ultra Instinct, I'm afraid he would be invincible. Unfortunately, that was only in the original book. In this time and space, he is definitely not the strongest. Not to mention Frieza and number 21 who has mastered the star transformation, even if Brawly goes crazy, Jiren may not be able to withstand it. Jiren's combat power has indeed surpassed the clown gods of destruction, and even surpassed Champa from the 6th universe, but there is still a big gap between him and Beerus, the gods of destruction from the 7th universe. It is still unclear how strong Brawly is, but the fight against Champa should not be one-sided. If Super Saiyan 4 is comparable to Super Saiyan Red and Super Saiyan Blue, then Super Saiyan 5 has surpassed Super Saiyan Deep Blue. How strong is Beast Gohan? At this moment, we don't know his limit, so we won't comment. There is absolutely no way that the current Jiren can crush the whole audience like in the original novel. Jiren walked towards Brawly step by step, but was stopped by Son Goku halfway. Take my advice, don't mess with Frieza and Brawly. Oh, and that sleeping woman is someone you definitely don't want to mess with. Jiren looked at Son Goku in front of him without saying a word, but he stopped. Son Goku is very strong, Jiren sees it, but he still doesn't take it seriously. Let's fight first. I can feel that you are very strong, you are the strongest one outside of our universe. Son Goku invited Jiren to fight, and then Vegeta came over and he also wanted to fight Jiren. Son Goku's team is facing off against Jiren, however, how could Toppo let Vegeta do what he wanted? Toppo and Dispo blocked Vegeta's way. As for the Gatling player number 17 on the battlefield, he has been surrounded by the robot army of the 3rd universe. Number 17 is not weak at all. He is not the type in the original work who has unlimited energy but poor combat power. Even if he is not the super number 17 in Dragon Ball GT, after being transformed by number 21, he will definitely not be weaker than super number 17. Boom boom boom. Number 17 is the type of person who is ruthless but doesn't talk much, and the battle started instantly. Vegeta looked at Toppo and Dispo with disdain in his eyes and said, "Second brother of the 11th universe, what qualifications do you have to stop me?" Toppo said disdainfully, "You have to defeat me, the second strongest person, first." Vegeta stretched out his right hand, pointed his thumb at his nose and said, "I am the Saiyan Prince. Even if you are my boss I can still pin you to the ground and beat you up." Ah! Super Saiyan's deep blue exploded instantly, and seeing this, Toppo also burst out with all his strength, which was much more powerful than the previous battle with number 17. Advertisement Dispo was also gathering energy like crazy. When purple light appeared on his body, Dispo officially announced that his speed exceeded the speed of light. Ah, da, 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 boom boom boom. As the battle between Vegeta and Toppo began, Son Gohan also stopped Dispo, who was about to join forces with Toppo to attack. Toppo vs Vegeta. With less than 30 seconds between them, number 17, Vegeta, and Son Gohan all engaged their opponents. Son Goku also shouted loudly when he saw this. Son Goku, who was Super Saiyan Blue with 20 times Kaioken, burst out with all his strength without any scruples. Jiren looked at Son Goku in front of him, and a light appeared in his big eyes. He didn't want to miss an opponent like Son Goku. Ah! Son Goku shouted and punched Jiren in front of him. It turned out that Jiren stretched out his hand to block it, and it seemed that he was able to do it with ease. Boom boom boom. The battle between Son Goku and Jiren has also begun, so let's take a look at where Frieza is. Oh, I'll give you a chance. Do you see the three boys on the stage? Choose two? Broly was about to say, "Isn't this a child bride for his son? Why are Son Goten and Trunks added in?" Number 18 grabbed his clothes and pulled them, then shook his head at Broly. At this time, it is best not to add fuel to the fire. But the momentum is unusually strong. Super Saiyan 2, Gabe. This is Champa's trump card. Zangia kicked Son Goten in the face and said viciously, "Tell me, when did you get together with my daughter? How old are you?" Ah. Cell. You think your voice is very soft, but in fact, no one present can hear it? P.S. Added the third chapter, hand over all your gifts, oh ho ho. When Frieza saw number 21 moving, he immediately lowered his breath so as not to disturb his pregnant wife's sleep. Oh. Advertisement at this time, the battle between Son Gohan and Dispo can arouse Frieza's interest a little. Number 21 made a soul-stirring sound, frowned at first, then changed his position and continued to sleep. Broly said coldly, "Be careful, if you hurt my daughter-in-law, I will turn you into a real dung beetle." Neither of them agreed, so how did they go from sisters to daughters-in-law? Trunks and Bootsly. Son Goten stood in the ring and shouted, "I don't need it anymore, I have Bija." The crimson sportswear and the wild, explosive hairstyle have both the wildness of Caulifla and the subtlety of Kale. Number 18 attacked instantly, not caring whether Gabe was the second-level Super Saiyan or not. He grabbed Gabe's head and slid all the way to the ground to the edge of the ring. "Hey, it's very rude for so many of you to bully two girls." Number 18 clapped his hands and whispered, "I can see from the first glance that this guy is plotting something bad against my daughter-in-law. I'll chase him away first." Frieza's mouth twitched, and he decisively changed his mind and said, "Then Caulifla will go with Trunks, and Kale will go with Bootsly. It's decided, oh ho ho." He had no interest in the battle between Vegeta and Toppo. Even if Toppo became gods of destruction, he was just a substitute. His strength was much lower than Champa. Vegeta would definitely be able to crush him. Kefla the skinny Gabe appeared out of nowhere and offended everyone present with just one sentence. After saying that, Frieza walked away. He had never seen the strength of the Beast Gohan, so of course he had to go and see. Knowing that they could never defeat anyone here with their individual strength, they decided to unite. When Gabe appeared on the viewing platform, there was only a groove he plowed on the ring and only a few strands of hair flying on the ring. Letting the frozen demon clan enter the breast and milk species is a historical feat and there must not be any problems. Just then, Kale and Caulifla each put on a Patara earring. Ying, Cell immediately challenged, "King Frieza, how about letting me handle this?" As for the battle between Son Goku and Jiren, he had no interest at all. At this moment, Son Goku was no match for Jiren. Caulifla and Kale were also speechless. After a burst of strong light, Kefla made a brilliant appearance. Have fun. Number 18, go help your brother. The robots from the third universe can combine, and number 17 will have a hard time alone. Caulifla and Kale were not fools. The situation was stronger than they were, so they dared not refuse on the spot. However, they were stubborn and did not nod in agreement. Chapter 224. Universe 11 in a tough battle. As soon as Frieza approached the battle area between Son Gohan and Dispo, he heard a heart-wrenching scream of pain. Dispo wants to cry. He seemed to have chosen the wrong opponent. In terms of strength, he is far inferior to Son Gohan. He has only felt such a heavy punch from Jiren. When it comes to speed, which is Dispo's best feature, he was actually completely defeated by Son Gohan. Beast Gohan's body is not tall, and compared to Super Saiyan 4, this form puts much less burden on himself. In terms of speed alone, Beast Gohan is dozens of times faster than Super Saiyan 4 Gohan, but in terms of strength, the increase is not that great, only about 20 times that of Super Saiyan 4. However, let alone the current Beast Gohan, even Super Saiyan 4 Son Gohan has the advantage against Dispo. Dispo is indeed fast, but he doesn't have enough strength. Even the God fan in the original work can fight with him for a long time, although he is indeed at a disadvantage. Ah, Dispo screamed again, but the Beast Gohan's eyes were still so cold and intimidating, and every punch and kick left Dispo helpless. This look is really scary. Toppo was also forced by Vegeta to transform into the substitute gods of destruction. He wanted to help Dispo, but he was not prepared for Vegeta's strength. Toppo has no time to care about Dispo. Although Jiren and Son Goku seem to be fighting with ease, whenever Jiren tries to rescue Dispo, he will be blocked by Son Goku. As Frieza stood in the center of the battlefield, Jiren gave up the idea of rescuing Dispo and concentrated on dealing with Son Goku in front of him. Plan. Son Gohan stepped on Dispo to the ground again, smashing the ring and almost making Dispo lose consciousness. The Gohan in this time and space is different from the Gohan in the original work, and the Gohan in beast form has become more cruel and murderous. Because of this, Son Gohan could have quickly thrown Dispo out of the field, but he chose to beat him into this state. Son Goku suddenly screamed. It turned out that Jiren had increased his fighting power. Under the rapid air fist attack, Son Goku was punched countless times in an instant and flew away screaming. Advertisement Chi Fist. When Son Gohan saw this scene, he was furious. He tapped the ground with one foot and rushed towards Jiren like a cannonball. And because of Son Gohan's single-footed action just now, Dispo's body flew out of the ring uncontrollably. Frieza shook his head, expressing his disappointment at the battle between Dispo and Son Gohan. Dispo didn't even push Son Gohan to his limits. Bang! Son Gohan was very fast and rushed in front of Jiren in the blink of an eye. After a punch was blocked by Jiren's hand, Son Gohan did a front flip and kicked Jiren's big head. Even though Jiren thinks Son Gohan is stronger and faster than Son Goku, he still won't lose. Jiren's eyes widened, and just like he did with Son Goku before, a series of air punches instantly hit Son Gohan's entire body. Although Son Gohan was doing a forward flip and kicking, he also felt Jiren's movement. His fist that collided with Jiren's quickly changed into a grab, and he grabbed Jiren's hand and used the force to get behind Jiren. Son Gohan's move was exquisite. Not only did he dodge Jiren's air fist, but he also hit Jiren's back with a knee. Boom! Frieza narrowed his eyes, and a dark yellow energy shield appeared around him, protecting him and number 21 in the energy shield to prevent them from being dirty by dust. Vermouth, there is also a shockwave on the back. The clown gods of destruction said, although with Frieza here, the defeat of our universe has become an established fact, but I will never allow anyone else to defeat the warriors of my universe, Jiren and Toppo. Without waiting for his body to stabilize, Jiren became furious and suddenly came in front of Son Gohan who had just landed. A red energy bomb instantly exploded on Son Gohan's stomach. Son Goku yelled, and once again exploded with energy, sending a blue wave of energy shooting up into the sky, followed by an even more turbulent wave of energy from the red Kaioken, as his aura once again reached new heights. Two shockwaves, one above and one below, trapped Jiren in the middle. The attack from both sides made Jiren face the biggest threat he had faced since he was born. Gohan. 30 times Kaioken. Boom, x2. Toppo stopped himself and forcibly detonated Vegeta's ultimate flash. A yellow energy wave carrying lightning hit Toppo's back. Toppo's body instantly stopped flying backwards, but he was blasted out of the field by Vegeta's shockwave. Advertisement Jiren just attacked Son Gohan, and there was a moment of gap at this moment, which was captured by Son Goku. Instant transmission quickly came to Jiren's side and punched Jiren in the face violently. Toppo was hit and broke many stone pillars. When he was about to use destructive energy again, he was surprised to find that Vegeta appeared behind him again. The teleport plus gallop combo was performed, and Vegeta's fist wrapped in a layer of yellow energy slammed hard into Toppo's chest. Jiren was knocked flying by Son Gohan's move, and his feet left two shallow grooves on the ground. Son Gohan and Son Goku are indeed father and son, and when Son Goku blasted out the Ninja Turtle shockwave, Son Gohan's Kamehameha wave was also ready, forcing it to shoot towards where Jiren was. After another outburst of anger, Son Gohan suddenly appeared behind Jiren and kicked Jiren into the sky. Son Goku instant transmission came above Jiren, and the long-accumulated Ninja Turtle shockwave blasted towards Jiren. Jiren was caught between two blue Kamehameha waves, and brazenly detonated the shockwaves. Jiren's eyes bulged out and some liquid flowed from the corners of his mouth. He was indeed knocked away by Son Goku's punch. As he was getting closer and closer to the edge of the ring, Toppo shouted unwillingly, and the purple destructive energy around him became even more intense. 30 times Kaioken has exceeded the limit that Son Goku can bear. After Son Gohan was hit by Jiren's attack, the angry Son Goku didn't care about anything else. Plan. Makarita smiled and said, this is the result of my special training for them during this period, dear. Bang. When Toppo saw that Jiren was in a tough fight, he was surprised and paused his movements. Boom. Beerus was shocked. Vegeta was indeed very strong at this moment, but not as strong as the gods of destruction. In the smoke and dust, Son Gohan's figure appeared again. His clothes were torn, but Son Gohan's aura did not decrease but increased. The ultimate flash. This is not Earth. Son Goku can launch Ki blast towards the ground without hesitation. On the ring, Jiren hit Son Gohan right in the face with this move. In the stands, the clown gods of destruction raised his head and said pretentiously, a second person with the same combat power as me has appeared in the 11th universe. No, it should be the second gods of destruction. Vegeta shouted, how dare you be distracted while fighting me? You're courting death. Chapter 225 Broly's three punches on the other side, number 17 and number 18 defeated the robots of the third universe. The battle on their side was much quieter, but no less brutal than Dispo's. The third universe was beaten so badly that in just 2 minutes, there were only 5 people left in the third universe. At this moment, 4 of the robots chose to merge and then turned into a large robot with chain arms. Not only did the combat effectiveness increase sharply, but they were also able to analyze the attack routes of number 17 and number 18, putting number 17 and number 18 at a disadvantage for a while. The battle between Cell and Kefla has also begun. With the strength after the fusion, when Kefla became the second stage of Super Saiyan, she actually kept up with the movements of Golden Cell. Saiyan, the more you fight, the stronger you become. Cell smiled faintly, and could only release a little more of his fighting power, still suppressing Kefla and beating him again. If the battle between Son Gohan and his son and Jiren was explosive, the battle between Vegeta and Toppo was life-threatening, and the battle between the number 17 siblings in the third universe was a cat-and-mouse game, then the battle between Cell and Kefla was textbook-like. If it weren't for Broly's threat, Cell would definitely be able to quickly crush Kefla after unleashing his full strength. Cell is different from Son Goku in the original work, he has plenty of physical strength. Frieza looked over at Cell and shook his head slowly. Kefla was the opponent that forced Son Goku to use Ultra Instinct to defeat her. If Cell trains Kefla in this way, she might be the first contestant to be defeated in the 7th universe. This seems to be a bit embarrassing for Tianzi Pavilion. Piccolo saw that number 18 and his team were having a tough time fighting, and felt that his presence had been very low so far, so he immediately joined the battle against the third universe. Originally, number 18 and the others had already adapted to the combined robots' fighting style. When Piccolo joined in, the 3 of them blew the super robot away in an instant. Boom! After a huge explosion, the super robot fell heavily behind the doctor, the only one in the audience holding a weapon. As for why the doctor was able to bring weapons into the venue, Frieza was also very curious. Paparoni waved the hand holding the scepter and shouted, "You forced me to do this. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will make the third universe win. Let's combine. I'll show you how powerful my third universe is." Then Paparoni jumped into the super robot's head. A strong wind appeared out of nowhere, causing sand and rocks to fly all over the arena. An extremely powerful aura appeared, and it was increasing rapidly. Broly looked in the direction of number 18 and felt a little worried. "Sha Lao Si, just get them out of the ring. If you keep wasting time like this, you will be defeated. Although I don't mind you being beaten by my daughter-in-law, you are still a member of the Tianzi Pavilion, and you can't lose face for King Frieza." Broly said lightly, and then his body disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had arrived in front of the super soldier of the third universe. The super soldier in front of him was very similar in build to Jiren, except that he was much taller, more than 10 meters tall. Advertisement: there are 2 hanging tentacles on both sides of the head, and there is a gem-like thing on the tentacles. That thing can emit ultrasonic waves to analyze the enemy's attack rhythm and speed. The third universe combined warrior. When Broly arrived at the scene, Piccolo, number 17, and number 18 were each attacked by the entire super soldier. Although they were not seriously injured, they were indeed at a disadvantage. "Get out of the way. I'll deal with him." Number 18 didn't want to leave and really wanted to fight alongside Broly, but number 17 grabbed his arm and said, "Don't you know what kind of person Saiyan is? Especially Broly, he absolutely doesn't want to fight the enemy together with others." Number 18 wanted to say that she was Broly's wife, but when she saw Broly walking towards the super soldier without looking back, she knew what Broly was thinking. Piccolo also said, "Let Broly go. It will be difficult to find an opponent that he is willing to fight." Number 18 had no choice but to give up the idea of attacking with Broly. Broly hasn't fought the combined warriors from the third universe yet, but the battle between Vegeta and Toppo has already changed. Vegeta was beaten by Toppo, the kind that got beaten pretty badly. There really is such a picture, because Toppo was personally locked up in the scepter and trained by Makarita for 20 years, which is 10 days in the outside world. After breaking through his own limits, Toppo's combat effectiveness is far stronger than in the original book. At the beginning, Vegeta could still rely on the combination of teleportation plus galloping, plus his superior combat awareness to fight Toppo, but it didn't take long for Vegeta to be unable to hold on. Fortunately, the battle between Son Gohan, Son Goku and Jiren affected the battle between Toppo and Vegeta, forming a 3-2 situation for a while, which allowed Vegeta to breathe a sigh of relief. Vegeta, Son Goku, and Son Gohan are all very strong, but Toppo and Jiren on the opposite side are even stronger. Whis regretted, "It's a pity that I didn't train the 3 of them, otherwise Jiren and Toppo might not be a match for Vegeta and the others." Beerus snorted, "I will never allow this to happen." He thought to himself, "One Frieza is enough for him, if there are a few more stronger than him, won't he care about the face of the gods of destruction?" Beerus is not that idiot like Vermont. He is so proud of himself even though his subordinates have surpassed him. He has no idea what shame is. Frieza ignored the rule set by the Grand Priest that he could not fly. He was floating in the air, watching the battle below with great interest. "Oh, I should have flown up to watch the game a long time ago. It's so comfortable this way." Grand Priest looked at Frieza beside him and felt a headache. "Grand Priest, you shouldn't have participated in such a fight. Now you're just a bystander. Is that fun?" Frieza, "What do you care, Grand Priest? Then don't sit on my special platform." Advertisement: he tried hard to suppress the urge to kick Frieza away, and finally chose to ignore it. "I heard that number 21 is Frieza's weak spot, and when Frieza's weak spot is touched, his combat power will increase greatly." "Oh, Xiao Quanzi, is the show below interesting?" Zeno waved his little fist and said, this is so addictive. On the ring, Son Goku looked at Vegeta and said, how is it, are you okay? Vegeta turned his head away and said arrogantly, this is nothing. Son Gohan said, these two are ridiculously strong, how about I take the blame and you guys go to fusion? Son Goku and Vegeta said in unison, no, they still remember what Broly said when he looked down on them. Broly. Who is the one who always uses fusion when he can't win? What a shame. Ah, gods of destruction is nothing, I, Vegeta, will never lose. Ah, Jiren, let's do it again. Plan. After a loud bang, the entire ring split into thousands of pieces, causing Son Goku and Vegeta, who had just gathered their energy, to pause. For a moment, everyone looked towards Broly and the third universe combined warrior. You idiot, I didn't even try my best and you fell down? Absolute provocation. Hiss, there were sounds of people gasping for air on the stage, and Jiren's brows furrowed deeply. The name Broly was remembered by everyone at this moment. 3 punches broke the combined warriors apart, their strength had become terrifying. Champa concluded. I'm afraid this person has surpassed me? Vados covered his mouth with one hand and laughed, oh ho ho ho, that's for sure. Champa. My Little Heart, Chapter 226, the Saiyan trio breaking through their limits. Plan. After all the members of the third universe were defeated, another loud noise was heard from the other side of the ring. Kefla actually transformed into the third level of the supernatural being, and after knocking Cell back with one punch, she started screaming madly. Ha ha ha. See? This is the third stage of the supernatural power that we men taught me. Old For Shah, you can't beat me. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of white light appeared. Kefla split into Kale and Caulifla. The side effects of Patara earrings appeared. Once the limit is exceeded, the fusion of the Patara earrings will be automatically released. Champa was shocked and shouted, what's going on, isn't the Patara earring combination permanent? Fua covered his face and said in pain, it's really difficult, mortals can't break through their own limits with Patara earrings. Vados stood up and shouted towards the ring, oh ho ho, take off your earrings and put them on again. Everyone. Oh my god, there is such a cool thing? Beerus sneered, do you think Cell will give them this chance? Champa immediately looked towards the ring nervously. Cell just stood there, without attacking, and said calmly, don't worry, you can take a break and then merge again. Hey, Bu Lao-san, are they your women or your daughters-in-law? Your family is too good at playing around, making the relationship so messy. Broly. Number 18 snorted coldly and said, it can only be my daughter-in-law. If they want to snatch my man, they're still far from it. Caulifla was furious and screamed, your breasts are just a little bigger, how can they compare to ours? Number 18 crossed his arms and held his chest and said, that's enough. Kair pulled Caulifla's hand and said shyly, don't be so loud, it's so embarrassing. Everyone. Is this really a battle to decide the survival of the universe? Why does it feel like a fight between 3 women for a husband? Butsley and Trunks said, can you control a daughter-in-law like this? Trunks had a proud look on his face, not inferior to Vegeta at all, and snorted coldly. Humph, they like your dad, I don't feel any pressure, it doesn't matter which one, just keep him first, anyway, my family is rich and can afford it. Plan. Trunks covered his head and looked at Bulma with grievance. Bulma said viciously, you useless thing, can't you keep both of them? Dwang, the ring shook, advertisement Chi-Chi raised her thumb and said, Bulma, good job. We're adults, of course we don't have to make choices, we definitely want them all. And as long as you like him, no matter his age or status, just chase him. I started chasing Son Goku when I was a kid, and Son Goten has now inherited my true skills. Zangia hugged Bija and looked at Chi-Chi as if to protect her from thieves. So you taught me all this, it's really good. Vados looked at Frieza sitting on the Grand Priest's exclusive stage, then his eyes fell on number 21, as if he was thinking about something. What is she thinking about? Chi-Chi's words seemed to make sense. A weak voice on the stage said, you are Sha Lao Si, the one over there is Bu Lao-san, and I am Shi Lao Wu. Who is the second one? Who is the eldest one? Hit no longer needed Rost's support at this time, but his steps were still unsteady. Son Gohan beat him really hard. Cell glanced at Hit with disdain and said impatiently, the younger brother of Bu Lao-san's wife is the Gatling player, the second Si Lao-er. As for Duo Lao Da, he is the one busy grilling in the stands. Hit looked up at the ring and soon saw the pink figure of Dodoria. It seems that Dodoria is wearing a chef's hat? Could it be that the real person never reveals his face? Cell seemed to know what Hit was thinking, and snorted, Boss Duo's strength is very low, but he is the most loyal and knows how to please King Frieza. Moreover, he was the first to follow King Frieza, so he deserves to be the boss. Hit suddenly realized, Broly, number 17, number 18, Piccolo and the others also came to the vicinity of Cell at this time. Number 17 said calmly, Boss Duo is the only one in Tianzi Pavilion who claims to be the number 1 lackey of Tianzi Pavilion. We are all elders of Tianzi Pavilion. Rost sneered, what's the difference? He's still just a lackey. Bang. The Grand Priest's voice came. Rost is out. Cell clapped his hands, as if he thought they were dirty. Hit broke out in a cold sweat. Number 17 looked at the arena with a sinister look and said slowly, you see through it but don't say it. Didn't your teacher teach you the art of language? Rost. I have nothing to say. Boom boom boom. While we were chatting here, the battle between Son Goku and Jiren started again. The strongest Son Gohan rushed to the front, followed by Son Goku, and Vegeta was seriously exhausted and fell behind. The five-man melee officially begins. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan fought against Jiren and Toppo, but the side with fewer people had the upper hand. Advertisement Jiren still didn't seem to be using his full strength, he was just playing along with them. The Kamehameha waves from Son Goku and Son Gohan just now didn't cause any damage to him at all. Piccolo saw this and shouted to the ring, Krillin, Trunks, why don't you hurt yourselves? I'll do some damage to myself too. Everyone. Vegeta was the first to explode, shouting, Piccolo, stop giving me bad ideas, ah. Son Goku followed closely behind, angrily saying, Piccolo, how could you let Krillin hurt himself? Son Gohan was a bit slow to react, but his aura was more powerful than Son Goku and Vegeta. Uncle Piccolo, I will become stronger, don't hurt yourself. Boom. Toppo and Jiren stepped back, looking at the three people in front of them having crazy outbursts, and they were a little confused for a moment. Soon, Son Goku was the first to break through. His hair turned black, and each strand of hair was wrapped in silver-white light. The airwaves around his body were no longer blue and red, but turned into heat waves like steam. Son Goku, Vegeta made his second breakthrough. His hair was still mainly black, but each strand of hair was wrapped in a layer of purple light. The dark blue airwaves around him disappeared and turned into purple heat waves that slowly rose. Extreme Ego Vegeta. Son Gohan's transformation was simple. His already long silver hair became even longer, the hair behind him dragged to his waist, the bangs on his forehead hung to his chest. The purple current on his body became thicker, and the silver airwaves began to boil like boiling water. There is really no long-haired beast Gohan. When Frieza saw this, her eyes narrowed slightly. Son Goku actually comprehended Ultra Instinct without being hit by the Spirit Bomb. Vegeta is even more outrageous, he has actually mastered the Self-Easy skill now. He is not very clear about Son Gohan's situation, but it seems that he is definitely not weaker than Son Goku and Vegeta. Judging from his aura alone, it seems that Son Gohan is stronger. Swish, Son Goku and the other two moved. Toppo gathered all the destructive energy in his body. At this moment, he felt that the three people opposite him were very dangerous. Jiren didn't dare to hold back any longer, and for the first time, a red heat wave spread all over his body. Jiren is serious. Jiren and Frieza's paths are very similar, both of them are using one force to break everything, but he doesn't know about the ancient gods, so he has no way to simulate Frieza's power to create the world. Boom. The battle escalated again, and the realm of nothingness showed fluctuations for the first time since the Tournament of Power began. Frieza's eyes looked into the distance with a solemn look in them. The Grand Priest was the same, his expression became more solemn than ever. Chapter 227 Jiren's Invincible Hot Wheels Grand Priest. You felt it too? Frieza nodded, glanced at the sleeping number 21, and said, well, it's not very obvious, but I did feel it. Grand Priest said solemnly, the last time we fought, I destroyed a seal in the realm of nothingness. By the time I found out, it was already too late. I thought it would take some time for him to break the seal and come out, but I didn't expect him to come out so soon. He will be here in at most an hour. Frieza frowned, then relaxed and said, this aura feels familiar. It seems to be the power of miracles? Could it be the dragon god Sarama? The Grand Priest nodded and said, yes, it is him, the previous Grand Priest. However, he tried to kill Zeno, so Zeno and I sealed him away together. Frieza was puzzled. Why not just clear it? Grand Priest shook his head and said helplessly. There is also a limit to the cleaning. At our level, as long as we resist with all our strength, the cleaning will have no effect. Frieza's eyes lit up and he immediately asked, you mean us, including me? Grand Priest nodded, not hiding anything, and said slowly, Zeno in his prime could do it, but Zeno now has lost his original heart and cannot do it. Frieza must have felt very happy now that the problem he had been worrying about had been solved. What is the primal heart? Grand Priest shook his head and said, I don't know. This is what Zeno told me every 30,000 years when he wakes up. Frieza stared at the Grand Priest for a while, and after making sure that the Grand Priest was not fooling him, he spread his hands and said, forget it, how about the dragon god Saramabi? Grand Priest said confidently, what do you think? Frieza smiled. Oh ho ho ho, since you're stronger, there's nothing to worry about, just keep watching the show. Grand Priest lost his momentum and said, Salamar is stronger than me. Ahem, Frieza was almost d off to death by the Grand Priest. Why are you pretending to be a confident master when you can't beat him? Oh ho ho ho, it's okay, if you can't beat me, that's a matter for later, now let's continue watching the show. Grand Priest thought, since he is here, he might as well make the best of it and watch the game to kill time. Except for Grand Priest and Frieza, no one else could detect the aura of Dragon God Salama. Only Angelex, who was the strongest, had a slight sense of it, but she was not sure if the feeling was real. Seeing that Grand Priest and Zeno were still paying attention to the fight on the ring, Cos quickly let them go. With Zeno and Grand Priest around, what do they have to worry about? Advertisement in the ring, the battle between Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan against Jiren and Toppo is in full swing. Of the 8 participating universes, only 3 are still alive. No one from the 7th universe was eliminated. There are only 3 people left in the 6th universe. Caulifla, Kale, and Hit. The reason these 3 people were able to stay until now was due to the special kindness of the people from the 7th universe. Otherwise, given Hit's weak condition at the moment, he would have been thrown off the ring long ago. Khalifa and Kale were protected by Brawly for a simple reason. He was very excited about the child bride proposed by Frieza, and number 18 also agreed to it. The last one left is naturally Universe 11, who is currently battling Son Goku and his 3 companions. The only remaining players are Toppo and Jiren. Son Goku and Vegeta, who transformed into their Ultraman Self-Destiny form for the first time, were still at a disadvantage when fighting Jiren and Toppo, but they were much more powerful than Son Goku's first transformation into his Ultraman Self-Destiny form in the original work. The reasons are very simple. The first is that Son Goku was more powerful before his transformation, and the second is that his physical strength is more abundant than in the original. The most eye-catching one is Son Gohan. In fact, in this melee, because of the strengthening of Jiren and Toppo, Son Gohan suffered more damage. It's nothing. Son Gohan is stronger than Son Goku and Vegeta. The battle between Son Goku and others in Ultra Instinct state and Jiren Toppo is extremely gorgeous. The attacks and evasions are so smooth, but the power of each move is amazing. The occasional blast of air caused by a fistfight would always impact the entire ring and the viewing platform, making everyone on the viewing platform excited. If Whis hadn't protected weak women like Bulma and Chi-Chi, this gust of air alone would have burned them to death. In fact, Piccolo really wants to say, Whis, don't worry about those 2 women. In this way, Son Goku and Vegeta will definitely explode again. However, it was just a thought after all. If he really dared to say it out loud, unless he committed suicide immediately, even Son Gohan would not let him off easily. If you can't break through this time, there's always next time, so don't worry. Plan. The cold-faced man smiled. The invincible Hot Wheels has Jiren's red as its center, and the outer ring is purple, silver and gray. It looks very beautiful, but no one dares to underestimate its power. Jiren yelled, and the red heat waves around his body surged another 3 points. With his extraordinary strength, he grabbed Son Goku and Vegeta and started the invincible Hot Wheels mode. Dwang, Jiren didn't even look at Toppo on the stage and murmured in a low voice. Trust is the least needed. My eyeballs are so big and they are shining, how can I be blind? It's your only fault that you are standing in the wrong place. On this side, Jiren opened his hands, blocked Son Goku's fist with his left hand, and blocked Vegeta's kick with his right hand. Then he exerted force with both hands, grabbed the hands and feet of the 2 men, and slammed them together. Advertisement, the eyeballs are really big. In the stands, Son Goku and Vegeta fell at the same time, and Chi-Chi and Bulma immediately rushed over. The second time Son Gohan's head collided with Son Goku's head, Son Gohan flew backwards and fell to the ground, still foaming at the mouth. Jiren looked at Brawly's group. He felt that the strongest one should be Brawly, who broke up the 3rd universe's combined warriors with 3 punches. Chi-Chi was given a Senzu bean, and the 2 of them stuffed the beans into Vegeta and Son Goku's mouths respectively. Brawly looked at Hit and kindly reminded him, Shi Laowu, don't try to hold on like this. Go down and rest. Jiren and I will fight soon. You won't be able to handle any accidental injuries now. If it weren't for the ring fragments that caught him, Toppo would probably have been eliminated. As for Son Gohan, who was still shaking his head, and Cell and others, Jiren didn't take them seriously at all. Son Gohan punched Toppo on the head and then screamed wildly. Son Goku and Vegeta were indeed sent flying out of the ring, but at the same time, they also blasted Toppo, who had just stood up, out as well. Boom. Bulma took the beans handed over by number 16 and saw that there were 3 of them. She was stunned for a moment, but she didn't care too much. Anyway, this group of people's math is always so headache-inducing. Son Gohan, who had just blasted Toppo away, suddenly saw an invincible Hot Wheels turning towards him. He immediately wanted to put his hands on his chest to block it, but in the end he was still a step too slow. A terrifying ki blast suddenly burst out from Son Gohan's fist. Even though Toppo's current strength had reached the level of gods of destruction, he was still blasted flying backwards. Vegeta lost consciousness instantly. Toppo landed on the stands and was still yelling, Jiren, you are blind. Son Goku also followed in Vegeta's footsteps and fainted on the spot. Shi Tae was overjoyed. I was finally recognized as Shi Laowu, ahahaha. Plan. The first time Son Gohan's head collided with Vegeta's head, Son Gohan took 3 steps back and started shaking his head. Jiren. Jiren sneered and swung his arms hard. Bang. Chapter 228 Unexpected Departure. Hit jumped off the ring with a smile on his face and appeared in the stands in an instant. Grand Priest waved his hand and shortened the originally long arena, so people from the 6th universe, 7th universe, and 11th universe all gathered together. Dodoria called out, come on, let's have some barbecue, this might be your last meal. Everyone. Angry. Toppo's huge body suddenly stood up, his long hands that were mopping the ground raised high, his whole body aura surged, and he shouted murderously. Is there enough wine and meat? Everyone was stunned and fell to the ground. Toppo, you have changed. Toppo. Tisk, do you think I have bad ears or something? I'm the top person in Dodoria's Tianzi Pavilion, I'm not stupid. Just now, Makarita talked about how Frieza suppressed all the universe gods of destruction by himself, and was still full of energy after fighting the Grand Priest alone. What's the point of fighting? Dodoria pulled out a universal capsule from his pocket and threw it. With a bang, after the white smoke dissipated, there was a row of elephant meat, dinosaur meat, whale meat, etc. There was everything you could think of, and the quantity was large enough to fill you up. Beerus said generously, you're welcome, just eat as much as you want. I, the 7th universe, I'm so arrogant. Bulma put one hand on her waist and threw out several universal capsules in a row. Bang, bang, bang. A long table appeared that almost covered the entire viewing platform, and countless delicious snacks appeared. Bulma said arrogantly, "Tisk, I'm spending money like water, okay." Beerus was furious. "FKU, you immortal boss, I'm already full, and you just conjured up so many delicious foods." Inhale, inhale. Frieza tilted his head and saw number 21 sniffing, then opening his eyes and mumbling, "Is the feast ready?" Frieza. Grand Priest, Zeno said, "Frieza, ask your universe's people to bring me some food, it looks delicious." Frieza waved his hand and a large table of delicious food appeared in front of Zeno, with more varieties than on the stands. Zeno was so happy that he jumped onto the dining table and was soon overwhelmed by a plate of roast suckling pig. "There's nothing we can do, Zeno is too small, even the roasted suckling pig is bigger than him." On the ring, Son Gohan twitched his nose and stepped out following the scent. "Fall off the stage. Everyone. This guy is so strong, how could he be eliminated like this?" Advertisement. After number 21 opened his eyes, he rushed towards the stands at an extremely fast speed. Frieza couldn't stop him and was almost knocked down on the ring by No 21's tail. A strong wind swept past, and Piccolo was not paying attention for a moment, and was blown under the ring by the strong wind caused by number 21. Piccolo yelled, "The fragrance is intoxicating, I really didn't lose my balance." No one believes it. In just a moment, 5 people from the 7th universe were eliminated. Number 18 and number 17 looked at each other and asked, "Do you want to go eat something first?" Number 18 said, "I miss my son." Number 17 said, "I miss my daughter. I need to give that B************** D son Goten a good beating." Then, the brother and sister flew to the stands together. The 7th universe, 2 people are eliminated again. Cell looks at Broly. Broly looks at Cell. Cell said, "What should we do?" Broly said, "Just be gentle and send my daughter-in-law out of the ring, then leave on your own. Leave Jiren to me." Cell said, "Gentleness and distance? What does that mean? Can we touch or can't we?" Broly glanced at Cell and said, "My daughter-in-law, try touching her." Cell. "What the hell is this fight? It would be better to just leave comfortably." Luckily, Caulifla and Kale didn't make it difficult for Cell. They had already combined once and didn't want to continue using this cheating method to win the battle, so Caulifla took the initiative. "Let's go eat too, but I still want to emphasize that we are only your women, not your daughter-in-law." Broly pointed to the stands and said gently, "You'll know if you go see my son. Even though he's still young, you can't beat him alone." Caulifla was furious, but Kale still lowered her head shyly. She tugged at Caulifla's sleeve and said, "Sister, it's okay to go and take a look." Caulifla had no choice but to pull Kale's hand and fly towards the stands. Grand Priest was about to ask Zeno to clear out the 6th universe, but when he looked at where Zeno was, it was empty. Looking at the dining table again, Zeno is already drunk. Grand Priest was furious. "Frieza, you gave Zeno alcohol?" Frieza felt very aggrieved. He didn't do it on purpose. He was just used to drinking red wine. "Oh. It's okay, it's okay. The more you drink, the better your tolerance will be. Next time, you won't get drunk so easily." Grand Priest, Bamboo Pole God Servant. "If you believe me, it's hell." The ring was split into countless small pieces, and Cell followed Caulifla and left, leaving only Broly and Jiren on the field. "Oh, advertisement. Frieza is considered a contestant, but I don't know where Grand Priest is, so whether that counts as out of bounds or not." Broly instantly transformed into the 5th stage of transcendental transformation, pointed his index finger at Jiren and said, "It's just you and me left, let's fight." "No way, there are too few pictures of him." Jiren nodded. His expression became extremely serious, the red heat waves around him became more and more active, and his momentum was rising steadily. "This time I'm really serious." The same goes for Broly, who was also planning to go into rampage mode at any time before quickly raising his aura to the bloodline form. When the two stood face to face, the red heat wave and the silver-gray air wave collided with each other, and the 2 different colored air waves swept out of the field. This scene made everyone in the stands stop eating, and they were all impressed by the powerful aura of Jiren and Broly. Son Goku said, "What a pity, if I was given another chance to break through my limits, maybe I could beat Jiren." Vegeta swallowed a large piece of meat in one gulp, and then he freed his mouth and said, "Tisk, it must be me who broke the limit first, not just Jiren. Broly, forget it, keep eating." Vegeta wanted to say that he was not afraid of Broly rolling his eyes, but after thinking about it, he didn't say it in the end. The main thing is, this world always slaps people in the face so promptly. "Don't you see that Beerus's face is swollen?" Champa was surprised and asked, "Huh? Why haven't we been cleared out? Are there still players left in the ring?" Vados covered his mouth and laughed, "Oh, ho ho ho, Lord Champa, we are lucky. Lord Zeno seems to be drunk." The whole audience was in an uproar. This is explosive news. "Can I give Zeno a drink when he gets angry in the future?" Angel said, "Oh, if only the drinks had been brought out earlier, there wouldn't be so many universes being cleared." Whis replied, "Oh ho ho ho, big sister, even if Master Zeno sobers up, he will still clear out those universes." Kess rubbed his brows, sighed, and said slowly, "It's better to go later. At least they can have a full stomach after the battle before they go on the road." Everyone said, "Big sister, you are such a jerk. How come this is like eating your last meal?" Everyone except Angel and the 7th universe. It seems, this is really the last meal for execution. Jiren and Broly fighting? Not watching anymore? Rumbling sound in the ring? It's none of their business. The most important thing is to have a full stomach, never starve to death. Jiren and Broly. You guys are embarrassing us, no one cares. Champa eats the fastest and the most in the whole place, even Saiyan can only feel inferior to him. Champa, this doesn't look like his last meal, it's like he has never eaten before? The angels looked at Vados and Vados blushed for a rare moment. Chapter 229 Tournament of Power, the strongest battle. Regardless of what the people in the stands think or do, Broly and Jiren in the ring have already started fighting. Both of them are power-type players, and their attacks are very powerful. For a moment, the ring is full of flying stones, airwaves, and the sound of explosions caused by energy bombs is endless. Broly and Jiren managed to create a super special effect, which felt even more intense than the previous melee between many people. Son Goku and Vegeta have stopped eating. They are watching the fight on the ring with burning eyes, constantly thinking in their minds how to resolve such an attack and how to fight back. Broly and Jiren are a perfect match. No matter who raises his aura, the other can always follow quickly, and the game is always evenly matched. Suddenly, Jiren exploded again. At this time, Jiren's fighting power had reached a limit. Broly didn't react for a while and was knocked away by a fierce punch. Jiren succeeded in one move and had a good grasp of the battle situation. He instantly appeared above Broly, stretched out his right hand, and sent a huge shockwave towards Broly. Broly watched the shockwave approaching him, a white light flashed in his eyes, and then a terrifying breath burst out. Ah! Broly shouted loudly, and his aura increased exponentially. The silver-white airwaves turned into dark green, and a V-shaped blood-red pattern appeared on Broly's forehead. Two blood-red lines extended from the corners of his eyes to his ears. The originally silver-gray pupils disappeared instantly, and Broly turned into the Byakugan God of War mode again at this moment. Compared to the previous battle with Beerus, Broly's aura at this moment is more inflated, and it seems that he has reached a new height again. Jiren's ki blast hit Broly with incredible accuracy, but when the smoke and dust cleared, Broly was standing there intact. Jiren felt a chill in his heart when he saw those pupils glowing white. He had seen Kair's outburst before. After Kair, who was originally insignificant, became this state, his combat power increased by more than 1,000 times. Broly is certainly not that exaggerated, because he has already transformed into a super powerful form before, and it is impossible for him to have such a big increase if he transforms into a frenzy again. However, Broly's condition still made Jiren feel terrified. Jiren shouted, "I am the strongest. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will be crushed under my feet." Angry roar. Boom. Bear. After Jiren became furious, his aura burst out again, and the surging aura made Beerus start to frown. This was already almost the same as when he had unlocked 100% of his combat power. Although there was still a gap between him and him, who knew when this gap would be narrowed. Broly doesn't care how strong you are, he flashes in front of Jiren and punches him in the stomach. Jiren dodged with a smile on his face, but Broly's big hand suddenly appeared in front of him. He couldn't dodge in time and Broly grabbed his whole face with one hand. Advertisement, hee hee hee. Broly raised the corners of his mouth and let out a chilling laugh, then accelerated and crashed into the stone pillar in the center of the ring. Boom. Boom boom boom. There was a series of roaring sounds, and Jiren was actually held in Broly's hand and knocked sideways. The clown gods of destruction couldn't sit still anymore. He couldn't believe that in the 7th universe, besides Frieza, there was such a powerful existence. The power of God used by Broly is not the kind of power of God used by Son Goku and others. This is pure violence, but it is completely superior to the power of God. Fear. With a loud bang, the stone pillar used as a timer collapsed. Two figures appeared on the rubble, collided quickly and then separated. The speed was so fast that except for people of Son Goku's level, everyone else could not see their movements clearly. Ah! Monster! Madman! Die! Boom! Jiren still had a slight advantage after all. After countless exchanges, he punched Broly in the chest from top to bottom, knocking Broly to the center of the ring, where there was the only relatively large rock. Jiren spat out a mouthful of blood. Broly's punch not only destroyed his ki blast, but the force of the punch also penetrated the ki blast and hit Jiren's chest directly. Broly appeared in front of Jiren, and punched Jiren in the face with a seemingly slow but actually extremely fast punch, causing Jiren to turn 3,580 degrees in the air. Amid the flying rubble, the stone pillar finally disappeared, and Jiren was lying on the ground, unable to move. If that were all, then Broly would at best be tied with Jiren. Call out. Broly actually stretched out his hands and caught it. After regaining consciousness, Broly talks more obviously, which is very different from when he was in the wide-eyed state and could only say a certain name or roar like a beast. I thought to myself, here it comes. This was the first time Jiren vomited blood, but it definitely wouldn't be the last. Frieza and Grand Priest's eyes locked. Unlike the original, where Jiren was defeated by Son Goku's belief, this time he lost to Broly simply in terms of strength. Advertisement, hee hee hee. It's really lively here. Are there a bunch of ants performing acrobatics here? The bloodstains at the corners of Broly's eyes extended again, this time from the earlobe to the nose downwards, soon reaching the shoulders, and finally extending to the chest. The two blood-colored lines met and formed an inverted V, and then stopped extending. You should be thankful that King Frieza doesn't have the leisure to play with you. With a single blow of his axe, Frieza would have reduced you to ashes. Perhaps due to Jiren's attack, Brawly's pupils slowly emerged, still dark green, but the whites of his eyes turned blood red. There is no reason to refute it. Brawly's power made him feel irresistible, especially when Brawly said that there was an even more powerful Frieza. Jiren felt deeply powerless. The picture I took myself is not very clear. This means that Brawly has gotten used to this form and is beginning to be able to control it, and his combat power has increased a lot. Please change this hand to Brawly's hand. I lost. P.S. Sorry, I can't find a picture of Brawly in the form I described. Just imagine it, if I put a picture of Son Goku, it would feel wrong and different from what I described. For the first time, Jiren lowered his proud head. When Jiren was facing the sky, Brawly punched Jiren in the chest again, causing Jiren to spurt blood again and fall to the bottom of the stone pillar like a cannonball. He was defeated so completely this time that he didn't even have the thought of resisting. Brawly blocked Jiren's full-strength ki blast with just his left hand, retracted his right hand, and suddenly punched the ki blast hard. It's over. No matter how strong you are, you can never be stronger than me. Jiren forced himself to sit up, with his head down, his tone bleak. Bang! Jiren stretched out his hands, and a red energy wave thicker than before appeared in his hands. Purple thunder crackled, and the power of this move made Champa feel his scalp tingling. But who is Brawly? Among those who don't use cheats, he is the example of someone who becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Take a step forward. A cold voice appeared, and the words were full of ridicule and mockery. The V on his forehead and the inverted V on his chest looked so strange, but when the blood-colored lines merged together, Brawly's aura expanded again to an unbelievable level. Poof. Chapter 230. Sarama. War. The speed of the dragon god Salama was at least 50 minutes faster than the Grand Priest expected. Frieza almost swore, "Are you serious about this prediction, white-haired man?" Brawly and Jiren really fought fiercely. The scene was spectacular and visually shocking. However, no matter how you calculate it, the actual fighting time between the two will definitely not exceed 10 minutes. For 3 minutes they were competing to see who could scream the loudest. There are still 2 minutes to be spent on each other's explosion and transformation. Fortunately, the two of them actually fought for 5 minutes, otherwise Frieza would have to doubt whether it was a battle between masters and the outcome would be decided by just one move. Popo. The dragon god Salama soon appeared in front of everyone, and with a wave of his hand he repaired the broken arena. However, at this time, the god of Earth Den shouted. Salama didn't look back, his eyes were still fixed on the drunk Zeno and the Grand Priest standing on the podium. As for Frieza, Salama didn't take it seriously. Frieza looked left and right, up and down, but couldn't see any trace of Bobo in Salama. The dragon god Salama in front of him has a unique melon-shaped face, devil's ears, and black goat's horns. His muscles are made up of red and light blue colors, and he is wearing a pair of shorts for the elderly. It seemed like he didn't want people to know that he was wearing shorts, and he deliberately chose a light blue color that was very similar to his skin color. If Frieza hadn't been sharp-eyed, he would have almost thought that this guy had the same habit as him. I can't say. Salama's long, thick, black hair is even thicker and longer than that of Son Goku's unfortunate brother Raditz. It is very suitable for Saiyan and directly saves the 2 steps of Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2. If I have to say what the similarities are with Popo, Frieza can only say it's the eyes. The pupils are also white with a black dot in the middle, and the whites of the eyes are exactly the same as Popo's skin, very black. I don't know if it's because I shed too many tears because of lovesickness, but 2 black lines appeared under the corners of my eyes, as if I was constantly crying. That's all. Oh, Mr. Salama, I'm curious, are you Bobo, or is Bobo you? Salama glared at Frieza, then seemed to remember something and asked in a cold tone. Do you still remember what happened in the temple? Frieza gnashed his teeth and said angrily, I remember. Bobo said a lot of nonsense to me at that time, just like when I went to the pharmacy to buy medicine and I told the salesperson that I forgot what medicine I bought and only remembered the word capsules. Salama was stunned. What the hell is this talking about? Who are we? We are gods. Do gods need to buy medicine? Grand Priest finished. Salamar bought medicine. What medicine? Frieza's mouth twitched, and he said sarcastically, Jin J. On the viewing stand, Brawly and Jiren had already returned to the viewing platform. Number 18 whispered to Brawly, Hey, I think I saw it in your drawer. What is it for? Advertisement silence is golden. Brawly, I can't tell you even if you kill me. Whis took out the scepter, squinted one eye and looked at the black ball on the scepter, then suddenly realized, oh, so. Shut up. Brawly was furious. Whis covered his mouth and laughed. Vados, Makarita, Kes, and Bulma were all blushing. Blushing, the angels just smiled but said nothing. The rest of the people were confused. The dragon god Salama's eyes turned cold. It was obvious that he knew what that thing was. Your courage is commendable, but even though your fighting ability is much stronger than before, you are still just a bigger ant. Go away and play in the mud. If you want to know who Bobo is, you're still not qualified. After saying that, Salama looked at the Grand Priest again, murderous intent clearly revealed in her ferocious eyes. At this moment, the people in the viewing stand stopped playing around, as if they all knew that the person in front of them was not a good person. Salama. I look like a good person. I am a bad person. No, I am a killing god. No, I am a dragon god. War. Just one word, but it made people feel the boundless murderous intent. Even Brawly didn't dare to say a word at this moment. It's nothing, I'm just sober. The Grand Priest's eyes narrowed. As a Grand Priest, The aura he released was not much inferior to that of Salama. For a moment, everyone, including Frieza, looked at the Grand Priest seriously. Frieza wanted to see how the battle between Grand Priest and Salama would go, while the others were used to just watching the show. I just finished my meal and I don't need to be cleared out for a while, so of course I have to watch a play to kill time. Yamcha was ignorant and fearless. He even took out a tablecloth with two colors, red and blue. He shouted, "Come on, I forgot about this. Let's bet on who will win between Grand Priest and this big guy. If you bet on Grand Priest, put your money on the blue side. The odds are 1 to 1.5. If you bet on the big guy, put your money on the red side. The odds are 1 to 10. Grand Priest. However, it took the combined efforts of 12 angels to stop it. Salama wanted to smash his mouth that was making him feel aggrieved. Sure enough, before Grand Priest could answer, Salama casually threw an energy bomb onto the ring. He. Whether you don't dare or don't want to do it, I will kill you right here today. Bamboo Pole Divine Servant B was extremely surprised and asked, "You are still thinking of packing food at this time?" Advertisement. Only then did everyone realize what kind of existence the big guy Salama in front of them was. P.S. Attending a wedding, will update in the afternoon. Seeking death in various ways, Yamcha. Salama's momentum suddenly rose again, and then he punched the Grand Priest in the mouth. Zeno. Hiccup. Bamboo Pole Spiritual Sense B said, "Should we take Zeno to stay with Angel?" Fortunately, there is no wind in the realm of nothingness, so it did not get bigger. Grand Priest was so angry, he originally wanted Frieza to go up, but Frieza went to place the bet instead. Godlike photo editing, Zeno was cut out, he. Frieza. Oh wow, so you're the sixth one? No. Hurry up and pay me, that's my wife, you have to pay me 10 of them. Dr. Pighead from the 6th universe adjusted his glasses, pointed at a pink doll on the red cloth, and shouted excitedly. Frieza instantly appeared on the viewing platform, and Yamcha was surprised to find that countless valuable items appeared on the red side of the tablecloth. Bamboo Pole Divine Servant A asked, "What should we do?" At this time, Grand Priest had finally built up enough emotions, and stared at Salama with cold eyes. "Not doing it. Sarama," Bamboo Pole Divine Servant A said, "what a waste." Salama couldn't believe his ears, what did he just hear? "The red energy bomb rises in the wind." Bamboo Pole Divine Servant A said, "Good idea. You go and pick up Zeno, and I'll pack the food." There was no other way, the Grand Priest could only stretch out his hand to block it. Fortunately, he had just raised his momentum to the peak, so he was not completely powerless in the face of Salama's fist. Yamcha's face is exactly the same color as Piccolo's. Frieza. Yamcha, you won't feel comfortable unless you commit suicide. Swish, no matter which one it is, he can't accept it. The tone was so cold that there was no warmth at all. Invincible. Still don't dare. Chapter 231. Sarama versus the white-haired god. Oh. This white-haired guy said he couldn't beat the dragon god Salama, but he did a pretty good job. Frieza shook the red wine glass in his hand, drank it all and said with a smile. After hearing this, Kessie was shocked and asked anxiously, "What did you just say? That person is the previous Xeno chief steward, the dragon god Salama?" Frieza glanced at Kase and found that she didn't have a good figure and was short. The key point was that he could actually see the traces of time left on her face. Frieza was puzzled. Angel, it shouldn't be difficult to change one's appearance. The requirements are not high. It doesn't need to be as good looking as Vados, but at least it should be as good looking as Makarita, the customer service representative from Taobao. Makarita. My %# at %. Dear, oh wow, shouldn't the chief steward be a eunuch? How come the white-haired guy has so many children? Oh, who is your mother? Angels. Is there something wrong with your focus? Are the main contents of Kessie the 3 words, general manager? Shouldn't it be asking whether that person is the dragon god Salama? Besides, you actually called Grand Priest a white-headed guy? Gods of Destruction was shocked. My goodness, they're a bunch of people with abnormal focus. Son Goku said, "Woohoo, the sound of Sarama is really bad." Brawly punched Son Goku on the head and said viciously, "Swallow what's in your mouth before you talk. Well, this lamb leg is well roasted. Woo-woo, Nyman accumulation shrink. My goodness, is this just the pot calling the kettle black?" Vegeta translated, "Is Sarama strong?" Kes thought for a moment, then conjured up a book, opened it, pointed at the scribbles on it and said, "Dragon god Salama, the chief steward of Xeno in the last era, rebelled against Xeno and was sealed by the then god servant Whitehead. White god servant and Xeno together." Beerus was shocked and said, "Doesn't that mean that the dragon god Salama is even more powerful than the Grand Priest? After all, it was he and Xeno who sealed him." Whis said, "Logically, that's right, but according to the current situation, Grand Priest is beating Salama." Even Bulma could see this. It's very simple, because Grand Priest is sitting on Salama at this moment, hammering her with punch after punch, and the rhythm is quite good. Zangia's daughter Bija even sang along with the lyrics to the beats. "You are my little apple. I can eat you as much as I want. Your delicious juice fills my mouth. I can finish a few more baskets." Frieza. The tune is correct, but the lyrics are a bit off. How reluctant were you to buy an apple for your daughter on the 17th? Advertisement on the ring. The ring, which had already been shattered into pieces, was finally shattered when Grand Priest's 10,086th punch landed. The largest piece of the ring's fragments was no bigger than the sole of the foot. The dragon god Salama also came out of the earth again, allowing Frieza and others to see his figure. It was amazing to see that Salama was actually smiling. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. White god servant, I thought you would make great progress after becoming the grand priest, but it turns out you were always standing still. But I'm different. I'm stronger than before, ah. Buzz. Saiyan's roar seemed to be contagious, and the dragon god Salama also roared. Then a milky white energy spread out, causing the entire world of nothingness to shake. The angels, who had already been trying their best to resist, groaned in unison due to the aftermath of the fight between Grand Priest and Salama, and the protective shield was almost broken. Fortunately, Frieza stretched out his left hand in time and stabilized the entire protective shield. It's not that Frieza is trying to show off, but his right hand is around number 21 and he can't free it. Hey, you should eat less. You're only 10 days pregnant, but now you're acting like you're 6 months pregnant. Number 21 reached out, grabbed Frieza's tail, and opened his mouth as if to bite it. This startled Frieza so much that he almost threw number 21 away, but fortunately he restrained himself in time and said with his eyes, "Give me some face." Number 21 then let him go, then slid one hand across her belly, and the bulging belly instantly became flat and smooth. Gurgle. Frieza is furious. Who is swallowing? Champa bit a piece of dragon tail meat, 2 drops of cold sweat appeared on his face, and he raised his hands in fear and said, "What's the matter? I choked, and you're not allowing me to swallow my saliva? What a pity there is no meat bone in the mouth. If you guess correctly, no prize." That is to say, the Grand Priest was protected by divine power, which is why his body was not damaged. Grand Priest shouted urgently. At this moment, only Frieza could help him. Others, even the strongest angel, Kais, could not intervene in such a battle. Salama has another characteristic, that is, her toenails are extremely hard. Who knows why they haven't been cut since the last era? They are not long, but sharper than any metal. Grand Priest's clothes were already in tatters, this was caused by Salama kicking him. He himself doesn't know the answer, maybe he will only know after fighting. No one saw how Sarama did it except Frieza. Advertisement. Vados. So shameless, but why do you feel so domineering? Frieza's eyes focused and he instantly transformed into an alloy dragon. Frieza nodded, ignored Broly's ruthless K of Champa, and continued to pay attention to the battle between Grand Priest and Salama. Vados looked at Frieza, and a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. Plan. Grand Priest saw it clearly, but he had no time to react. Ha ha ha. Shiraishin, you're done. Judging from the positions where Champa and number 21 were standing, it seemed that Champa really couldn't see no 21's belly. The strongest form at present, Frieza wondered in his heart, could he block this punch? Sarama has transformed. Salama's speed was beyond everyone's perception. When his fist was raised, the Grand Priest had been knocked flying. Then everyone saw Salama appear at the place where the Grand Priest was before. He is a reasonable man and cannot blame others for no reason. This is even faster than Jiren's Chi Fist, and even more difficult to defend against. It's just that Salama's hair color is quite special, it's pure white. The white is so white that it looks like a huge number of white woven lanterns hanging behind her, making people dizzy. Bu Laosan, I am very reasonable, right? P.S. Guess Frieza's final transformation. Frieza. I don't know if Salama has Saiyan's genes, or Saiyan has Salama's genes. This transformation is all about changing hair color. Oh, this is also his strongest form now, Frieza. The difference from Saiyan is that the color of Salama's muscles has also changed, becoming mainly black with a secondary light blue. Salama versus Grand Priest. Salama's strength after the transformation was beyond everyone's expectations. Every punch he threw was able to knock the Grand Priest flying backwards. Son Goku finally spoke clearly, but was met with glares from everyone. Vegeta even shouted, anyone who is not blind can see that. There were also 2 wide shawls on the shoulders, with gold edges. Broly raised his eyes and replied, but I'm not reasonable, I'm not happy with Champa. Chapter 232. Strong as Salama Grand Priest couldn't bear it anymore, blood appeared in the corners of his eyes, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood while shouting, Frieza. Calling Frieza loudly is to let Frieza take action against Sarama. In other words, he just wanted Frieza to take his place. However, Frieza is actually only slightly stronger than Grand Priest, so Frieza would actually go up there to get beaten. Really, Frieza rushed forward and punched Salama in the face, knocking Salama back half a step. It was just half a step, but this was caused by Frieza using all his abilities. Alloy Dragon Form, Free Tai Chi, the 10th level of Kai Tianju plus a 30-fold Pentium Burst. Frieza's punch in this form would make Beerus faint on the spot if he didn't die. But Salama only took half a step back, boom. An energy bomb hit Frieza's chest, and then Salama punched Frieza dozens of times. Ding ding ding. Frieza was knocked back. No matter how he moved and dodged, his speed was always half a second slower than Salama. All of a sudden, Grand Priest was beaten to a state of disbelief, and now Frieza was beaten to a state of confusion. In the stands, the moment Grand Priest appeared, he immediately knelt on the ground and whispered, quick, quick, heal me. The angels did not dare to delay, and all 12 angels pointed their scepters at the Grand Priest. However, restoring a Grand Priest of this level was not so quick, and it would take about 1 minute. Grand Priest looked in the direction of Frieza and Salama and murmured, I hope Frieza can hold on for a minute. Boom boom boom. Frieza was still beaten around by Salama like a sandbag, but he was always looking for opportunities to counterattack. Frieza still hasn't used the 3 axes of creation yet. Vados also looked at Frieza and smiled. Don't worry, father. Frieza's most powerful weapon is not his fists, nor his 3 axes of creation. What he is best at is getting beaten. It's only 1 minute, it's nothing. Grand Priest said. I hope so, Kai Tianju, second move, cut him. Frieza was being beaten while forcing himself to accumulate strength. Fortunately, it didn't take much effort to accumulate strength for the second move now. After being hit by hundreds of punches, he finally completed it. Swish. For the first time, Salama's eyes became serious, and he stopped swinging his fists. Facing the oncoming giant axe, he had no way to avoid it. Advertisement. The domineering power of Kai Dianju lies in the fact that you can't dodge it and can only take it head on. Boom. Frieza didn't even bother to look at the result of this move. After performing the second move, he was already charging up the third move, the God Slayer. Hee. This move is powerful. It seems that you are more interesting than that Grand Priest guy. Then you go and die first. Salama's figure appeared from behind Frieza. Frieza kicked out without thinking, concentrating the power of Kai Shin that he had just accumulated into his feet. When Salama saw Frieza kicking towards her, she was very disdainful and didn't even try to dodge and was hit hard. Hee. What kind of foot is that? Frieza joked. The kick that will end your family lineage. A whole plan. Frieza seemed to have completely angered the dragon god Salama. His body shook violently, shaking off the power of creation, and then he kicked Frieza. Frieza smiled bitterly, and was kicked away by Salama, smashing into the platform where Zeno was previously. At this time, the Grand Priest in the stands had recovered and immediately rushed to Salama. The Grand Steward of the previous era and the Grand Priest of this era are fighting again. The situation is still not optimistic. Grand Priest is still the one getting beaten. In the stands, Son Goku and Vegeta ignored it, and Supreme Kai Shin immediately handed over the Potara earrings. Considering the need for a quick victory for Son Goku, Vegeta, who has stronger initial combat power, seems to be more suitable than Vegeta. Vegeta and Son Goku immediately fused together, and the two who mastered the basic level of self-ease Kung Fu fused together. Vegeta also makes his second appearance. Vegeta swung his fists quickly, but unexpectedly Frieza suddenly appeared and punched Frieza. The whole audience was silent. Frieza slapped Vegeta and sent him flying, then said, heal me. Senzu beans no longer have any effect on beings like them. The dimension is too high and they have no effect. Vegeta was not angry about being slapped away by Frieza, but rushed towards the dragon god Salama excitedly. But halfway through the rush, Vegeta disappeared. Then, Vegeta appeared in the stands. Advertisement. His face turned red from holding his breath, and he finally let out a breath before saying, there's no air outside. If I go out, I'll be suffocated to death without having to fight. Everyone was stunned. Is this guy here to entertain? The realm of nothingness and the universe space are of the same nature. Don't you have any common sense at all? Previously, the Grand Priest had set up a venue here, but now the Grand Priest is overwhelmed by his own affairs, so how could he have the time to maintain the so-called competition venue? Frieza pointed his finger and Vegeta shuddered. Oh, go ahead, now you can breathe in the universe. Vegeta was overjoyed and rushed towards the dragon god Salama again. Vegeta was not careless, and would not fight Salama in his normal form. He went up with full firepower. The silver hair from the Ultra Easy Power and the purple hair from the Ultra Easy Power each occupied half of his head. The two heat waves wrapped around his whole body, and he punched Salama. Boom. Grand Priest was knocked away again. Salama looked at the fist in front of his chest and smiled coldly. The moment the corner of his mouth cracked, he punched Vegeta and sent him flying. Vegeta just felt like his body was about to split apart. Then, it really cracked, splitting into Son Goku and Vegeta, and the Potara earrings shattered in an instant. After the two saw the situation clearly, they instantly appeared on the viewing platform. Frieza has been healed by now, and he looked at Son Goku and Vegeta and said, not bad, you're back alive, that's worth bragging about. Son Goku and Vegeta's faces are red. This time, Frieza did not rush to attack. After knowing how strong Salama was, he decided to launch a sneak attack. The energy in the body continued to flow to the arms, and the power of the third move of Kai Dianju was slowly condensed to the limit by Frieza. Swish. Frieza instantly appeared behind Salama, raised his hands high, and a huge dark yellow axe appeared out of thin air, then chopped towards Salama. It was only then that Frieza shouted, the third move of Kai Dianju. Slay the gods, go to hell. Salama felt a chill on his back, and without thinking, he gathered all the energy in his body into his hands. An energy blade appeared, and then quickly faced the Xuanwang energy axe of creation. Clang, click, buzz, Salama screamed in pain for the first time, and this scene gave everyone a little hope. Chapter 233 Finale. A little bit sad. Oh, I don't care if you are a dragon god or a snake god. I will chop you in two with one blow of my axe. In the strong light, Frieza's laughter and words appeared, arrogant and unruly. Plan. Suddenly, Frieza spat out a mouthful of acid, and his eyes bulged and became bloodshot. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief, and with both hands he tightly grasped the iron fist that hit his stomach. Sarama, how come you were fine? Frieza didn't believe this result, but it turned out that Salama's punch was still as powerful as ever. But the Grand Priest who was behind Salama knew that there was a deep wound on the back of Salama's shoulder, although the wound was healing quickly. Frieza's actions completely ignited Salama's anger. An energy wave burst out from his fist, blasting Frieza away. Then he stretched out his hands, and a terrifying energy bomb formed between his hands. Miracle shattered. Grand Priest was very anxious. He knew the power of this move. Zeno had been unconscious for tens of thousands of years under this move. Frieza, get out of the way, you can't handle it. Frieza sneered. Hide? Try to hide from me. This thing can lock onto people. Even with Salama's strength, he had been accumulating power for a long time for this move. It can be imagined that this is definitely one of the Dragon God Salama's unique moves. Maybe it's the most powerful move. Frieza was not to be outdone, and immediately mobilized all his strength again, preparing to perform the third move of Kai Tianju again. The third move of the art of creation, slay the gods. Swish. At the same time, Salama's miracle destruction was completed, and she rushed towards Frieza. The moment the third move of Kai Tianju collided with miracle destruction was cut into two pieces by an axe. However, before the Xuanwang axe blade reached Salama, the axe blade disappeared. After all, he was just imitating Kai Shin, and could not achieve the real Kai Shin. Facing Salama's ultimate move, he was powerless. Ha ha ha. You can't handle it. Ha ha ha. Miracle destruction in Frieza's eyes quickly recovered into a thick energy wave, and the black light almost blinded Frieza's eyes. Frieza. Number 21 suddenly felt a palpitation, as if the most important person in her life was about to leave her. Number 21 yelled and rushed in front of Frieza without thinking, intending to use his body to block for his man. Frieza's surprise. He grabbed No 21's tail, not caring whether it was warm or not, and slapped No 21's neck, which was emitting 7-color light. No 21's eyes rolled back and he fainted. He quickly threw Number 21 in front of Grand Priest and shouted, "Take care of my wife and children." Frieza's energy exploded crazily, and the dark yellow energy wave almost broke through the barrier of the world of nothingness. The Dragon God Salama laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, it's useless. After you die, I will reunite your family. And me." No one knew what was wrong with Vados. He suddenly appeared in front of Frieza, waving his scepter quickly, and a barrier appeared on the path of miracle destruction. Vados turned around, looked at Frieza and said, "I really don't know when you stole my heart. After knowing that you became the supervisor of the universe, I seem to be unable to control my heart." Frieza stared at Vados blankly, thinking that this was too ridiculous. Maybe I was acting myself in that performance? The corners of Frieza's mouth continued to twitch. Is it really okay to say this at this time? That's his shame. Advertisement Grand Priest held Number 21 in his arms, feeling relieved as he watched his daughter plan to die for Frieza. Grand Priest. My daughter finally found her ideal partner. Unfortunately, this couple is about to die, so they won't be able to give me a grandchild. In the stands, the angels looked at each other, all stunned. Angel fell in love with someone else. Isn't it said that Angel can't have love? Grand Priest. I never made this rule, you made it up in your minds. Frieza wanted to push Vados away, but found that Vados seemed very stubborn and he couldn't subdue him in a hurry. He smiled bitterly and said, "Why bother, alas." Vados laughed and said, "Oh, ho ho ho. Actually, I like hearing you laugh more than Cain." Frieza was stunned. Then he laughed, "Oh. If you like listening to it, then I'll laugh for you, oh ho ho ho." Frieza took advantage of the moment when Vados was relaxed and hit him with a headbutt. Swish, Vados covered his mouth with one hand and said, "Oh, ho ho, I'm not as stupid as Number 21. Sarama is furious. Damn it, they're still talking about love even when he is doing his best. This is intolerable. What can't be tolerated? All of you, disappear, destroy." Boom. The barrier created by Vados suddenly shattered, and then miracle destruction hit Vados back. Vados hugged Frieza, pressed his lips against the corner of Frieza's lips, and a happy little woman's look appeared in his eyes. But soon, a certain light of Vados began to dissipate. Frieza's heart seemed to be pulled by something, and it hurt. Salamar, I want you to die without a burial place, Boom. Frieza pulled Vados behind him. No matter whether Vados was dead or alive, he would not allow a woman to die for him. Bear. A milky white wave of air rose into the sky, and Frieza's form changed again. Then, a wave of energy shook his body, blocking the destruction of the miracle in front of him. Grand Priest's eyes widened as he muttered, "Another breakthrough. What kind of pervert is this Frieza? Hey, this form doesn't look domineering at all." The strongest form. In the stands, Bulma exclaimed, "How did Frieza change back? Did he give up?" Son Goku stared at Frieza with his eyes fixed, saying nothing. The same goes for Vegeta. They both remembered that on Namek, it was this form of Frieza that gave them the opportunity to transform into Super Saiyan. Now that I think about it, Frieza has always been instructing them on how to become stronger, and it is Frieza's continuous improvement that stimulates them to keep moving forward. There is nothing wrong with this. In the original work, Son Goku and the others reached this level after being trained by Whis. But this time they were not trained by Whis. Broly expressed a different opinion. No, although King Frieza's aura can no longer be sensed, the milky white aura wave shows that he has not given up. And it's even stronger. Cell took out a book from somewhere, and on the cover it said, "Dragon Ball, Frieza, please be a human being." This one, advertisement Cell turned to the last page and said, This novel says that Frieza's strongest transformation is to return to his original form. Could it be that what this novel says is actually true? Number 17 also took out a book, exactly the same as Cell's, and he also turned to the last page and said, "There was no update yesterday, but I wrote it today, it's true." Soon, people took out the same book one after another and quickly turned to the last page. However, the book doesn't mention what happens to Frieza after his final transformation. Then, we can only wait and see what Frieza will do. Number 21 also opened his eyes at this time, looking at the petite Frieza in the distance, and Vados who was carried on Frieza's back. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. I also want to live and die with Frieza. After saying that, number 21 rushed to Frieza. At the moment when Miracle Destruction came in front of Frieza, number 21 turned into a piece of cloth and hugged Frieza's chest. Frieza waved his hand, and a milky white energy entered Vados' body, and then he touched the pink cloth on his chest. Having one bosom friend in life is already a blessing, let alone two beauties. Oh ho ho ho, Xiao Fu, born on the 21st. Many people say that if the protagonist was Saiyan instead of Frieza, this book would perform better. I can only say that there is no way to change this. This is also what was planned. Unfortunately, number 21 said, "At least, he hasn't left us for the time being." The whole book is finished. To be honest, when I got to this point, I really couldn't bear to write it. I really wanted to delete it and continue making up stories, hee. Here, I would like to thank brothers Hao Sheng, Wei, Forgot, Zijin Dai and Jen, Broly's fans, Deep Blue Night Wind, Exploding Sky Gang, Yu Hao, Human High Quality System, Wadu, the funny guy who seemed to have discovered something, Sao Mungdu, Ace Sky Miasma, Broly, Six Paths Madara, Gudako who tore Goisha apart with bare hands, Yifan Function, Zuko Bermuda, the little otter who likes Li's Suona, Salisa, a passing flyer, Suji Yi, _ Salted Fish King, Yu Gonji, and so many others, so many people support and love me. Vados said, "Yes, this is already very satisfying." Sarama. The happiest thing is that I have gained many readers and fans who like this book. The attention of 200 readers makes me very happy. I have said so much. If you have finished reading, could you please follow me so that you can read my next book? Even if it is not good, please leave a comment to let me know that you are still here. Number 21 caught Mini Frieza and rubbed his head lovingly. P.S. This was my first time writing a novel, and it wasn't very good, but it also made me realize how hard writing is. After flying around the Earth 666 times, when he returned to the original place, he saw a pink-skinned number 21 and a Vados with a hula hoop around his neck, and Vados' belly was obviously bulging. Alas, idiographic period, take a few days off. I might start a new book, but I haven't decided what it will be about yet. Without your support, I might not have been able to continue writing. Oh. A lot of regrets, what a pity. Vados looked at him lovingly, touched his belly and said, "Frieza, are you really going to give up and leave for us? I originally planned Broly's form. I am very sorry that I had to finish this book like this. Reality dealt me a ruthless blow. I can only say sorry to everyone. However, I won't touch Dragon Ball anymore, sorry again." A mini version of Frieza is floating in the air. Many of you are still students. I am here to wish you academic success and that you can live the life of your dreams in the future. Don't give a bad review, my little heart can't take it. 1 year later. Maybe, I should take the popular route. Really, I am Little Turtle, and at the beginning I didn't like to take the ordinary path. That's all. Bye, Mua, Mom, Second Mother. Frieza's hands quickly changed, and a milky white energy axe appeared out of thin air, then chopped down quickly.